hemos logrado sacar adelante la regulación sobre redes de hidrógeno y gas.
Europe will invest 2 billion euros to support production of green hydrogen.
Los últimos datos muestran un punto de inflexión donde el hidrógeno renovable deja de estar en un horizonte a largo plazo y se ha convertido en estos años en un tema de máxima actualidad, respaldado por avances regulatorios en Europa y por proyectos que están tomando sus decisiones finales de inversión en todo el mundo. En Europa, el programa Connecting Europe Facility, CEF, ha asignado fondos para el impulso de proyectos de infraestructuras de hidrógeno. Entre otros, la Agencia Ejecutiva Europea de Clima, Infraestructuras y Medio Ambiente, CINEA, ha adjudicado financiación a los proyectos asociados al corredor H2Med, impulsado por Portugal, España, Francia y Alemania. Un corredor que ya se consolida como el más avanzado de Europa. Con más de 170 empresas y 528 proyectos que confirman el interés de los sectores de la industria y el transporte por la infraestructura. Y una alianza con miembros de toda la cadena de valor del hidrógeno. Los resultados de las subastas del Banco Europeo del Hidrógeno confirman que España se sitúa a la cabeza por número de proyectos presentados y adjudicados y por los precios más competitivos, un liderazgo que será determinante los próximos años. Estos proyectos confirman la necesidad de contar con una red europea del hidrógeno que conecte la producción y la demanda. La Comisión Europea ha priorizado 8 autopistas energéticas clave que impulsará con medidas que permitan acelerar su desarrollo. El corredor suroeste del hidrógeno con H2Med y la red troncal española y las redes de Portugal, Francia y Alemania es una de ellas. Entre los avances claves para esa futura red europea, Enagás está desarrollando el plan conceptual para la participación pública de las infraestructuras de hidrógeno en España, el mayor de estas características realizado hasta la fecha. El Gobierno de España ya ha adjudicado más de 3.000 millones de euros en ayudas a más de 100 proyectos de producción de hidrógeno renovable. Un hidrógeno verde al que ya se están adaptando sectores como el transporte y la industria pesada. Este vector es la solución para su descarbonización y fundamental para seguir compitiendo a nivel global. Los expertos coinciden además en que hay madurez tecnológica para producir hidrógeno verde a escala, su integración en redes y su aplicación en todos los sectores. El hidrógeno renovable es un vector energético autóctono, imprescindible para la descarbonización competitiva y la autonomía estratégica de España y de Europa. Y su despliegue ya está en marcha. El hidrógeno está sucediendo. El hidrógeno es ahora.
Bueno, buenos días a todos y bienvenidos a este cuarto día del hidrógeno de Enagás. Soy Carlos Franganillo, soy periodista, presento las noticias de la noche en Informativos Telecinco y después de ver este vídeo uno se siente casi como en casa por ese tono tan televisivo, tan bien explicado y con grandes titulares que enseguida vamos a analizar. Les doy la bienvenida a este auditorio Rafael del Pino, 28 de enero de 2026. Les doy la bienvenida también no solo a quienes están aquí, sino a quienes nos siguen ya a través de la retransmisión por streaming y que seguro se van a ir incorporando en los próximos minutos y en las próximas horas para seguir todo el contenido. Hemos visto imágenes muy contundentes, mensajes muy claros y grandes titulares. Decía al final del vídeo, el hidrógeno es ahora, es una fuerza y una tendencia que avanza imparable en todo el mundo y donde España tiene un enorme potencial a futuro como pieza clave en esa futura economía del hidrógeno renovable. Hoy vamos a hablar de muchos de esos aspectos que son clave en esa futura economía, de las infraestructuras, vamos a hablar de la regulación, vamos a hablar de la financiación, de la movilidad, de la descarbonización de la industria en general y lo vamos a hacer con protagonistas clave en todos los episodios, en todos los eslabones de la cadena de valor. Vamos a tener aquí a empresas, a instituciones y a líderes que están precisamente empujando y llevando a cabo esa transición energética en Europa y esa descarbonización donde Europa es sin duda un referente. Ustedes, y esto pretende que sea también un foro participativo de alguna manera, quienes están aquí o quienes nos siguen a través del streaming pueden interactuar, pueden participar a través de redes sociales. Tenemos dos etiquetas o dos hashtags oficiales que pueden utilizar para compartir ideas, para compartir comentarios o cualquier tipo de contenido que se va a generar hoy. Aquí uno de esos hashtags es almohadilla el hidrógeno es ahora y el segundo almohadilla Enagás Día del Hidrógeno. Los pueden utilizar, como digo, a lo largo del día de hoy para compartir todas esas ideas. Este es un foro con vocación internacional. Vamos a fijarnos mucho en lo que ocurre en España. Vamos a fijarnos mucho en lo que está ocurriendo en Europa y en otros países que son clave, tanto desde el punto de vista de la oferta como de la demanda. Vamos a ver qué ocurre en Asia y es un foro, como digo, internacional, donde utilizaremos sobre todo el español, pero también el inglés en algunas ocasiones. Así que si necesitan traducción, hay dispositivos al alcance. Muchos de ustedes creo que ya tienen uno de ellos, pero el personal aquí en la sala les puede ayudar si necesitan esa traducción. Sometimes we are going to use mainly the Spanish language, but sometimes we're going to switch to English. If you need translation or any device, the staff here around will help you and will provide one of them. Vamos a comenzar ya con este cuarto día del hidrógeno de Enagás. Lo hacemos con la apertura oficial, con las palabras del presidente Antonio Llardén.
Buenos días, Vicepresidenta del Gobierno, Presidenta de la CNMC, autoridades, señoras, señores. Es un placer darles la bienvenida al cuarto día del hidrógeno. Hace 3 años empezamos con esto y estamos muy orgullosos de poder estar con todos aquí. Les damos las gracias y también a todos aquellos que nos están siguiendo por streaming. Quienes formamos parte del mundo de la energía sabemos bien que, como se puede ver también en todos los informativos, por cierto, el contexto internacional y geopolítico marca y explica cada vez más la actualidad de nuestro sector. 2026 ha empezado con un entorno geopolítico especialmente complejo, por llamarlo de alguna forma, en el que los recursos, especialmente los energéticos, están cada vez más en el centro del tablero general. En este marco cobra aún más relevancia, y esto lo destacó en el foro de Davos la presidenta de la Comisión, Ursula von der Leyen, la necesidad de reforzar la independencia y la autonomía de Europa. Ser un actor global relevante depende hoy de la autonomía estratégica, que es, evidentemente, en parte defensa, política exterior, pero también energía. Quizás esto no lo hubiéramos dicho hace 6 o 7 años. Esta independencia pasa, por lo tanto, por una mayor soberanía energética, industrial y tecnológica. Lo que vimos con la invasión rusa de Ucrania, lo que vemos cada día con acontecimientos disruptivos y lo que estamos viendo ahora nos da un poco la idea, primero, de que Europa siempre se ha fortalecido en la adversidad. A veces estamos en un ambiente un poco pesimista y quizás habría que recordar esto. Como europeos tenemos que seguir promoviendo esa mayor autonomía, pero defendiendo la complejidad y riqueza del multilateralismo. El mundo no es un juego de suma cero, o en todo caso no debería de ser forzosamente un juego de suma cero. Y el hidrógeno verde puede ser un vector estratégico para todo ello. Es un recurso 100% renovable, es un recurso autóctono y además su papel clave en la seguridad y resiliencia del futuro sistema energético europeo. Europa va a ser el primer continente que se pueda declarar en 2050 net zero, y en esta hoja de ruta la Unión Europea ha demostrado que tiene un fuerte compromiso para una descarbonización competitiva. Las grandes iniciativas que la Unión Europea ha presentado en este último año van en esta dirección y tienen al hidrógeno como uno de los vectores protagonistas. No voy a entrar en el detalle de estas medidas porque hoy vamos a conocerlas de primera mano con una representación de primerísimo nivel de las instituciones comunitarias encabezada por la Vicepresidenta Ejecutiva Teresa Rivera. España está liderando este avance colectivo. El Gobierno de España ha puesto de manifiesto desde hace años su compromiso para que nuestro país se convierta en un hub de energías renovables, de electrones y de moléculas, con el desarrollo económico y social que esto supone. En definitiva, la península ibérica, España y Portugal, tiene un papel fundamental para que la transición energética sea un éxito en Europa, con un elemento imprescindible, las infraestructuras. El hidrógeno verde nos ofrece una enorme oportunidad: construir una infraestructura con una visión europea desde su inicio como columna vertebral de la planificación energética de la Unión. Me refiero, evidentemente, a la Red Europea de Hidrógeno. Esta gran red vertebrará el mapa energético europeo, unirá las redes de los países miembros y conectará los grandes centros de producción y de consumo. No es posible un mercado europeo sin infraestructuras. Por ello, Europa ha presentado su Grids Package para impulsar las redes energéticas de la Unión, entre ellas las del hidrógeno. Para poder desarrollar estas infraestructuras es fundamental la colaboración entre países, entre administraciones y con las empresas. Hoy lo estamos viendo aquí con algunos de los principales actores de la cadena de valor del hidrógeno, porque una economía europea del hidrógeno es mucho más que puramente energía. Es producción, es industria, es fabricación de componentes, es tecnología, es decir, reindustrialización. Servir de punto de encuentro del sistema del hidrógeno nacional e internacional es uno de los grandes objetivos de esta jornada que hoy nos reúne. Por ello, el cuarto día del hidrógeno ya se ha convertido en una cita de referencia en Europa. Hoy nos espera una agenda de ponentes de primerísimo nivel y quiero también señalar, y se ha comentado antes, también de Asia, de China, va a venir la CEO de Refire y creo que es también la primera vez que tenemos una visión un poco más amplia de lo que es, digámosle, el mundo tradicional en el cual nos movemos. Muchas gracias, por lo tanto, por su interés y por su compromiso. Y ahora pues tengo el enorme placer de dar la palabra a la Vicepresidenta del Gobierno, Sara Aagesen, que realizará la apertura institucional. Muchas gracias.
Muy buenos días. La verdad que es un placer estar otro día, el cuarto día del hidrógeno, aquí con todos ustedes. Presidente de Enagás, consejero delegado de Enagás, presidenta de la CNMC, por supuesto, autoridades, representantes institucionales, como comentaban también instituciones, representantes de Europa, de los HTNOs de Europa, empresas, yo diría amigos y amigas. Llevamos, como decía Antonio, 4 ediciones. 4 ediciones que significa que seguimos avanzando, que este cuarto día del hidrógeno se consolida como una clara apuesta y una forma de medir cuál es la salud del sector. Y recuerdo también la primera edición, una primera edición en la que hablábamos de ambición, de interés, y hoy hablamos de algo bien distinto. Hablamos de proyectos, de ecosistema, hablamos de financiación, hablamos de consolidación, de demanda y, por supuesto, de decisiones de inversión. Esto es fundamental. Esto lo que representa es que el sector evoluciona y madura. Años en los que el hidrógeno ha pasado de ser una promesa a consolidarse como una pieza esencial, yo diría una pieza clave en la transformación de nuestra economía. gracias sobre todo a su capacidad de maximizar, yo diría, 3 grandes prioridades: descarbonización, competitividad y autonomía. También lo comentaba Antonio. 3 piezas fundamentales en tiempos como hoy y para estar mejor preparados. Un hidrógeno que es una palanca fundamental para responder a los retos de nuestro tiempo, marcados por la emergencia climática y marcados también por ese contexto geopolítico altamente incierto. Y me gustaría empezar también con una reflexión. Algo que es muy significativo y que vemos prácticamente cada mes, cada semana, cada día. Información novedosa, información que viene de instituciones académicas, estudios y referencias que dicen algo muy claro. Una evidencia tan clara como que el cambio climático se está acelerando en todas partes del mundo. Precisamente este mismo mes hemos conocido los últimos datos de Copernicus, que nos dicen que el año 2025 ha sido el tercer año más cálido registrado. Y además en España también ocurre esta misma tendencia. El 24 y el 25 han sido el tercer año también cálido más registrado de toda nuestra serie. Una crisis climática que se consolida también como un riesgo sistémico, un riesgo sobre la estabilidad económica y sobre la estabilidad geopolítica. Lo hemos visto también hace pocos días en ese foro, en el Foro Económico de Davos, con ese informe de riesgos que publican cada año, donde volvemos a ver esos riesgos ambientales entre los más relevantes para la próxima década, que se entremezclan en ese contexto marcado por el retroceso del multilateralismo, por la confrontación geoeconómica y por la pérdida de confianza entre países. Y pese a que la ciencia es muy clara, lo vemos, como decía, cada día, tenemos sobre la mesa, yo diría, dos modelos muy distintos. Uno, el que mira al pasado, el que muestra y ha mostrado claramente sus límites, el que niega la evidencia científica, el que prioriza las respuestas cortoplacistas y el que apuesta por la confrontación. Y otro que mira el aquí y ahora y el futuro, que se sustenta en decisiones basadas en la ciencia, en el conocimiento, que busca el bienestar, la justicia social e intergeneracional, el que apuesta por el diálogo, por el multilateralismo y por algo tan importante como la cooperación. Ese es el modelo de España y ese es el modelo de Europa. Vivimos en un momento que no admite pasos atrás, tampoco admite que nos quedemos quietos esperando que las respuestas se reordenen solas. Es un momento de tomar decisiones y aquí lo tenemos muy claro. Vamos a seguir apostando por la agenda verde porque la agenda verde es el camino. Es un camino para alcanzar un buen crecimiento, ese crecimiento que es innovador, inclusivo, sostenible, que es resiliente, ese crecimiento que responde también a esa amenaza, a ese gran reto que es el cambio climático, un camino de reindustrialización y un camino que, como decía, es una clara apuesta por competitividad, por seguridad y por autonomía. Debemos seguir teniendo esa visión estratégica. Hace años apostamos, anticipamos y fue clave y ahora es fundamental mantener esa apuesta. Todo al verde. El hidrógeno, además, está claramente en el centro de esa transformación. Una pieza imprescindible para avanzar la descarbonización de esos sectores que la electrificación no es la respuesta, tienen más dificultades. Un sector clave para ecosistema industrial, para generación de empleo, para Europa y para España. Sectores estratégicos, sectores que necesitan soluciones competitivas para descarbonizarse, para seguir siendo competitivos, como decía, que generan también un impacto muy positivo sobre todos y cada uno de los territorios. Y hemos avanzado, y lo decía, hemos avanzado mucho en estos 3 años de esta 4ª edición del hidrógeno renovable. Yo creo que es un mensaje muy positivo, pero también tenemos que ser realistas, tenemos desafíos por delante. Desafíos como acelerar su integración en los mercados, como generar señales de demanda estables. Hay que producir y hay que conseguir que esa producción se asocie a una demanda, a unos off-takers y además apostar por nuestra cadena de valor, consolidar los proyectos y que se escalen por todo el territorio. Y los análisis de los organismos internacionales nos dicen a que estamos en esa etapa de transición entre la ambición y la ejecución, en la que es fundamental, y yo creo que este foro lo va a demostrar, es fundamental alinear costes, demandas, instrumentos de mercado, financiación y decisiones finales de inversión. Y España afrontamos este momento, yo creo que con una posición sólida y destacada. Sólida porque tenemos una base competitiva, renovable, tenemos abundante recurso, tenemos un ecosistema, esta sala lo representa, industrial, perfectamente preparado y comprometido. Y me gustaría ser aquí muy clara. La apuesta de España por el hidrógeno renovable es firme. Tenemos la mirada larga, pero también construyendo desde el presente, con decisiones y con acompañamiento para dar respuesta a las necesidades del sector. España seguirá ofreciendo previsibilidad y también soluciones eficaces, innovadoras, nuevos instrumentos, confianza, palabras necesarias para seguir avanzando con fuerza. Y yo creo que solo hay una manera de hacerlo. Esa manera de hacerlo es la coherencia entre el discurso y la acción de Gobierno. Y en España las medidas desplegadas, yo creo que muchas las conocéis, prácticamente todas las que hemos desplegado, hablan por sí mismas. Desde el principio hemos apostado por este vector, por un entorno favorable para ese hidrógeno renovable, dando certidumbre con una hoja de ruta que además triplicó su objetivo a la vista del crecimiento de la cartera de proyectos, con una base reguladora facilitadora, encargos en sistemas de garantías de origen, también en la conexión y el despliegue de líneas directas de hidrogenoductos, en incentivos sin precedentes. Y digo sin precedentes porque así lo han sido. Lo veíamos en ese vídeo de inicio de esta jornada, pero a través del PERTE, de este proyecto estratégico del Tercera, se han impulsado proyectos por valor de más de 3.000 millones de euros. Proyectos, además, que tienen esa vertiente tan importante como asociar producción, demanda y tecnología, esa cadena de valor que también ha sido una apuesta por parte de este Gobierno. Y algo fundamental que quiero destacar, hacerlo toda esta transformación y este avance con diálogo permanente con el sector, a través de múltiples foros y a través de algo muy especial como el Grupo Asesor del Hidrógeno Renovable. Un grupo asesor que sigue avanzando, además evoluciona, hemos tenido distintos subgrupos de trabajo, ahora sigue avanzando con subgrupos, por ejemplo, destinados al avance del marco regulatorio, al avance del marco de incentivos y muchos otros aspectos en los que seguimos trabajando muy activamente. Y además, también, esa anticipación yo creo que nos ha permitido avanzar y ser referente internacional. Y mantener la apuesta aquí y ahora nos va a permitir liderar. Ya lo hemos hecho gracias al esfuerzo de todos y cada uno de los representantes del sector, también del Gobierno de España. Hemos visto no solo en volumen de proyectos, sino también, yo diría, en la calidad y la competitividad de los proyectos que se presentan. Una participación destacada en cada una de las ventanas de los IPCI que hemos visto aflorar a nivel europeo y también en las convocatorias de interés, de proyectos de interés común, como el caso de los fondos CEF, tan importantes. En los últimos meses seguimos y seguiremos trabajando en los próximos meses para dar señales claras y facilitar su despliegue. Hemos asignado más de 520 millones a 5 proyectos españoles de producción y uso intensivo de hidrógeno a través del IPCI High to Use. Hemos adjudicado más de 1.200 millones en 7 proyectos de creación de valles de hidrógeno de renovable, uniendo oferta y demanda, pero yo diría que es algo que va más allá. No son proyectos aislados, son grandes ecosistemas asociados a los territorios, generando, yo diría, prosperidad, bienestar, empleo de calidad y con visión de futuro. En el Banco del Hidrógeno también ha sido la apuesta europea y la apuesta española, acompañando la convocatoria con 126 millones que han ido a 2 proyectos de hidrógeno renovable y más de 44 millones destinados a la cadena de valor del hidrógeno renovable. 44 millones que van a la fabricación de electrolizadores, de componentes clave, también, por ejemplo, de ensamblaje o sistemas auxiliares tan necesarios como los compresores. Y seguimos, porque la cadena de valor, ese ecosistema también es importante y hemos lanzado una nueva convocatoria para cadena de valor de renovable con 350 millones, una ventana que os animo, ¿no?, a todos que presenten proyectos, está disponible hasta el próximo 25 de febrero. Actuamos sobre la demanda del hidrógeno. Recientemente hemos publicado una actualización de la propuesta normativa para impulsar la descarbonización del transporte y el uso de combustibles renovables. Yo diría una propuesta que además hemos tenido reuniones constantes con el sector que han servido también para impulsar una propuesta mucho más sólida que está ahora mismo disponible, y además hemos abierto también la orden, esa orden que se asocia a esa propuesta normativa que desarrolla un marco de mayor certidumbre. Seguimos avanzando con una planificación. Conocerán la planificación de la red eléctrica, fundamental también cuando hablamos del hidrógeno renovable, que prioriza la demanda industrial. Esa prioridad también llega de la prioridad del hidrógeno renovable, puesto que de los 27,7 gigas de demanda a los que da respuesta, prácticamente la mitad, 13,1 gigas, son para hidrógeno renovable, son para electrólisis. Y continuamos con ese desarrollo normativo tan importante. Por eso, próximamente, en los próximos meses, vamos a presentar un anteproyecto de ley que abordará la transposición del paquete europeo del hidrógeno, para asegurar que creamos un sistema nacional del hidrógeno, un nuevo mercado regulado, impulsar la demanda del hidrógeno y los gases renovables, dotar de un sistema que tenga instrumentos que refuercen su competitividad y, por supuesto, habilitar algo tan importante como las herramientas necesarias para el desarrollo de la infraestructura. Un marco para ofrecer más visión, más estable, a medio y a largo plazo, para favorecer todas las inversiones, para adaptar de forma progresiva a los distintos mercados, a la incorporación de estas nuevas moléculas verdes. Además, hoy lanzamos precisamente la consulta pública previa de la orden que regula la verificación de la sostenibilidad del origen del hidrógeno y otros combustibles alternativos. Creo que también es otra palanca de estímulo para facilitar el uso de estos gases renovables para cumplir con los objetivos en materia de transporte, incentivando también hoy, por ejemplo, abrimos ese periodo de audiencia del Real Decreto y una nueva convocatoria para la contribución a la siguiente ventanilla del Banco del Hidrógeno, junto con la Unión Europea, dotado, en este caso, con 415 millones de euros. Es decir, queremos impulsar proyectos españoles donde no consigan presupuesto de esa ventanilla que ha presentado la Comisión Europea. Una ventanilla que, si no recuerdo mal, está abierta hasta el próximo 19 de febrero. Pero no nos quedamos aquí. Sabemos que, como decía, el acceso a las redes, la red de transporte eléctrico es fundamental, tiene un impacto en todo el territorio y por eso también hoy les avanzó que hoy mismo vamos a remitir la propuesta, la primera, porque es la primera vez que hemos hecho estos concursos, la primera propuesta de resolución de los adjudicatarios de los primeros concursos de capacidad de acceso a la demanda en la red eléctrica. Importantes desarrollos industriales asociados a esos accesos donde el hidrógeno también es protagonista. Un esfuerzo de Gobierno y del sector que yo creo que ha permitido que en muy poco tiempo hablemos de concreción, como decía, de proyectos, de una evolución que es tangible, que es una realidad y que es una apuesta que también, como decía el presidente Antonio Llardén, tiene un gran efecto tractor. Efecto tractor en las energías renovables, en las redes, en el almacenamiento, en la ingeniería, en la industria, en las infraestructuras, con un alto impacto económico. En este proceso, el papel de las infraestructuras es fundamental, es central, y saber que hay red, que hay un sistema, que hay seguridad, que existe una arquitectura que la acompaña es fundamental. Por eso hoy quiero poner en valor los avances, los extraordinarios avances en este ámbito, el trabajo de Enagás, de todo su equipo, el avance del corredor H2Med. Hace unos meses Enagás confirmó públicamente el éxito de los estudios geofísicos de Barmar, yo creo que es fundamental, confirman su viabilidad técnica. Este hito es fundamental para esa conexión entre nuestra red troncal y la red europea del hidrógeno. Aportar certidumbre al calendario, facilitar ese avance coordinado del despliegue de las distintas redes nacionales y, por supuesto, vamos a seguir trabajando con nuestros socios portugueses, nuestros socios franceses y nuestros socios alemanes, por supuesto, para consolidar H2Med. Un proyecto que es estratégico también para Europa. Así lo ha definido, ha sido incluido en los proyectos importantes de interés común. Además, la Comisión Europea también le ha otorgado el 100% de los fondos solicitados en CEF para esa fase de estudios y de ingeniería. Yo creo que es un avance fundamental. Ha sido seleccionado entre los 8 Energy Highways presentados por la Comisión, precisamente para acelerar el desarrollo de las infraestructuras. Pero hoy me gustaría dar un mensaje muy claro. España tiene la capacidad y tiene las condiciones para convertirse en un hub de hidrógeno renovable. Exportar energía renovable a nuestros socios europeos, contribuir a la integración energética y algo tan importante como apostar por la autonomía europea. Este proyecto une claves fundamentales: innovación, cohesión territorial, competitividad, sostenibilidad, presente y futuro. Por eso, España queremos y vamos a seguir liderando el despliegue dentro de Europa, con proyectos, con infraestructuras, con un marco claro, con una estrecha colaboración público-privada. En un momento como el que vivimos, como decíamos antes, de gran incertidumbre global, este liderazgo no es una opción, es una gran responsabilidad. España va a seguir avanzando con pasos firmes en esta dirección, contando con todos y cada uno de vosotros en este camino, construyendo el futuro con decisiones audaces y apostando todo al verde. Muchas gracias.
Muchas gracias, Vicepresidenta Aagesen. Gracias por esas palabras y por esa apuesta decidida de España, como escuchábamos, por el futuro de la economía del hidrógeno. De eso vamos a hablar ahora. Es uno de los temas centrales del día, de las infraestructuras del hidrógeno en España, de sus conexiones con Europa, para que, como escuchábamos, decía la Vicepresidenta, se convierta en el futuro en un hub del hidrógeno verde para toda Europa. Quien mejor nos lo puede explicar es precisamente el consejero delegado del CEO, Arturo Gonzalo, al que le pido ya que suba con nosotros para contar esos hitos de Enagás en este último año.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Buenos días a quienes nos acompañáis hoy aquí. Muy buenos días, Vicepresidenta del Gobierno de España. Muchas gracias por acompañarnos, Presidenta de la CNMC. Autoridades, amigas, amigos, buenos días también a quienes nos seguís por streaming. Hemos contado hace un momento con una inauguración de excepción, con anuncios llenos de relevancia para el desarrollo del hidrógeno verde. La Vicepresidenta nos invitaba a echar la vista atrás al primer Día del Hidrógeno hace 3 años para ver de qué modo el paso que hemos dado es extraordinario, de qué modo el hidrógeno verde está avanzando a una velocidad sin precedentes en el despliegue de ningún otro vector energético. También nos recordaba la Vicepresidenta el sentido de urgencia con el que tenemos que actuar. El cambio climático se acelera, lo demuestran los datos, el presupuesto de carbono del planeta se agota a una velocidad desbocada. No tenemos tiempo que perder. Además, existe una situación geopolítica que nos explicaba también el presidente de Enagás, que obliga a reforzar con gran rapidez la apuesta por la autonomía estratégica, por la soberanía energética en Europa, y para eso tenemos que construir sobre los electrones y las moléculas autóctonas renovables. Con todo, afrontando los grandes desafíos que también ha mencionado la Vicepresidenta, pero no cabe duda que estamos llegando ya al momento del despliegue de las decisiones de inversión. El hidrógeno empieza a convertirse en una gran realidad y todos los datos lo demuestran. Tenemos hoy con nosotros a la CEO del Hydrogen Council, Ivana Yemelkova. Thank you, Ivana, for being with us today. Ivana nos va a dar algunos datos muy relevantes. Yo anticipo uno. Son ya 110.000 millones de dólares el volumen de inversión comprometida en proyectos de hidrógeno en todo el mundo, con un progreso extraordinario. Europa está participando de ese esfuerzo todavía no al nivel que necesitamos para cumplir los objetivos establecidos, pero ya en 2025, con 12.000 millones de euros, hemos estado ese año a la cabeza de la inversión en hidrógeno verde. Hay otros grandes actores, lo mencionó también el presidente, por ejemplo, China, el gigante emergente en la economía del hidrógeno. China supone ya la mayor capacidad mundial instalada de electrolizadores, y vamos a ver hoy con Audrey Ma, Audrey es miembro del comité ejecutivo del board de Refire, vicepresidenta de su negocio internacional, vamos a ver cómo China está dando un paso de gigante en este ámbito. Por tanto, estamos avanzando con gran rapidez. Hay datos que nos llenan de optimismo, siendo conscientes de las dificultades. Acer, por ejemplo, ha comunicado muy recientemente que Europa en 2026 va a tener 2,7 gigavatios de electrolizadores en operación, 7 veces la cantidad de 2025. Si en 2024 y 2025 en Europa se tomaron decisiones de inversión por 2,6 gigavatios, en 2026 se esperan 7 gigavatios adicionales de proyectos que completan su financiación o inician su construcción. Esta misma semana hemos conocido, por ejemplo, la decisión de inversión de una nueva instalación de 100 megavatios en la refinería de Petronor en Bilbao. Es la segunda que toma el grupo Repsol después de la de Cartagena el año pasado. Quedan muchos retos, como decíamos, en todos los planos, en el plano político institucional, en el plano del desarrollo de proyectos, también en el plano regulatorio. Y este es un aspecto fundamental. Necesitamos una regulación clara, visible, que permita acelerar este proceso de tomas de decisiones de inversión, que consolide, que fortalezca la demanda, que dé esa previsibilidad. Lo necesitamos a nivel europeo, a nivel de los Estados miembros. Hoy tenemos dos ponentes excepcionales. Vamos a tener a la presidenta de la CNMC, que nos va a dar su visión sobre el aspecto regulatorio en España, y para el plano europeo vamos a tener con nosotros a la vicepresidenta ejecutiva de la Comisión, a Teresa Rivera. Europa se está moviendo, todavía hay que hacer mucho más, pero sin ninguna duda la agenda, la hoja de ruta del hidrógeno en Europa está avanzando con hitos como la brújula de la competitividad, el paquete de redes que ha mencionado también la vicepresidenta. La Comisión Europea ha presentado la propuesta del nuevo marco financiero multianual que multiplica por 5 hasta 30.000 millones de euros la inversión en redes energéticas, de forma muy destacada las redes de hidrógeno. Cinea gestiona ya un portafolio de 229 proyectos con una financiación comunitaria que asciende a 5.600 millones de euros. Hoy está de nuevo con nosotros la directora de Cinea, Paloma Aba. Muchas gracias también por acompañarnos, Paloma. Y como ha mencionado antes la vicepresidenta, el Gobierno de España ha dedicado ya 3.155 millones de euros en más de 100 proyectos que suman una potencia instalada de 4 gigavatios, lo cual ya es un paso enorme en el cumplimiento del PNIEC. Ha habido muchos hitos durante el año. Me refiero brevemente tan solo, por ejemplo, a la segunda subasta del Banco Europeo del Hidrógeno, que ha mostrado con claridad esa posición de liderazgo de España. Hay muchos datos interesantes en la subasta. Por ejemplo, el 64% de los proyectos presentados a la subasta necesitan una infraestructura lineal de conexión entre la producción y el consumo, con una longitud media de casi 400 kilómetros. Esto pone de manifiesto el papel de la infraestructura. Va a ser un protagonista a lo largo del día de hoy. Vamos a tener un panel excepcional con los CEOs de los principales TSOs y HTNOs en Europa que nos acompañan hoy. El año 2025, como hemos dicho, concluyó con esta presentación del Grids Package y con el anuncio de 8 grandes energy highways, autopistas de la energía en Europa. Uno de ellos es el corredor suroccidental, el Southwest Corridor, en el que H2Med y la red troncal española son una parte fundamental. Me referiré brevemente al avance de nuestros grandes proyectos. En relación a H2Med, el avance durante 2025 ha sido fundamental, con 4 grandes hitos. Se ha puesto de manifiesto el gran apoyo de Europa al corredor, con la concesión de los fondos CEF, con la designación como Energy Highway, también a nivel de los Estados miembros. El Consejo de Ministros Conjunto franco-alemán del mes de agosto designó el Southwest Corridor H2Med como un flagship project, un proyecto emblemático de la cooperación de los dos países junto con los países vecinos, con España y Portugal. Hemos comprobado el gran apoyo del tejido industrial europeo en la presentación de la alianza H2Med en Berlín en el mes de septiembre. Tenemos ya 50 gigantes de la cadena de valor europea del hidrógeno, dejando claro que necesitan esta infraestructura para asegurar su descarbonización y su competitividad futura. Hemos constituido en el mes de junio con nuestros socios, colegas, con Natran y Terega, pero también con OGE y REN, hemos constituido la SPV de Barmar. Ya tenemos una organización societaria clara para una interconexión de esta importancia. Hemos designado a su primer CEO, a Francisco de la Flor. Y hemos avanzado enormemente en el plano técnico. En Barmar hemos, como mencionó la Vicepresidenta, concluido con éxito los estudios geofísicos del fondo marino. Hemos iniciado, estamos ejecutando la fase pre-FID de la ingeniería. Hemos acometido los estudios de impacto ambiental. Hemos adjudicado la ingeniería conceptual de la estación de compresión. Todo avanza, yo creo, a gran velocidad. También en Celsa hemos lanzado la participación pública en la interconexión. Con todo ello, mostramos que H2Med va a estar funcionando en las fechas previstas. Para ello necesita también la infraestructura de soporte en los Estados miembros. En España esa infraestructura es la red troncal española del hidrógeno. Avanza también a gran velocidad. Hemos llevado a cabo la ingeniería conceptual de toda la red de ductos. Hemos adjudicado la ingeniería básica y de detalle de los ductos, la ingeniería básica y extendida de las 3 estaciones de compresión de la red. Hemos lanzado también los estudios técnicos del primer almacenamiento subterráneo, Norte 1, en Cantabria, que avanza en el plano administrativo y de ingeniería. Y hemos lanzado algo de una enorme importancia, que es el plan conceptual de participación pública, algo sin precedentes por su magnitud en España: 2.600 kilómetros, 13 comunidades autónomas, 500 municipios. Hemos superado ya el ecuador del plan de participación pública, hemos estado ya en 8 comunidades y hemos constatado un apoyo extraordinario institucional. Hemos tenido eventos, reuniones con los presidentes y presidentas de todas las comunidades autónomas que apoyan el enorme valor que supone esta infraestructura para su territorio. Hemos comprobado el apoyo del tejido industrial en cada una de las regiones y la implicación ciudadana y de la sociedad civil con un ánimo absolutamente positivo y constructivo. Todo este esfuerzo lo estamos haciendo con las grandes ingenierías de referencia en Europa para H2Med, en España para la red troncal. En España trabajamos con 6 ingenierías, una de ellas Técnicas Reunidas, que también hoy nos acompaña aquí su presidente. Como saben, esta red troncal de 2.600 kilómetros se complementa con 4 nuevos tramos que hemos presentado en octubre al nuevo 10-Year Network Development Plan para que formen parte de la tercera lista de PCIs cuya ventana se va a abrir este año. Con esos nuevos tramos completaremos la red troncal con una gran capilaridad que alcance a todas las comunidades autónomas peninsulares. Todo esto lo estamos haciendo apostando también por la innovación, por la tecnología. A lo largo del año se ha consolidado el Observatorio Tecnológico del Hidrógeno como un foro de intercambio de conocimiento de referencia en Europa. Ya tenemos 91 grandes socios impulsando estudios técnicos, foros técnicos sobre la cadena de valor del hidrógeno. Tenemos un pequeño stand que les invito a visitar si quieren conocer mejor el avance del observatorio. ¿Qué esperamos para 2026? Esperamos que avance a la velocidad que hemos conocido en los últimos meses o incluso mayor la economía del hidrógeno en Europa en los planos de proyectos, político, institucional, regulatorio, técnico y comercial. Vamos a tener algunos grandes hitos en Europa, vamos a ver cómo se lanza, se ha mencionado ya por parte de la Vicepresidenta, anunciando también un tramo español de 410 millones, la tercera subasta del Banco Europeo del Hidrógeno. Vamos a ver cómo se produce un impulso político con el anunciado encuentro ministerial del Grupo de Alto Nivel del Suroeste de Europa. Se va a publicar la segunda lista definitiva de PCIs. Va a avanzar en el Parlamento y el Consejo la negociación del Grids Package. En los Estados miembros vamos a ver cómo se transpone, y nos ha hecho un anuncio de mucho impacto la Vicepresidenta, el paquete de gas descarbonizado e hidrógeno. Y en nuestros proyectos, los proyectos que impulsamos desde Enagás con nuestros colegas, vamos a seguir avanzando en el plano técnico. En Barmar vamos a entrar en la fase FIT de la ingeniería, vamos a completar el estudio de impacto ambiental, vamos a completar la consulta pública en los dos lados de la frontera, de la infraestructura. Vamos a avanzar en la ingeniería de detalle y los estudios de impacto ambiental de Celsa, y en la red troncal vamos a completar la ingeniería básica y extendida de las estaciones de compresión y la ingeniería de detalle de los ductos, y vamos a establecer el modelo de digitalización del conjunto de la red. Todo avanza según lo previsto, cumpliendo los plazos, cumpliendo el calendario para que estas infraestructuras estén a disposición de sus usuarios en tiempo y con los requerimientos técnicos que hemos fijado. Concluyo ya. Concluyo por donde empecé. La apuesta por el hidrógeno verde es más urgente y necesaria que nunca para la descarbonización, para la competitividad, para la autonomía estratégica de Europa. 2026 va a ser el gran año de despegue del hidrógeno y vamos a ver cómo se aceleran las decisiones finales de inversión, la creación de nueva capacidad. En particular, los proyectos de infraestructuras van a seguir avanzando en toda Europa, como vamos a ver en los distintos Estados miembros. Vamos a contar con mecanismos de apoyo express como la calificación de Energy Highways para estos proyectos. En Enagás, con nuestros socios, vamos a seguir cumpliendo el calendario, vamos a seguir haciendo el delivery de los proyectos como nos hemos comprometido a hacer. Nos decía la Vicepresidenta, apostar por el hidrógeno no es una opción, ciertamente no lo es. No es una ambición, es una necesidad, una responsabilidad y también una enorme oportunidad. La cuestión no es si hay que mantener o no la apuesta por el hidrógeno verde, esto es indiscutible. Lo importante es no perder un tiempo irrecuperable, trabajar con sensación de urgencia. Es un gran desafío, pero también sabemos que Europa crece cuando respondemos juntos a los desafíos. Creemos que estamos ante una enorme oportunidad, ante una enorme responsabilidad. Tenemos que responder a cuando se pone en tela de juicio el hidrógeno verde actuando con rigor, con convicción, con colaboración y con pasión, porque lo que estamos haciendo es construir una España mejor, una Europa mejor y un planeta mejor. No hay tiempo que perder, el hidrógeno es ahora. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias. A continuación, voy a pedir que suba al escenario a la presidenta de la CNMC, Cani Fernández. Muchas gracias. Muchas gracias, Cani. Gracias.
Buenos días a todos. Es un placer volver a participar en el Día del Hidrógeno de Enagás, ya en su cuarta convocatoria, un evento que se ha consolidado como un encuentro de referencia para todos los agentes involucrados en el despliegue del hidrógeno en España y en Europa. Muchas gracias a Enagás por su invitación a la CNMC y en particular a su presidente Antonio Llardén y a su CEO Arturo Gonzalo, pero también por vuestro compromiso con el impulso y el progreso del hidrógeno. Y gracias también a la Vicepresidenta Tercera y Ministra para la Transición, Ecológica y Reto, Demográfico, Sara Aagesen, por las palabras de apertura que han enmarcado muy bien la ambición y el momento en el que estamos ahora. Nos reunimos hoy aquí toda la cadena de valor, industria, infraestructuras, financiación, innovación y administración. Y es que la agenda de hoy refleja muy bien el momento en el que estamos. La visión europea, las redes, la financiación, grandes proyectos y, sobre todo, cómo consolidar la demanda. Europa tiene como objetivo vinculante neutralidad climática en el 2050, nos lo recordaba el presidente de Enagás. En este camino, la electrificación con renovables es una de las palancas principales y España parte de una base muy sólida, una generación renovable robusta que impulsa esta electrificación y además facilita la producción de hidrógeno renovable. Todos sabemos que hay determinados usos en los que la electrificación es más compleja o menos eficiente que otras soluciones tecnológicas y es ahí donde el hidrógeno cobra mayor sentido, no como la solución para todos, sino como una pieza que complementa y que puede ser necesaria para llegar a esos objetivos del 2050. ¿Qué ha pasado desde la última vez que nos reunimos aquí en el Día del Hidrógeno el año pasado? En este último año hemos visto cómo el Banco Europeo del Hidrógeno ha pasado de una fase más exploratoria a una lógica de mayor despliegue. Las subastas empiezan a dar cada vez más visibilidad y a ordenar el mercado en torno a una variable que es sencilla pero decisiva, el precio. Además de la señal del precio, es necesario facilitar que oferta y demanda se encuentren de forma más ordenada y transparente. Y este encuentro ya tiene un espacio para ello con el mecanismo del hidrógeno, que ha sido puesto en marcha dentro de la Plataforma Europea de Energía y Materias Primas. Gracias a esta herramienta se van acercando oferta y demanda del hidrógeno con una mayor transparencia. El tercer cambio que hemos visto durante el último año y que me gustaría destacar es un cambio regulatorio. El marco europeo de gas e hidrógeno ha dejado de ser un debate de futuro, como hablábamos el año pasado, para convertirse ya en reglas aplicables. Me estoy refiriendo en particular al Reglamento 2024-1789, que está plenamente vigente desde el 5 de febrero de 2025 y que fija principios y derechos en materia de conexión y acceso para gases renovables e hipocarbónicos. En paralelo, España ya ha activado los trabajos para transponer la directiva del paquete gas-hidrógeno con un horizonte muy cercano, el 5 de agosto del 2026. Esta transposición deberá concretar funciones de la CNMC, pero la directiva ya establece un papel decisivo para los reguladores nacionales en acceso y capacidad, en régimen económico, supervisión de mercado y asesoramiento sobre infraestructuras. Cuando dicha transposición se realice, la CNMC ejercerá competencias con los principios rectores que viene aplicando desde siempre a todos los sectores regulados. Acceso no discriminatorio y reglas claras, incentivos a la inversión bien dimensionada, competencia donde sea posible y regulación donde sea necesario y siempre velando por la protección del consumidor, con costes del sistema razonables, transparencia y señales económicas correctas. En cualquier caso, la CNMC ya está trabajando para alinear el marco nacional con estas exigencias, por ejemplo, con la circular 2 del 2025 ya aprobada, sobre la que hablaré más adelante. Con todo este contexto regulatorio y con el interés que se puede observar en las Call for Interest publicadas por Enagás, la cuestión ahora es qué hace falta para dar el siguiente paso. Y este paso está claro. Debemos convertir ese interés en compromisos reales, en proyectos que se puedan desarrollar y financiar. Para que ese interés se traduzca cuanto antes en proyectos en marcha, conviene poner el foco en las palancas que pueden facilitar el avance en los próximos meses. La primera palanca es continuar reduciendo costes y riesgo. Actualmente el reto ya no es solo tecnológico, es reducir el coste total, CAPEX y OPEX, cerrar la financiación y recortar las incertidumbres en permisos, conexión y reglas. Las subastas europeas son un impulso importante y ya aportan ciertas referencias de precio, pero no sustituyen un marco que reduzca la incertidumbre en los puntos críticos del proyecto. Permisos, conexión y financiación. Y aquí, en lo relativo al acceso y conexión, la CNMC quiere contribuir, y así lo está haciendo ya, con procedimientos predecibles, criterios transparentes y marcos que minimicen incertidumbres innecesarias. La segunda palanca que debe seguirse trabajando es reforzar la demanda, porque es lo que permite dar continuidad y escala al despliegue. Cuando la demanda es viable, visible, estable, el resto, producción, infraestructuras y financiación, se ordenan mucho mejor. Por ello, el siguiente paso natural pasa por ir traduciendo ese interés de los agentes en compromisos firmes de compra y en proyectos que avancen en todos los ámbitos, ingeniería, permisos y financiación. La tercera palanca es acompasar el desarrollo de infraestructuras al ritmo real de la demanda. Tiene sentido avanzar en fases, como se está haciendo. Valles del hidrógeno en primer lugar, con producción y consumo cercanos, pasar a la interconexión entre valles para ir posteriormente abordando toda esa red troncal necesaria. Desde la regulación y para proteger al consumidor, el despliegue debe ser progresivo y ordenado para que no conlleve cargas innecesarias, crezca la confianza de la demanda y mantengamos la sostenibilidad del sistema. Y la cuarta palanca es reforzar la confianza del mercado. Para que el hidrógeno renovable despegue no basta con producirlo, hay que poder acreditarlo. Las garantías de origen aportan trazabilidad y certidumbre a los compradores, a los financiadores y también a los consumidores sobre qué se adquiere y con qué atributos. Si alineamos estas cuatro prioridades en los próximos años, el hidrógeno renovable será ya una ejecución, no una expectativa, con proyectos financiables, infraestructuras bien dimensionadas y beneficios netos para la sociedad. Y precisamente para contribuir a estas prioridades, reduciendo riesgo, aportando certidumbre y protegiendo al consumidor, en la CNMC ya hemos estado avanzando en tres líneas muy concretas. En 2025, la CNMC aprobó la circular 225 de 9 de abril sobre metodología y condiciones de acceso, conexión y asignación de capacidad en el sistema de gas natural. Esta circular alinea el marco nacional con el nuevo contexto europeo de descarbonización, de acceso y conexión y permite conseguir estos dos objetivos muy concretos. Actualizar los mecanismos de acceso y antiacaparación y, al mismo tiempo, adaptar el acceso y la conexión a la integración de gases renovables y gases bajos en carbono, aportando certidumbre, transparencia y no discriminación. También el año pasado la CNMC aprobó un procedimiento común para gestionar las solicitudes de conexión para inyección de otros gases, como el biometano y el hidrógeno. Con ello hemos establecido un marco único para asignar capacidad de forma eficiente y evitar ese acaparamiento a través de un proceso transparente y predecible para todos los agentes. Con esta normativa ya se han conectado 23 instalaciones de biometano y hay más de 300 proyectos en tramitación, por lo que cabe esperar que siga creciendo. En el caso del hidrógeno en mezcla, el blending, como su inyección depende de la cantidad y calidad del gas natural que circula por el tramo de red al que se conecta el promotor, el procedimiento prevé una asignación de capacidad en competencia por fases para gestionar situaciones de capacidad limitada y alta concurrencia. Se trata de un procedimiento anual regulado por la CNMC e implementado por Enagás, gestor técnico del sistema, y también por los operadores de redes de transporte y distribución. Actualmente está en su fase final y se prevé que concluya en marzo con la comunicación de Enagás a 70 empresas promotoras la asignación de capacidad de inyección de 15 gigavatios hora al día. Para aportar seguridad jurídica, La CNMC está trabajando y desarrollando toda esta nueva normativa mediante procedimientos que incluyen siempre una escucha activa del sector. Esta escucha va más allá de esas consultas previas o audiencias públicas vigentes en nuestros procedimientos. La mantenemos también de forma continua a través de diferentes foros y reuniones que nos permiten un acercamiento más próximo a los agentes. Concretamente, en 2025, la CNMC ha impulsado y consolidado el grupo de trabajo de biometano como un foro técnico de referencia con una participación amplia. Administraciones, con el MITER y el IDAI, también las comunidades autónomas, operadores, agentes del sector y promotores de proyectos de gases renovables. En el grupo no solo se habla de biometano, por eso lo traigo a colación, ya que estamos también tratando aspectos vinculados a la inyección de hidrógeno en redes de gas, lo que nos permite escuchar de primera mano a todos los actores, también a los promotores, e identificar mejor dónde están los principales cuellos de botella cuya desaparición tenemos que favorecer. Hasta la fecha se han celebrado 3 reuniones, marzo, mayo y octubre, y la próxima será mañana, 29 de enero. La sesión de mañana estará centrada en elementos clave para la confianza del mercado, garantías de origen, pruebas de sostenibilidad y calidad de los gases renovables inyectados en la red. Además de estos trabajos, en 2025 la CNMC ha avanzado en la preparación del nuevo periodo retributivo del sistema gasista. En las próximas semanas prevemos lanzar las consultas públicas con el objetivo de que el nuevo marco pueda entrar en vigor el 1 de octubre del 2026, coincidiendo con el año de gas. Como siempre, la idea es que mediante un proceso dialogado con los agentes del sector podamos establecer un marco predecible y orientado a la eficiencia que dé certidumbre a la inversión necesaria, pero con una premisa clara, que los costes del sistema sean sostenibles y estén alineados con la evolución real de la demanda y el papel que va desempeñando el gas y los gases renovables en la transición. 2 ideas para terminar mi intervención de hoy. La primera, el hidrógeno es un proyecto de conjunto. El despliegue del hidrógeno no puede hacerlo un país o un agente en solitario. Requiere colaboración de todos los que hoy nos reunimos. Gobiernos, reguladores, industria y academia, financiación, todos, tanto de dentro como de fuera de nuestras fronteras. Lo importante es que este trabajo ya está en marcha. Estamos trabajando para alinear demanda, infraestructuras y normativa para que el despliegue sea ordenado y eficiente y genere confianza. Una segunda idea, desde la perspectiva del regulador, es que el éxito no se mide solo en capacidad instalada. El éxito es que el hidrógeno renovable genere un beneficio neto para la sociedad. Por eso el consumidor debe estar en el centro de nuestras decisiones. Es por la demanda por quienes estamos todos hoy aquí. Tomar decisiones acertadas implica evaluar siempre cómo este vector beneficiará al usuario final y qué impacto tendrán nuestras decisiones en su día a día. Solo así el sector crecerá con firmeza y solidez mientras aporta beneficios reales a largo plazo. Y con eso termino. Muchas gracias de nuevo a Enagás por su invitación y por la organización de este encuentro que es vital para el desarrollo real del hidrógeno. También es vital para todo el sector y por eso quiero dar también las gracias al resto de los agentes por vuestro trabajo, vuestra energía y vuestro compromiso. Sigamos todos trabajando juntos. Gracias.
Gracias, presidenta de la Comisión Nacional de los Mercados y la Competencia, Cani Fernández. Gracias por esas palabras, por dibujar el marco regulatorio en España y también esos 4 desafíos o 4 líneas de trabajo en las que avanzar en los próximos años en el mercado del hidrógeno. Como decíamos al principio, este es un foro con vocación internacional. Queremos ver qué está pasando en otros lugares del mundo, buscar otros referentes europeos. Sin duda, Alemania lo es, principalmente desde el punto de vista de la demanda. Es potencialmente el futuro gran consumidor del hidrógeno renovable que se pueda producir en la península ibérica y es un país donde se han dado pasos muy interesantes en la integración del hidrógeno verde. So let me introduce to you Mr. Bernhard Klutig, he's the Director General. Please come here to the stage, Mr. Klutig, Director General for Security, Gas and Hydrogen, Federal Holdings at the German Federal Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy. So welcome, Mr. Klutig. Willkommen.
Dear Arturo, dear Madam Ambassador, dear ladies and gentlemen, snow in Madrid. I actually expected to bring some sun from Berlin, but indeed I just come back from Hamburg and it was snowing in Hamburg, so I brought the snow to Madrid. Sorry for that. I'm very honored to speak to you today at the 4th edition of the Enagás Hydrogen Day. This conference has become a landmark event in the European hydrogen sphere, highlighting Spain as one of the most dynamic hydrogen sectors in the EU and H2Med as one of the most promising European hydrogen corridors. So thank you for bringing us all together. It's my great pleasure to contribute to this conference by providing a German perspective on the European hydrogen ramp-up and our cooperation with Spain. In this keynote, I would like to address 3 aspects. First, the European dimension of hydrogen infrastructure, especially the H2Med Southwestern Hydrogen Corridor. Second, the importance of creating reliable hydrogen demand and the policy framework we need to make it work. And third, hydrogen as a strategic pillar for Europe's industry, sovereignty and security. Last September, the German Minister for Economic Affairs and Energy, Katharina Reiche, presented 10 key measures for economic growth and competitive markets. This agenda builds on the monitoring report on energy transition, which was announced in the German Coalition Treaty and had previously been carried out by 2 scientific institutes. The meta-analysis conducted in the monitoring report is very clear. Germany's hydrogen demand is expected to be met to a great extent by imports in the long term. And that is why European hydrogen import corridors like the H2Med Southwestern Hydrogen Corridor are so important. They will secure the supply of low-cost hydrogen from the 2030s onwards in Germany and in Europe. Germany considers a trans-European hydrogen network essential for the EU Energy Union. By connecting the most competitive production sites with Europe's industrial hubs and complementing the electricity network, this network will support both energy security and competitiveness. With that in mind, we strongly welcome the fact that the EU has listed the H2Med and the South Corridor as key infrastructure projects under the new EU Energy Highway Initiative. We are eager to complement this effort, and Spain is one of our most important partners in realizing the vision of an interconnected, competitive and decarbonized European energy market. But as we all know, vision alone is not enough and actions speak louder than words. So let's look at the progress being made to make the hydrogen corridors become reality. Just last September at the H2Med Alliance event in Berlin, our Parliamentary State Secretary Stefan Ruhenhoff underlined the significance of the corridor for the future of European competitiveness. On that day, the governments of Spain, Portugal, France and Germany agreed to institutionalize their cooperation to support the project implementation. Also, we are grateful to the European Commission, who facilitates the process by hosting a dedicated work strand under the EU High-Level Group on Interconnections for Southwest Europe. And we are delighted with the progress that has been made in setting up the H2Med Alliance of 49 companies, which is now working intensively on the commercial realization of the corridor and offtake commitments. Because it is clear, a network by itself is not a market. The success of our ambitious plans hinges on one key factor: Large-scale electrolyzers and cross-border pipelines will only be built if industrial off-takers have a reliable business case to consume large volumes of renewable and low-carbon hydrogen. That is why Minister Reiche's 10-point plan expresses the need for a pragmatic promotion of the hydrogen ramp-up. We are convinced overly complex requirements, such as the strict definition of green hydrogen at EU level, need to be replaced by pragmatic criteria that enable demand-driven investment. This includes an extension of the transition periods defined in the EU criteria for green hydrogen of RFNBO. Pragmatic criteria will make hydrogen production more cost-efficient and encourage off-taker interest. However, further action is needed to scale up hydrogen offtake, and the German government is pushing forward several measures to that fact. We will incentivize hydrogen demand through quotas. Refineries will be important as anchor customers for green hydrogen in the early phase. Last December, a draft law for implementing RED III targets for transport was passed. It defines both a general emission quota and a sub-quota for green hydrogen. Also, hydrogen will play a central role as an energy vector, helping to store energy across seasons and safeguard our supply. The recently agreed upon German power plant strategy sets out tender plans for a total capacity of 12 gigawatt hydrogen-ready gas power plants. By the 2040s, at least 4 gigawatt will be fully switched to hydrogen. Another central element of our offtake strategy are green lead markets. My ministry is currently working intensively on concepts to establish them for key industrial hydrogen offtake sectors, for example, in primary steel making, as well as in fertilizer production. But let me make one fundamental point in the end. Hydrogen is not only a tool for decarbonization, it is a key element of maintaining and strengthening Europe's industrial base and sovereignty in the unpredictable geopolitical landscape of our times. There is a clear industrial and security policy rationale to safeguard strategically important sectors in order to protect European sovereignty, resilience, and economic security. That is why efforts to establish green lead markets should go hand in hand with broader economic security measures at EU level, such as trade protection measures for the steel sector or the implementation of CBAM. Maintaining our industry's competitiveness on the global stage while providing a long-term perspective for a diversified and secure supply with renewables or low-carbon energy, this is at the right approach. Also, we need to de-risk cross-border infrastructure and connecting hydrogen projects. Europe must find new innovative ways to share financial risks of cross-border projects that are in the joint economic interest of all involved member states. We stand ready to share our experience from the amortization account that we applied to our national hydrogen core network. Similar mechanisms could be a viable approach also for the EU level and accelerate the creation of a large privately financed European hydrogen network. We see great potential for this to be included in the current draft of the grids package and are committed to advocating for it in Brussels. However, the best form of de-risking for cross-border infrastructure is making green hydrogen a competitive commodity. Ladies and gentlemen, the Enagás Hydrogen Days provides an excellent framework to identify the next steps needed to advance the hydrogen market ramp up in Europe. I look forward to the discussions and insights. Thank you very much for your attention, and always bear in mind, hydrogen is now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Kludik. Very insightful. Ideas muy interesantes. Algunas se han comentado también. El reto del hidrógeno no es solo un reto por la descarbonización, sino también por reforzar la base industrial de Europa y por adquirir una mayor autonomía estratégica en un mundo de cambios y de enormes tensiones geopolíticas. Para que exista ese mercado del hidrógeno, sin duda es fundamental el desarrollo de una red europea de transporte. Eso dependerá en el futuro de los operadores que vayan a gestionar esas redes. Ese papel va a ser determinante. Son los llamados TSOs, que en este momento se encargan de las redes de gas natural y que en el futuro se van a encargar, por supuesto, de esas redes del hidrógeno como HTNOs, como Hydrogen Transport Network Operators. So please welcome the representatives and the chief executives of the transport network operators from Spain, France, Portugal, the Netherlands, Belgium and Germany. They are here to explain the progress in their networks. Please welcome Mr. Rodrigo Costa, REN Chairman and CEO, Natran CEO Sandrine Meunier, Gasunie CEO Willemien Terpstra, Fluxys CEO Pascal de Buch, OGE CEO Dr. Thomas Hubener, and Enagás CEO Arturo Gonzalo, who will lead the conversation with their European counterparts. Welcome.
Sure.
I was supposed to sit there.
Perhaps we
I was
can
supposed to sit there.
let's let a picture be taken of the group.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Let's take her. Thank you, friends, colleagues, for being with us here today. I think this is a very eloquent image of how European TSOs and HTNOs are cooperating for making a reality such an ambitious project as creating a European hydrogen backbone or network. I think that's very good news in itself. I think 2025 has been a crucial year for showing the tangible progress that is taking place in the development of European hydrogen networks as the result of initiatives at both the EU and national levels. And I think that everywhere the leading role of TSOs and HTNOs is being very, very clearly seen. So I would like to launch to you 2 rounds of questions. And the first of these questions would be, which have been the main advances that have taken place in your countries during 2025 in the development of the hydrogen infrastructure, and which do you think will be the main steps forward to be taken in 2026? So let's begin with this. We can start with Rodrigo over there. We will follow more or less the flow, the sense of the flow in Europe. And so we start in Portugal. Rodrigo,
Okay.
which is the situation in Portugal?
Well, thank you, Arturo. Thank you, Enagás, for organizing this Hydrogen Day. I've been here since the first event, and I think it's very impressive, the progress that you are all making, and for sure, Enagás, and I would say the government of Spain has had a very important role on what we are doing here today. I will start with something different from what you asked me.
No problem.
You know, today again, last night in Portugal, we had an extreme weather event. We have right now 1 million people without energy. And winds of 200 kilometers per hour, between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. You can imagine my night, because I do electricity and I do natural gas and hydrogen. And why am I bringing this to your attention? Because hydrogen has a very important role in the future of the security of our energy systems. And we have to acknowledge that. I think today in the first presentations we already had a lot of the things that we need to keep moving forward. And as you know, for sure, Spain is a great example of how things are moving. Now to your question. In Portugal, we made progress, not as much progress as I would like, to be honest. You know, we would like to be ahead of where we are, but you know, because the country is smaller, because the capacity for investment is smaller, things take a little bit more time. But we saw a lot of progress in 2025. We have been nominated the provisional HTNO, which is a major milestone for, you know, the speed of how things sometimes happen in our country, which is it was a good progress. We had the approval to do our side of the projects on the project CELSA, which is the connection between our gas network and Enagás. That's also a very important, you know, step, because with that and now we are fully committed in the works we are doing, and I think it's going pretty well. We certified our network. Also, blending is part of our strategy, and we certified our network, both transmission and the areas of distribution, also 10% on the transmission, 20% on the distribution networks, because we believe we will start, you know, that will be one of very important step. In a few months, we are starting to supply hydrogen to our natural gas network in the north of the country. It's going to be a pilot that is on the way to be launched pretty soon. We also, you know, are working on the development of all these studies for this new interconnection, what we call the third interconnection between Portugal and Spain. But, of course, and this is probably more on the second question, is what needs to happen next for sure that we will advance faster. Another point is, on the production side, we just saw Galp just announced this week the first electrolyzer of 100 megawatts to be ready by the end of the year. This is very important because it shows the way. And we are also working with multiple clusters for hydrogen production in the country. I think one of the key things that really need to happen now is, you know, the certainty of all these projects moving forward in Spain and in Europe, and I think that will be a catalyst also for more to happen in Portugal.
Thank you very much, Rodrigo. Now we have Sandrine from Natron. Which is the situation in France?
Yes, thank you, Arturo, to give me the opportunity, of course, to make a point on the development of H2 infrastructure in France. First, I would like, of course, to give all my support to the REN colleagues. I know it's a huge crisis for you, so I hope everything will be well for your country and for the team in Portugal. Regarding Natron and H2, 2025 was really a turning point for us. Our ambition, our vision for the H2 network come more clearer in 2025, and our local geography leading us to develop some a cooperation project with a European neighbor, and I will give some word later. For us, our ambition for Natron is to reach FID, the financial investment decision, for 1,000 kilometers of H2 and CO2 pipeline by 2030, which is quite an ambition, but still we are on our path, which is very important. We have 100 experts already on the way and working on the development of the project. We engage 250 million euro on the project, and we have also a R&D platform already operating and to assess H2 compatibility for our steel and pipeline steel with hydrogen. But we have also a concrete project. We have the Mosaic project. It's a pioneer project, and it's a real proof that there is a real milestone momentum on H2. Mosaic, it's a 100 kilometers project between France and Germany. It's a conversion project. That means that we'll reuse a former pipeline. And so we have now a firm commitment from our customer, the H2 producer, the French H2 producer, and the German H2 consumer. And so we have to commission this pipeline within 3 years. So we can see that it's very real, it's very concrete, and we are already implementing the project, and it will be, I should say, the first cross-border conversion H2 pipeline for Europe. But Mosaic is not the only project that we are developing in France. We also develop projects in industrial basin, what we call H2 hub, with the ambition first to develop local H2 pipeline, and then to connect this pipeline in the second step to H2 made, of course, a backbone, more particularly to the French, the Natron part, which is the Aagesen part. And 15 projects are in our portfolio now. 10 of them have been already recognized as a project of common interest by the European community. So you can see that there is a real advance in the strategy and the realization of the project. For 2026, for us, it's to keep in the pace, because we have a lot to do to confirm the long-term investment for the project. And then we have also to prepare the building of the new project with the acceptability of the project. It's a strong subject in France. We have a national debate with the region that we cross with our project in order to prepare the future project. You have to know that 2026 will be a very busy electoral period in France, which is not easy, of course. So you can see that Natron is fully committed. We are moving forward from project to construction, and from vision to delivery.
That sounds great, Sandrine. Thank you very much. Now we have Willemien. It's true that in the flow, Belgium goes first, but we have Willemien first today. Willemien from Hassouni, which is in the Netherlands.
No, thank you very much. I think just to comment to my neighbors here, I think we all realize that energy infrastructure is critical and it's an enabler. And I think having a diversified energy is going to be critical, particularly in the world that we're in today. So if we look at 2025, actually a lot has happened in the Netherlands. We have finalized our last weld, for us, of course, very important, and commissioning of the hydrogen pipeline in Rotterdam. I think 2026, and I will touch upon that, is going to be really a transformative year. So that's going to be the beginning operational hydrogen further rollout in the Netherlands. We are working on a lot of joint development agreements with actually many people here on stage. Joint development agreements between Germany and the Netherlands, joint development agreements between Germany and Belgium. We have been ordering already long lead items, particularly for the north, because that's going to be the first operational connection between the Netherlands and Germany. And of course, if you're pre-ordering, you basically take risks out of the supply chain and you can really accelerate. So if we look then at 2026 being really a transformative year, actually in May, and I wish I could invite you all, we're going to have a very nice opening moment, because that's really when our pipeline transport will go live for our first customer who's built 500 megawatts of hydrogen. And that will be the connection between that and the first refineries. And from there on, we will further build out to connect the rest of the 6 industrial clusters in the Netherlands. On top of that, we're working, of course, with customer service agreements. We're actually seeing that stepping up, because we all know first you need the hydrogen before any market can develop. And I think that's why we're so critical that we have pace, because if you want to have an investment and there's still uncertainty whether the infrastructure is there on time, it will further delay that. So like I said, we have taken many FIDs already. In Germany, we have already converted last week 171 kilometers, so maybe today 172 kilometers, let's see, of having our pipeline and networks ready. And the other element is that also this year we have our CO2 infrastructure go live, and that's important also for hydrogen because we're converting remaining gases into blue hydrogen, and that's of course where CO2 transport and storage is going to be fundamental. So we're really committed, and we've really shown that we're taking a leadership position in accelerating these important infrastructures.
Thank you, Wilhelmine. CO2 has been mentioned already twice. This is a very important signal that the value chain of CO2 is very much related to that of hydrogen in the field of blue hydrogen, but also in the field of e-fuels, or where CO2 is a feedstock as well. Pascal, probably you can perhaps follow that road again also.
I will follow the flow. It's really snowing. It's really snowing.
Pascal from Fluxys.
Okay, so also in Belgium, 2025 has been a very important year. A lot has happened on several aspects. First of all, the legal framework was decided and is being implemented as we speak, meaning that Fluxys created a separate company, Fluxys Hydrogen, which has been nominated as HNO, as transport company for CO2, for H2, sorry, CO2, I'm coming back to that. Also for CO2, but that's another company. So we are implementing already by the fact that, first of all, we are discussing now with the regulator the tariff system, which is quite important. I'm coming back to that because there is a big question around, or big challenge on de-risking on the first infrastructure. We are talking about big investments, a lot of money. So the question is, how do you ramp up, how do you manage the financial consequences of a ramp up of this new market? So we started the construction of a pipeline between two industrial zones. I don't know if you are probably not familiar with Belgium, but between Ghent, which is a harbor, which is a port with a lot of steel, or with a big steel mill, and Antwerp with a lot of petrochemical industry. We are building, as we speak, a pipeline. We started the construction between those two harbors, which of course is a first very important step. It also allows us to start being connected to the neighboring country, in this case Netherlands, because those two harbors are basically bordered, have a border with the Netherlands. So in that respect, we are finalizing, we still need to sign, but we have an agreement, I'm looking to Wilhelmine, on how we will interface, how we jointly develop those grids, because that's quite important. Because basically, and it's very nice, you then have a connection between Rotterdam, Ghent, and Antwerp, which are basically, in terms of industrial area, very much connected and very, very intense, energy intensive. So this is ongoing. On the other hand, we are finalizing also the works for injecting. There is a first project on hydrogen, green hydrogen, with small amounts, too small to start operating a dedicated hydrogen grid, but we allowed that it would be injected in the natural gas grid in order to ramp up. So we are finalizing that, and it is expected somewhere end of this year, early next year, that this also would be COD'd, that it would be operational. On top of it, we are discussing now, we started a project for importing green ammonia with the possibility to crack in order, together with partners, in order also to have bigger volumes, volume. So you need, of course, the molecules from different sources at the cheapest price. I think, and that's, I'm already anticipating now 26. It was already mentioned, competitivity and sovereignty. Competitivity, ladies and gentlemen, for me is one of the top priorities, because green hydrogen in our areas is not that obvious. We don't have, well, normally we have more weather like this one, being a little wind, and sometimes we have a little bit of sun, and I emphasize the sometimes. Electrolyzers, of course, having a low load factor are not the most efficient installations. So how do you make it attractive? And this is for me one of the key challenges also in 26, in order to keep our industry here and to have them an incentive of switching into this new energy, because it's not easy to convince them to switch into hydrogen. So this is for me very, very important. So for me, and I'm anticipating now 26, de-risking, further de-risking, how do we build infrastructure, which of course is tailored for future consumption. The consumption is not there yet. How do we deal with that?
Many interesting points, Pascal, but I think it's important also to highlight that pipelines are already being built. This is something important. In some cases, in international interconnections, as Sandrine mentioned, with the Mosaic project, and Wilhelmine with both Germany and Belgium. I think this is very important that pipelines are being built, and some of them are even going alive in 2026. So maturity is something that is already there. And you mentioned also the importance of blending as a kind of first step before a dedicated network is available. That's the case also for Spain, as the president of the CNMC mentioned before. Then we have Thomas from OGE in Germany. Thomas, which is the situation in Germany, in addition to what Mr. Klutig explained a few minutes ago?
Yeah. In Germany, in 2024, our hydrogen baby, the core grid, was born. It was established. It should, at the end, consist of 12,000 kilometers of pipelines to be ready in the 2030s. And it was the first year of our implementation of the core grid, and the good news that I can give you here, more than 500 kilometers from all the German TSOs have already been reconverted and erected. So that is good news because we are making progress, and thanks that the government and the regulator have established the so-called amortization account model. There is a certain financing behind it, where we take risks as TSOs as well, but maybe if we talk about financing later, that could be a model for other states as well. So what are we doing? We know that Germany will rely on imports in future heavily, and therefore we work in a cluster that we start now with projects from origination in Germany. In the northern part, RWE has 300 megawatts of electrolyzers. They will go into production now step by step, and the first pipelines have been built now to a storage facility, and they will go straightly to the Ruhr area, if you know where that is, a heavily industrialized region. And then we would like to focus on imports. And the import connections that we will erect very soon is from the North Sea to the Ruhr area until 2027. That is about 300, 350 kilometers, where also OGE has a lot of stakes in. Then there will be a connection to the Netherlands. There will be a connection to Belgium. And last but not least, and there's a lot of reconversion, that is good news, we want to be in the southwestern part of Germany, where we will have a connection to the H2 mid corridor, which is very important for the hydrogen supply of Germany at the end. So that is very important what we're doing. That is, so we're coming from talking into direct action, and that is what we are doing. That is a good sign. Then we're doing the marketing as well. In our grid, we have now marketed so-called tie-ins, so pieces for 23 customers, so that shows there is interest for them. We have a market area manager designated, that is Trading Hub Europe, and we have already capacity reservation mechanisms in place. There was the Danish people asked for that, and that paves the way to really use the pipelines and bring them into operation.
I think that's very impressive, Thomas. I think that from Spain, I think there is a very important message to be reminded here, is that different member states and HTNOs in Europe are really moving fast, and we really need to keep the pace, because if not, we would be perhaps lagging behind, and that shouldn't happen in any case. So thank you for that, Thomas. Now let's think a little bit about, we have been saying that 2026 is going to be the year of hydrogen taking off in Europe and many more FIDs being taken and more capacity being added. But what should happen? What do you think that should happen to really be sure that 2026 is going to deliver as much as we think the year should deliver? What should be done at European level, but also at member state level? Which would be your list of wishes for the year? We can start with Rodrigo as well.
Okay. Well, I can share what is our list of priorities or, let's say, objectives in terms of hydrogen. There are not that many. You know, one for sure is Barmar. You know, we need that infrastructure to be built. Without that infrastructure, I think we will not have an hydrogen market in Europe. Then anything we can do to focus on the development of that infrastructure and also the adjacent infrastructures, I think is key. And this is not going on the order of priority. This is everything here needs to happen in what I believe. Regulation. We already spoke about the regulation. Fair regulation is absolutely mandatory. We heard your regulator president talking. I think they understand what needs to happen. And they also need to understand, we all need to understand that these new technologies, they take time to develop. You know, if we go back 20 years, we can remember what happened with renewables. Nobody believed on the renewables in the beginning. Nobody wanted to invest. And suddenly things move on and we are where we are today, and it is critical what we have been doing, and it's very positive. Then the fact that we all need to understand, you know, that these new technologies, they are disruptive, and they need to happen, but we need to have this focus. Mechanisms to support the financing and make sure that, you know, this is a business. We need to be profitable. We need to reinvest. At the same time, this is an absolutely unique opportunity to create employment in Europe and high-quality employment. We always talk about AI every day. We talk about the risks. We talk about what will happen to people. This is the case where we can create employment all over Europe, whether production, whether distribution, generation, new industrial areas. I think it's key. And the two last ones, one is innovation, because when we, and especially in these forums, we already touched that today. Here is, you know, we know hydrogen can have a very important impact on decarbonization of several industries, you know, steel, cement, chemicals, shipping, aviation, road transport. But the mechanisms, the machines are not there yet in let's say, ready to be used. And innovation is absolutely mandatory. It's important that the governments, they push the innovators to do something and to do more than what they are doing today. And the last one is evangelize, because, and this is what we are doing here today. I don't know if people understand the value of hydrogen. And I think we have, it must be our mission to do this evangelization.
Thank you, Rodrigo. Many things to be done. Being evangelists, I think it's a very important point indeed. So thank you, Rodrigo. Sandrine, which are your messages?
So I fully agree with Rodrigo, of course. Now we have more or less the same problematic. So regarding the regulation, it's a key point for us too. I think that what we need also to deploy and develop a cross-border project is to have a consistent regulation between the different countries. I think it's a key point, and to have also a regulation that could be implemented gradually and which have to be also consistent with the market. I think it's an important point too. And so in France, we hope that we will have a transposition of the fourth directive in the summer 2026. So we are already working on it with the Tercera and with our regulator to have the right framework for the project. De-risking, but it has been told a lot of time, but it's true. We have to unlock investment. We have to attract investment for financing our projects, so we need to have mechanism. And Germany has already this kind of mechanism. So I think it's time now to widespread these tools everywhere in each of our country. Of course, in France. And the key point that I would like to add, it's for Natron at least, it's very important to stand firmly with our industrial, with the European industrial, of course, and to support industrial with a decarbonization solution, pragmatic solution, which embrace all the solution, not only electrification. I think it's very important because we heard a lot everywhere, electrification is a solution for the future. No, it's not only electrification, it's electrification plus H2 plus, of course, renewable gases plus CCUS, which is also a solution. And I think it needs to be said a little bit louder, I think, and thank you for the day that you organized, because it is a real opportunity to say that. And I think that to take care of our industry for competitiveness, for sovereignty, is also it could be also a real trigger to develop a H2 market, and of course to develop H2 infrastructure. So I think it's the main point for us to move forward on the topic.
Thank you, Sandrine. Together with Rodrigo, you brought some key aspects. Regulation, de-risking. De-risking is one of the words of the day. Mr. Klutikov also referred very much to that. And then working very closely with the industry, with the demand to be sure that we are really looking after their priorities. Which is the situation, messages from the Netherlands, Willemien.
Yeah.
What should happen?
No, thank you. So I'll build on a couple of points that you've said. I think we, as Europe, have a challenge is how can we keep our industrial base here, keep our economic growth, while accelerating our sustainability. And it's clear that we're not just talking about climate goals anymore, we're talking about energy resilience, reliability, autonomy. And they become important, and I can't stress it enough, you need diversification for that. So building on what was said, I think, yes, we need to be much more vocal about the roles of gases. And I say gases, which of course is natural gas, durable gases like hydrogen and CO2, because they play a fundamental role within the energy system. And they have a unique characteristics, and we hear a lot only by electrification. Yes, it's important, but today it's only 20% of, at least in the Netherlands, of the energy system. Hydrogen has unique qualities, it's essential, it can store energy, it can very cheaply, or about a factor 10 cheaper than electricity. So if you have longer distance of transportation, you will use gases for that. Also biomethane, for example, is a solution. So diversification, develop it all. If you then look at what would we need to think about is, of course, level playing field. It's across Europe, it's from imports, and how do we make sure we do that? And how can we create business cases for industry? Because as Pascal said today, that's where really the challenge is. So that's talking about lead market development. I think Mr. Klutig said that as well. It's about getting the right CBAM in place. But of course, those are not all enough. You need to stimulate supply, you need to stimulate demand, and of course, it can only start by connecting, and that's infrastructure. So if you then look at, and I think it was also said before, what does Europe need to focus on? It's really on developing the framework after 2030. It needs to be more realistic and pragmatic. And that's low carbon hydrogen, because we need to develop the hydrogen market, because at this moment there's so much doubt, and hydrogen and low carbon hydrogen can actually address part of the answer on the affordability, but it will also be a stimulus for green hydrogen. Yeah, now I lost a little bit my train of thought. I'll get to it. So we need to stimulate that, and I think it was another point that was mentioned. Within the current framework, you have the RFMBO. It has been made very, very difficult, and I give you just one example. If you look at where hydrogen can play a role, curtailment, when there's curtailment on electricity, or where there's net congestion, or you want to save on long transmission lines, you bring in hydrogen. But if you have, and I think that's actually very true in Germany already, and we see it in the Netherlands as well, if you have a windmill and it basically has to be curtailed because there's no electricity demand or the net is congested, and you consider, hey, I want to make hydrogen of it, it actually today doesn't qualify. And that has to do with the additionality. So I think that's where we need to become much more pragmatic and start really scaling up the hydrogen market. And then the de-risking was said. We basically try to look at best practices. Germany has developed the amortization funds. We're actually discussing it with the Netherlands right now. It looks like that is developing, so thanks for that. The Germans and the German politicians are looking and listening to Germany, and I think we need to do that. Obviously, it's not an issue for one country alone, so it's accelerating permits, taking barriers away, developing the policies. That's all what we need to work on. So we are committed. Like I said, we will get the first pipeline operational. I forgot to mention we are working on hydrogen storage, both in Germany and in the Netherlands. We expect it to go live, at least in the Netherlands, in 2030. And we're also working on import terminals. So again, it's a diversification. You have to concentrate all. And really, we need to start spreading the news why hydrogen is so essential in the diversification, not only for climate, but also for industrial strength and our economies. Thank you.
Thank you, Wilhelmine. You touched a lot of angles, very, very important angles. You stressed together with Sandrine that electrification is a very important part of the answer, but cannot be the only answer, because many solutions have to be provided by molecules, gas molecules, hydrogen plus other renewable gases, and CO2 playing a role in the value chain as well. I think that's very important. You stress the importance of a level playing field. The risking mechanisms, but with more flexibility and pragmatism, and all this being done at European scale. We really need European scale solutions to make them really effective. So thank you very much for that. Pascal, your list of wishes.
They are very much the same as what has been said before, especially by Wilhelmine. I think first I will start and work a little bit or go a little bit deeper on one of the topics, is the competitivity. So reduce the rules about acceptability of hydrogen. We need the cheapest solution, low carbon, but the cheapest. And adding rules around it makes it more complex, more uncertain, more expensive. And we need, if I talk to the industry, they are talking about €2 per kilogram, whatever it is realistic or not. But that's very low, that's very competitive. So we need really to do everything to make it happen and to have low carbon at the cheapest price. And not having not too much details on the acceptability is in that respect key. Secondly is regulatory certainty. We were talking about it, keep it stable. Don't change every minute, because the industry is investing for 10, 20 years. So if you change the rules of the game as we move along, and I speak to a lot, they really repeat systematically, we have too much uncertainty, it changes all the time, so we invest in different countries. So for me, that's extremely important as such. I will also come to the link with the electrons, with the electricity. It is indeed a complementary element. And we were all in Hamburg, or most of us, there was a reference to it. Hamburg was a very nice declaration. It's the third time that we all get together around the North Sea on how do we see the North Sea as complementary as the electrons and the molecules coming from the south. It's especially focused on the wind. There's a lot of potential. We are talking about 300 giga, so it's huge. It's fantastic. But what we need to continue to emphasize is that we need to marry this ambition with an ambition on hydrogen. It is very nice and complementary, and this is still work on our desk, because you have the electricity ambition, and then there is sometimes I hear this, there is the possibility, but we will see on hydrogen. If we do that jointly, it will help in reducing the cost and increasing the attractivity of our energy system as a whole. And that is, for me, an integration of energy system with the diversification as one of the guidelines is, for me, a key aspect where we can move further. And I would also like to look to Europe to help us there, that we have a joint approach, and not an approach this next to this, next to this. So for me, 26 will be very important in that respect. And that brings me to the last point I would like to add, is this integrated, it was mentioned indirectly, but we need to have a European approach. It doesn't make sense to have a view on Belgium and a view on the Netherlands, and then we connect. We try to develop together, the three of us, a global view, the four of us even, with Natral, a global view. How do we see ourselves in this European highway, H2 highway? How do we see the future? But that is, of course, very important. And an architect above us would probably be very interesting. We are also operating, and that's a nice example, even outside of Europe. Flux is also owning the grid in Switzerland. Switzerland is a very important connection between another southern corridor, complementary. How do we see all that? It's very capital intensive, but we need to have a view on it, which of course is extremely important.
Thank you, Pascal. Very important message, integration. I think we cannot build this with separate pieces. We need an integrated and European approach to all these issues. Definitely. Thank you. Thomas.
Yeah, thank you for being the last one. A lot of has been said, and I try to tackle some other arguments. And I would like to start very general. The world has changed in the recent years. There's a lot of focus now on defense, on security, on competitiveness. That means we and our business is not that much in focus as it was in the decade before. So that is what I would like to ask the politicians to keep it in mind, that we really have to work on this, because also if we would like to have security, if we would like to have partners that we can rely on for security of supply that we will need, if we want to shape competitive markets, then we need hydrogen and we need the green electrons and we need both together. So let's keep focus on our business, let's keep focus on decarbonization, that we can also in 2 years say hydrogen is now. That is very important to me at a first glance. Then secondly, I think we are in a way that we make some mistakes by copying some marketing models from the natural gas business, which I say is very complex. Many people don't understand the complexity of the market. And we must not copy and paste everything to the hydrogen model. So reduce complexity, keep it simple, that people understand us, that customers understand how to book capacities, and all these matters. That is of major importance as well in order to survive and have low cost and to be very efficient and understandable. Next one is on my wish list that we reduce cost for the production of hydrogen, because at the moment some projects are struggling because hydrogen is too expensive. And in order to reduce that, we do not only have to scale up, we have to be very open to the different colors of hydrogen. We all aim for the green one, that is absolutely for sure, but we have to be open, especially with regard to the North Sea, to the blue one as well, because maybe it can help to foster the initial ramp up and pave the way for the green ones that we are all aiming for. So we have to be very flexible on that as well. Next one is, or the last two ones I would like to tackle is financing. Wilhelmina, there is only one hint. The amortization account model is great, but I would like to give you the hint, aim for a higher return of equity and lower self-retention. Because that is really, we have to shape attractive markets, and therefore the investors have to bring the money, and we have to work on that. That means we have to find financing regimes, not only in the national countries, we have to find it internationally besides the cross-border cost allocation that we know we have to find something on top of it. And my last point is, let's keep on delivering projects so that we really live hydrogen is now.
It was great, Thomas. That's something like keep focused, keep simple, keep competitive, that means keep pragmatic, keep, let's say, bankable, and keep delivering. That's easy to say, but many things, many things to be done. But we have 3 minutes left, and this is a kind of TV news piece, so we can give a final headline, kind of summary of what should be something to take away from this session. Rodrigo, would you like to start with that kind of final headline?
Well, I would go back to the evangelization about everything we are doing here. I think people need to understand better the importance of hydrogen. And I also like to remember that hydrogen, it's not a competitor of electricity, is a complement. And that's, for me, it's, you know, the focus on security of the systems, independence of Europe, you know, being able to be autonomous is super important. That would be the message.
Thank you so much, Rodrigo. Sandrine?
I should maybe just remember one point, the integration of the development of our project. I think it's very important to have a 360 degrees view of the project through Europe. And so we need this integration, and we need to go on working together in order to create this consistency development of H2 and CCUS project.
Thank you, Sandrine. Wilhelmine?
Yeah, I think maybe 2 comments. I think we connect, so without the infrastructure, these markets cannot start and connect in the integrated energy system, because if you do it well, you actually save costs and you increase security. And I think don't let great be the enemy of good. We have to just get going. We want to create the hydrogen market. Yes, we all want to get to green, but at the moment we're not getting enough and quickly enough to anything. So let's not be great, be the enemy of good, and let's keep on moving forward.
Thank you so much. Pascal?
I would like to reiterate my attractiveness, competitivity. Make it as cheap as possible. On top of what Rodriguez was saying, we need and then it will be heard, and the voice will be there. If we can make it attractive commercially for the industry, it will all go by itself. They will be demanding party for us to speed up, and this is still a hurdle we need to take.
Thank you, Pascal. Thomas?
There are a lot of hurdles in the hydrogen ramp-up, and we must not forget that we have just started. Let's keep on going and let's do it.
Thank you so much. We've heard the views of the HTNOs. We are the people that build the infrastructures. That means that we necessarily have a long-term view. We are used to that. It's our reason for being. And also we are used, as Wilhelmine said, we are used to connect. Yeah. We connect supply and demand. We connect territories. We connect networks. We connect member states. And I think that's a very good final message on how the hydrogen economy has to be built. This is a matter of connecting to make energy as an integrated system in Europe a reality. Thanks again for being with us today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bueno, muchísimas gracias a todos. Gracias, Arturo. Ha sido muy interesante escuchar todas estas ideas, ponernos al día de cómo están avanzando las redes en los principales países europeos y también esa idea compartida por todos, ¿no? La necesidad de desarrollar el sector del hidrógeno como complemento al mix energético europeo, pero también como garantía de seguridad y de independencia de Europa. Hemos escuchado muchos datos, ese progreso y ese avance en el sector del hidrógeno viene avalado por los números. Vamos a buscar más datos, pero desde una perspectiva global, no solo lo que está pasando en Europa, sino lo que está pasando en otras partes del mundo. And to do so, we have a very highly authoritative voice. It's the Hydrogen Council. It's an initiative that was born in Davos in Switzerland in 2017, and it brings together leaders from all across the value chain, and it also monitors very closely the market developments, including the projects, the maturity, and the final investment decisions. And it's a pleasure to welcome here its CEO, Ivana Jemelkova. Thanks for being here with us today. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome. Thank you.
Brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, it's a great pleasure to be here with you today and to thank Enagás, the whole team, for putting together such a timely and important event. It may be still snowing outside, but seeing all of you in the room together and kicking off 2026 in force, I think more than makes up for the weather. Now, Arturo very generously entrusted me with wrapping up the morning program, and it's a tough act to follow, but I will take the opportunity to reflect on some of the key themes that we heard throughout the morning and offer a perspective from the Hydrogen Council. The Hydrogen Council brings together some 140 companies from 20 different countries around the world, including our gracious hosts and several of you in the audience here today. Thank you. What we do, our members really cover the whole value chain, and together, as you can see, they represent trillions in market capitalization, millions in jobs, and most importantly, a shared belief that hydrogen has and continues to have a key role to play in the energy transition. I'll spend the next few minutes talking about global hydrogen progress. The good, the bad, the, let's call it complex, and most importantly, the actions that we need to take to keep hydrogen moving forward. Now, let me start by acknowledging that the discussion in this room is very sophisticated. Out there, we face an entirely different type of conversation. Just look at the headlines: noise, confusion, misperception, continued skepticism around issues such as cost, projects not moving forward. It seems that hydrogen is not progressing well at all. Now, as I listened to you this morning, I have the exact opposite impression, and that is because of a simple fact. The conversation is anchored in real data. We're talking about real projects, real build-out, and I think that is absolutely fundamental. So at the Hydrogen Council, we've been tracking global developments for the last 5 years. Every single publicly announced project out there, we have it in our database, and we look at it every quarter, every year, to see what is actually happening in hydrogen. And Arturo, you mentioned some of the key numbers already. $110 billion committed to hydrogen. That's projects past final investment decisions, so real, firm investment commitments. 510 projects around the world have taken that important decision, moved into commissioning, construction, commissioning, operation. That's real progress. And let's be clear, there's natural attrition. Of course, not every idea ultimately succeeds, but 510, that's something to be proud of. And perhaps the last number, I'll add one to what Arturo already alluded to, the 10x. The 10x growth we have witnessed in the last 5 years, from 10 to 110 billion. That's a trajectory very few sectors can show. So well done. Thank you for building. And Arturo, as you said, keep calm, keep building, keep going, because we need to keep the trajectory moving. Now, you may have heard me speak about these numbers before. What I want to do differently today is to look at the real stories behind them, because these are not just facts. These are real projects, hard hats on, steel in the ground, and people who are building day in, day out, and doing that hard work of actually making hydrogen happen. So let me invite you on a little tour around the world where we will take a look with pictures on some of the key projects that have announced major milestones in just the last few weeks and months. Let's take a look. Beaumont, a large clean ammonia project in Texas, now 97% complete, moving into commissioning. NEOM, we're all aware, in the Middle East, one of the largest renewable hydrogen projects, now over 90% complete. Lingen in Germany, targeting commissioning and operation later this year. Holland Hydrogen 1 in the Netherlands, a massive renewable hydrogen project nearing completion. ACES Delta, a big hydrogen storage project, another critical component, 95% complete. Boden, the renewable steel plant, now 60% complete. Now, I'm not saying that these projects are without challenge, that it's a walk in the park. But what I'm saying is that it's done, it's been done. And these are real physical proofs of the fact that it's happening. Now, Arturo was right with one more item, and that is we are now past that big wave of FIDs. I think we will see a bit of a slowdown as we all focus on actually building things out. But the industry will most likely reach another massive milestone this year, and that is a record volume of commissioned and operational capacity. And that is huge. That is yet another step forward. No longer PowerPoints, but real projects, real operational capacity. Now, here in Spain, Spain is a very real and great example of the fact that the build-out is really underway. The pipeline, as we track it in the Hydrogen Council, is among the world's most active, dynamic, 10 large projects pass FID in Cartagena, in Extremadura, Mallorca. Obviously, we have heard a lot about the corridor, which is such a vital component of Europe's success as a whole. So I want to congratulate Spain for not only talking about hydrogen, but really building it. Well done. Now, at the Hydrogen Council, we believe there's never been a more important time to actually build hydrogen and keep up that work. We have heard from several speakers today, and I think it's so important that hydrogen is not only being looked at as a climate tool, but a truly strategic tool for security, for resilience, for sovereignty. And we know that geopolitical shocks from price volatility, spikes, reshaping global alliances, again, we all read it in the news every day, have taught us one very important lesson. And that is that relying on a single source, on a single solution, leaves us vulnerable. It's a source of vulnerability that we cannot afford. And clean hydrogen brings us options. It gives us options, better leverage of domestic resources, new connections, new partnerships, opportunities, way of thinking, and opportunities for the economy as well as the people on the ground. Now, let me quote something that we heard at the World Economic Forum in Davos last week. It was German Chancellor Merz who reminded us during his speech that Europe's power today relies on 3 pillars: our security, our competitiveness, and our unity. And I dare say that hydrogen directly strengthens all of these 3 pillars. Let's look at Spain. Spain's abundant wind and solar resources, combined with its growing hydrogen infrastructure and project pipeline, position the country as a contributor not only to the energy transition and its own benefits, but to Europe as a whole. Later today, I believe after the coffee break, we will hear from the European Commission's Executive Vice President, Teresa Ribera. Some of the key decisions that will shape the future of hydrogen in Europe are in her hands, in the European Commission's hands. Last year, we heard a lot about the clean industrial deal with which the Commission signaled its intent to really drive industrial competitiveness. And in just a few weeks, we hope it will not be postponed again, we should be receiving the proposal of the Industry Accelerator Act that should introduce a really critical tool that should help us move forward. Bent, you spoke about it with strength and passion, and that's the lead markets, really a key tool to drive the next generation of clean industrial solutions in Europe, powered by hydrogen and derivatives. Now, let me be very, very clear about one thing. That action is just the beginning. We need a lot more, and we need absolutely urgently. The reality is that although there is a lot to celebrate and there are things moving here in Europe, we've heard numerous examples here today, the developments in Europe are dwarfed by what's happening around the world. We'll hear later today about China. China absolutely dominates the charts when it comes to total investment, when it comes to renewable capacity. This is followed by North America. We see a lot of dynamic from markets such as India, again, a huge opportunity, and they are moving forward at speed and scale. So in Europe, in contrast, while we see all of that goodwill and ambition and hard work every day, companies are facing real challenges. Unclear, impractical rules, permitting delays, soft demand signals, uncertainty, slow execution. The list goes on. And that's a lived reality for many of our businesses, many of you in this room, that is directly hampering our ability to get things done. So what are the solutions? What should we be doing now and in 2026 to make things better, to address some of the challenges? You've already heard very eloquently from some of the CEOs in the room, and we at the Hydrogen Council have the great privilege to bring together more than 140 of them. Just last month, we had a chance to meet together in South Korea to really take stock of what's going on and propose together an aligned set of priorities. The meeting took place under a very powerful theme. We really tried to take on the responsibility to lead, build, and deliver global hydrogen progress. And here are the 5 items that our CEOs aligned on. And I think it's a great summary of many of the topics that we heard about this morning. Demand. What we need. We need firm, binding targets, quotas, offtake commitments, and industrial demand framework that give investors and developers the confidence that they can build. Let's be very clear. Promises do not move capital. Certainty does. Now, Europe has a huge opportunity when it comes to demand. It is, in theory, projected to be the world's #1 demand center. But it all depends on whether it can continue that courageous leadership and actually follow through on those promises. It's the implementation of RED 3, it's the implementation of ETS, it's the implementation of CBAM. If we get this done, Europe will lead. If we do not get this done, Europe will not lead. It's extremely simple. Which brings us to the second item, policy. Policy must be clear, predictable, and durable. I want to build on what was said earlier this morning and encourage us all to really speak honestly and look critically at all the things that we have put in place, all the rules that we have put in place since 2020. Which of them are still fit for purpose in a changed world? Which of them need to be changed? I'm not advocating for a wholesale U-turn. That would be a terrible mistake. But what I'm saying is that if we know that something's not working, let's be clear and honest about it, rip the Band-Aid, fix it, and move on, so that we give everybody the space and the time to do their part, to give the businesses the space and time to build. Let me give one example, one word, CBAM. Again, you have seen the headlines over the last few weeks, a great, in quotation marks, example of how to undermine investor certainty and confidence. If we start wavering of some of the fundamental principles that drive clean hydrogen and clean energy uptake, this is not a path to success. So we hope that the European Commission will really take this on and help us fix and bring back the calm and clarity in the market. Now, infrastructure, our third point, we've just had a brilliant panel, so I do not need to say much more than that hydrogen and its infrastructure fundamentally changes the way we connect supply and demand. And it offers us incredible opportunity to think in new ways, to be flexible, to be more secure and more resilient. Now, Rodrigo, I believe, made the case extremely clear. Now, common standards and certification, not as much of a problem here in the room, here in Spain, and just within Europe, but very much so if we want to be part of the global market. We absolutely need common language for how we define, measure, verify, and value the properties of our molecules so we can start doing business. That is really, really critical. And finally, very much last but not least, strong partnerships. Let me say very clearly and echo what was said earlier this morning, that hydrogen is a system solution. Hydrogen is a system solution, and it's a team sport. Its success will come from collaboration, integration. I believe Pascal used the word integration, which I believe is very powerful here, between the industry, the government, across the borders, across the value chain. And you all in this room are living examples of that principle. So in conclusion, my message to you all, before we take coffee, relax, and have more conversations, is this. Europe has all the ingredients to be extremely successful when it comes to hydrogen. Europe has the industrial base, the skilled workforce, the innovation capacity, the renewable resources, and the strategic imperative to lead on hydrogen deployment and be a key player in the global market. Spain and other countries are proving that it is possible, that it's doable, that it's happening. It's happening every day. However, global markets like China, India, and others are showing us how much further and how much faster we can, and frankly, we must go to stand a chance. This is not about grand vision or perfection. This is about concrete, practical actions that we take every day, that we take now to lock in demand, align policy, and build. Keep calm, stay focused, keep building. I think that theme really resonates. So I'll leave you with another quote from Chancellor Merz in Davos. Our fate is in our hands. It is our responsibility to shape it. So to all of you, let's do it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana Yemelkova. Ha sido una intervención muy interesante para fijarnos en lo que está pasando en otras partes del mundo, cómo esa carrera para desarrollar proyectos de hidrógeno se está acelerando fuera de Europa, también en China, en India, en América del Norte, y donde Europa no puede quedarse rezagada. Vamos a hacer una pausa de aproximadamente una hora, volveremos aquí en torno a las 12:25. Pero les avanzo antes los temas que vamos a ver en cuanto regresemos de esa pausa para el café. Vamos a contar con nosotros, va a estar con nosotros la Vicepresidenta Ejecutiva de la Comisión Europea para una transición justa, limpia y competitiva, Teresa Ribera. Eso será justo después de analizar a fondo qué está pasando en Francia, cuál es el modelo francés del hidrógeno. Hablaremos con los protagonistas que están impulsando la descarbonización en Europa, qué pasos se están dando, qué queda también por hacer, y abordaremos un paso muy importante, la financiación como palanca para acelerar ese sector del hidrógeno. Lo esperamos en aproximadamente una hora, a las 12:25. Aquí lo veremos. Gracias. Bueno, buenas tardes ya, bienvenidos de nuevo en este cuarto día del hidrógeno, la segunda parte de la jornada. Nos quedan todavía muchos temas interesantes por tratar, así que les pido que tomen asiento para poder continuar con nuestra agenda. Como les decíamos antes del descanso, antes de esta pausa para el café, en unos minutos, en unos momentos vamos a tener una conexión con la vicepresidenta ejecutiva de la Comisión Europea para una transición justa, limpia y competitiva, la señora Teresa Ribera. Vamos a conectar con ella, que está en Bruselas. Pero antes, como les avanzaba, vamos a fijarnos en lo que está pasando en Francia. Vamos a ver cuál es el modelo francés del hidrógeno, cuál es el ecosistema francés, qué pasos se están dando allí. To help us understand the hydrogen ecosystem there in France from a business perspective, let me invite here to the stage to Mr. Pierre-Étienne Franck, the CEO of Hy24, is the world's largest investment fund. He's a manager focused on green hydrogen infrastructure. Thank you, Mr. Franck. Y Javier Brey, President of the Spanish Hydrogen Association. Mr. Brey, who will ask Mr. Franck some key questions on this issue.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you to Enagás for this nice Hydrogen Day. It's a great moment to talk about delivery, not only ambition. This morning we talked about infrastructure and the European hydrogen backbone. And one idea is very clear. Europe needs hydrogen corridors. If Spain wants to connect to the north of Europe, France is the key link, the bridge between south and north. So now we will look at the French hydrogen ecosystem, what's really happening on the ground, what's it working, and what is still difficult. I'm very happy to welcome our speaker today, Pierre-Étienne Franck, CEO at Hy24. Pierre-Étienne, thank you. Thank you very much for being here with us today.
Thank you for greeting me here.
So my first question is, Pierre-Étienne, let's be very simple at the beginning. Earlier today, we mentioned that Spain is moving fast in hydrogen, maybe even faster than France. Why do you think that is?
But the fundamentals of Spain, its resources, its issues, and its long-term policy are very aligned with the European ambition. So it helps a lot. First, you're de facto having an existing hydrogen production which is bigger than France. So you've got issues to decarbonize as much as the other big countries. And you're also very much into refining, which is easier to decarbonize because you pass easier the price to the transport system downstream. The second is that the renewable power is so huge, the potential is so massive, that you cannot absorb it alone, so you need a vector. So hydrogen is the perfect vector to basically move it forward and move it abroad. And as you're the cheapest and the most competitive, maybe with the Nordics, for renewable, the natural is to push it to the north. And the result of that is that it's a question of contrast, because when I looked at the figures of the effective level of deployments between France and Spain, we're relatively at the same level. Today you have roughly 40 megawatts up and running, you've 200 coming soon, a couple of, I think, 9 gigawatts in a feed. I think the Spanish government has spent or committed roughly 3.5 billion. So it's good. You're not the best. You're, I think, the third in Europe. But what's different is the trajectory. In 2020, your ambition, I remember Arturo at the time also, the ambition globally was for Spain to develop 4 gigawatts of hydrogen. Today it's 12. At the same time, if we move to France, French we speak a lot, sometimes we do a bit less after, so that's the issue. So when we discovered, I think thanks to the support and the push for a couple of companies, France discovered the virtues of hydrogen, and suddenly we are the best of the world. So, okay, and they came with a policy which was to basically invest 9 billion of support schemes for France. In between, a couple of political disarray came. Politics moved for a bit more into short-term focus, budgetary topics. And in fact, today, only 2.7 billion have been committed to the industry, which is in fact not so bad. It's the same as Spain. We have 50 megawatts up and running. I think 200 is going to start next year. The number of projects in development represents 1 million tons, so it's even more than what France produced. So it's not so bad. The problem is that it started with 9 billion. Only 2.7 has been effectively enacted. And the massive support schemes that are enabling the deployment of green hydrogen linked to RED 3, etc., have only started now, and it was promised 30 months ago. So when you have that, of course, you're basically in pause or in a stall mode, and that's difficult. The other thing that I would mention on France compared to Spain is that there is a small push on mobility that remains, but it's more the result of private entrepreneurs than a specific public push. And then for the comparison, I think the big topic is the transposition of the rules. So, in fact, it's a bit interesting because even if this very complex environment in France where we have no budget, still, I'm sorry, but that's the fact, and no real view of where we want to go on those national energy, the RED 3 transposition is moving, mostly focused on transport. It's not fast enough, but it's a problem for the whole of Europe, but it's moving. And the first tender for contract for difference for green hydrogen has been launched now. So that's at least we're moving a bit. Spain, on that side, I think it's now moving into the legislative approval, the RED 3 transposition. It's focused on transport. But Spain is doing something, and I don't know if the commissioner is listening to us, but Spain is doing something that should be the case for RED 4 regulation, is enabling that green hydrogen done in industry can be accounted for transport. Because the value chain of the overcost of the premium of green hydrogen in transport is far easier to pass to the final consumer than an industry. And then you get to the issue with the green fertilizer, etc. So enabling that kind of use is a very elegant way to move the both sectors together. And I would like that other countries inspire themselves from what Spain is doing on that side.
Yeah, I agree. The transposition regulation is the key. And here in Spain, we are also following the RED 3 transposition very closely because it directly impacts mobility and industrial markets. Do you think, this morning we have been talking about geopolitics from the very beginning. Do you think the current geopolitical situation will accelerate decisions in France?
It's a good question.
Everybody smiles when talking about geopolitics.
Because they know I'm usually a bit abrupt. So I think that it would be good that it starts by waking up and getting its act together on the European level. Because the response to what's going on is not a national one, it's a European one. And it's a sovereignty, resilience, and autonomy. And sovereignty doesn't start only by building tanks, but it's also being sovereign on energy. And Europe has the best ever ambition on the topic, but it has been lost in transposition, lost in translation, if you wish, as well. It's been 6 years since RED 2, RED 3 regulations have been discussed, and they're still not transposed, only 4 countries. So I think the geopolitical situation, I have the feeling, is triggering a bit of a wake-up call. And if it can accelerate, indeed, those European-driven projects like the European backbone, if Europe could take maybe even a stronger steer to make it happen, it would probably help. It could also stop the endless disputes between some countries and others or whether nuclear is needed or not. Maybe France would be a bit more collaborative. France is currently discovering, and that's part of the geopolitics, it's currently discovering that it's not so easy to rebuild its nuclear industry if the demand does not move. And the demand to move is very dependent on the geopolitics. It's to find our path with the Chinese. Do we get Chinese electric cars? And if yes, do we produce some of them in Europe to drive the demand for electricity? Second, do we want to be more resilient in fuel? So we need to do sustainable fuel. For that, you need more hydrogen produced in the European countries. That will drive the demand for electricity. Third, do we want to relocalize the data management, which is data centers? That's also electricity demand. So with that, France maybe will look better and reaccelerate its vision for hydrogen deployment because it's driving. If you take the calculation, the mass, basically nuclear is 360 terawatt-hour in France in base load, and the hydrogen demand that was expected could increase by 40 to 60 terawatt-hour. So it's significant. It's 3 to 4 gigawatts, so 3 to 4 reactors. So I think if geopolitics simplify a bit the debates on what's important and what is critical, so let's find an agreement between nuclear and the rest, then it will certainly ease all the European backbone between Germany and France, and it will accelerate everything. And I hope geopolitics is going to get everybody focused to the European solution to that, and then maybe soften the dynamic for hydrogen as well.
Absolutely agree. This morning, in fact, the chairman of Enagás was mentioning the role of energy in geopolitics, as well as defense and other key sectors. One question. What's the role of Hy-24 between France and Spain? How do you act as a catalyst? Because I know that you are being a catalyst for projects.
Very efficient catalyst, as you can see, because the backbone is moving very fast between France and Spain. We are trying, in fact, to pass those messages to the French policymakers, to tell them this is a fundamental help for you. It's also going to help the nuclear industry, because you will have an arbitrage tool between renewable nuclear and the rest. It's going to release the pressure you have, because even if it's not enough, rebuilding 10 or 15 reactors is a massive financial, industrial, and policy challenge for them. So having a bit of hydrogen coming to release the pressure is good. It's going to enable to competitively decarbonize some of our chemical platform. So we're trying to pass a message. We had Arturo come to do a couple of messages to the key people of the, I would say, the palace and on the other key ministries. We're also trying to explain what we understand to our Spanish friends and colleagues. We are, as you know, co-investor in EGR, so we are very... It's fundamental for us, because first we have many projects together, and part of the future of those developers, EGR and others, is this export capabilities. Because 2 million tons, it's 20 gigawatts. And so if we don't make that happen, it's not good for Spain, it's not good for Europe, and it's not good for us.
Okay, time is running. Because of the agenda, we just have 10 minutes. So please, one final takeaway.
I think that for Spain and France, playing the European hydrogen game is in fact the best way to expand the horizon of their energies. And it's only benefits, but just they need to now get their act together, because the pressure around us, the competitiveness of the other geographies, is just gigantic. You will hear Audrey, I guess, later today on China. If we cannot continue just to take 6 years to deploy regulations. That's not possible. So let's move, as you said already in the past.
Thank you, Pierre-Étienne. Today we have heard a very clear message. Hydrogen in Europe will not work as isolated island. We need corridors. And for Spain, France is the key link, is the bridge that connects the south of Europe with the north of Europe. Now it's all about delivery, faster funding, clear rules, and real projects moving into FID, because this is exactly the spirit of today, moving from ambition to delivery. El hidrógeno es ahora. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Vamos, señor Gonzalo, tenemos ahora un momento muy especial en este cuarto día del hidrógeno de Enagás. Estamos hablando mucho, yo creo que usted ha hecho alguna referencia en algún momento, de la importancia que tiene Bruselas en todo esto, en el desarrollo del mercado de la energía, en el desarrollo del mercado del hidrógeno. Allí se toman decisiones que son cruciales y vamos a tener a una persona que está muy comprometida con este asunto y que es además una persona muy influyente también en el desarrollo del sector del hidrógeno, ¿no?
Así es. Hoy tenemos el honor, el placer de contar con nosotros con la Vicepresidenta Ejecutiva de la Comisión Europea, con Teresa Rivera. Ella no ha podido estar físicamente aquí, pero sí que ha hecho un esfuerzo por poder conectarse en directo con nosotros para que le podamos dirigir algunas preguntas sobre cómo ve ella desde esa posición la realidad del hidrógeno en Europa.
Pues vamos a acercarnos a Bruselas. Señor Gonzalo, póngase aquí conmigo para poder conectar. Yo creo que esa conexión debe estar ya a punto de producirse. No sé si hay algún problema ahora para conectar con la señora Teresa Rivera, que ha hecho un hueco en esa agenda para poder atendernos. Bueno, mientras llega esa conexión, que supongo que se va a producir en breve, es verdad que es una persona que ha estado muy comprometida con este asunto. Y volviendo la vista atrás, lo decía usted en su ponencia esta mañana, ¿no? Hablaba de cómo la velocidad del sector del hidrógeno se había acelerado en los últimos tiempos. Usted y yo coincidimos hace un par de años, creo, 2 o 3, en un foro en Italia. Hablábamos de estos asuntos, pero creo que en ese periodo tan corto de tiempo han pasado muchas cosas, ¿no? ¿Tiene la sensación de que esos progresos en el sector del hidrógeno se están acelerando, están cogiendo una velocidad cada vez mayor?
Yo creo que el resumen de lo que hemos escuchado esta mañana en este Día del Hidrógeno hasta aquí es que el hidrógeno realmente está despegando en todo el mundo. Todavía nos queda conocer la situación del hidrógeno en lugares clave como China, pero sin ninguna duda el hidrógeno verde está despegando en todo el mundo, el hidrógeno bajo en carbono está despegando en todo el mundo. Es verdad que se oyen mensajes ahora a menudo que ponen este avance en cuestión, pero los datos lo demuestran de un modo fehaciente e incuestionable. Estamos en el despliegue de un nuevo vector energético. En el sector energético las cosas no ocurren de la noche a la mañana. A medida que maduran los proyectos se va produciendo también un natural proceso de ajuste en el pipeline de proyectos. Es lógico, la tecnología también va respondiendo a las nuevas necesidades, pero yo creo que la conclusión es, y lo vemos en el tiempo transcurrido desde que nos vimos en Roma, que lo que era una ambición se ha convertido en una realidad en pleno despliegue y que las perspectivas para los próximos años, si seguimos trabajando en los aspectos regulatorio, tecnológico, financiero, institucional, no cabe duda de que esta apuesta va a terminar de hacerse realidad.
Me está llamando la atención dentro de este foro, uno de los muchos enfoques que me llaman más la atención como profano, ¿no? Se pone el acento, por supuesto, en la parte económica. Es un complemento muy importante para el mix energético de Europa, pero se está poniendo mucho el acento en la autonomía de Europa, ¿no? Escuchábamos ahora al señor Frank, me parece una comparación muy acertada. La autonomía no va solo de construir tanques, sino también de tener esa autonomía estratégica. Yo creo que ese enfoque empieza a tener cada vez más peso quizá en el desarrollo de los planes del hidrógeno a futuro, más que el económico que también.
Yo creo que sin ninguna duda, una de las grandes vulnerabilidades de Europa es la dependencia energética. Y esto lo hemos comprobado de forma dramática, dolorosa en los últimos años. Cuando el 24 de febrero de 2022 Rusia invade Ucrania, descubrimos que algo que habíamos dado por supuesto que era contar con gas natural barato, pues de repente se pone en cuestión. Europa aquel día tuvo un descubrimiento que nos ha llevado a todos a tomar acción. Europa respondió con el REPowerEU, que es una reformulación completa del sistema energético de la Unión Europea. En tan solo 3 años y medio hemos dado ya un salto de gigante, pero debemos decirlo, en la situación geopolítica tan convulsa que vivimos, esta vulnerabilidad es cada vez más amenazante y exige cada vez más una respuesta de Europa. Que Europa pueda avanzar en un sistema energético basado en recursos propios, autóctonos y renovables es imprescindible, es irrenunciable. Estos son electrones renovables, se ha dicho, pero la electrificación hoy de la economía europea pues estará en torno al 23, el 25%. El resto son moléculas. Hay que descarbonizar también las moléculas, en gran medida yendo de molécula fósil a molécula renovable, y ahí es donde el hidrógeno adquiere importancia estratégica para la futura soberanía energética de Europa.
Estamos pendientes, señor Gonzalo, de esa comunicación con Bruselas, con la vicepresidenta ejecutiva Teresa Rivera, que se va a producir seguro en unos segundos, en unos minutos. Pero quería preguntarle antes otro asunto. Esto es vital para Europa, como usted dice, ¿no? Por esa falta de independencia histórica. Siempre hemos dependido, pues, en ocasiones de Rusia, de Estados Unidos, de otras fuentes, a veces algunas muy inestables y muy preocupantes. Pero estamos viendo que esta preocupación no solo la comparte Europa, estamos viendo lo que ocurre en China, lo que ocurre en India, lo que está ocurriendo en América del Norte, ¿no? El hidrógeno ya se entiende como una herramienta para proporcionar esa seguridad y esa estabilidad a cualquier potencia y a cualquier país, ¿no?
Yo creo que es muy importante, Carlos, en la línea que dice, volver por un momento a los conceptos fundamentales. La lucha contra el cambio climático es irrenunciable. O sea, por mucho que haya quien sienta dudas, la realidad es que necesitamos tener un planeta cero emisiones netas en 2050. Porque si no, vamos a asistir a consecuencias catastróficas para el bienestar de las generaciones futuras, de esta misma generación. Eso es innegociable. La descarbonización es innegociable. Y si queremos ser cero emisiones netas en 2050, necesitamos imperativamente descarbonizar las moléculas para aquellos usos energéticos o como materias primas que no se pueden electrificar. Es decir, esto es algo irrenunciable. Yo creo que va a seguir siendo algo irrenunciable para Europa, como lo es para otros grandes actores globales, como ha mencionado, ¿no, Carlos? Entonces, la apuesta está clara. Sin duda, estamos en un momento en que dentro de la visión de la descarbonización hay que incorporar la dimensión de la defensa, de la autonomía estratégica, por supuesto, la dimensión de la competitividad. Europa tiene que seguir siendo un lugar competitivo donde desarrollar actividades industriales, pero es irrenunciable que eso lo hagamos descarbonizando no solo la electricidad, sino también todos aquellos usos energéticos que no pueden electrificarse de un modo eficiente y que necesitan moléculas descarbonizadas. En ese terreno, los biocombustibles, hablando de gases, el biometano va a ser parte de la solución, sin duda, pero para la escala a la que tenemos que dar respuesta a este problema, el hidrógeno verde tiene que ser la gran solución de futuro, la espina dorsal de un futuro sistema energético global descarbonizado.
Parece que ya en muy pocos minutos vamos a tener solucionado el problema. No sé si la tormenta de nieve ha tenido algo que ver o los problemas de agenda. Pero bueno, estamos ya a punto de hablar con Teresa Rivera. Mientras eso ocurre, que va a ser ya inminente, le quería hacer una última pregunta, señor Gonzalo. Vamos a escuchar esta tarde a Audrima de Refire, CEO de Refire. Va a ser muy interesante escuchar también esa perspectiva de China. Es un mercado que quizá hasta hace un tiempo no estaba tan en el radar de la expansión del hidrógeno. ¿Qué está pasando ahí en China o cómo lo están siguiendo desde Europa, desde España, lo que ocurre en ese mercado?
Realmente creo que a veces en Europa tenemos una visión un poco demasiado limitada a nuestro horizonte y pasamos por alto los desarrollos que están teniendo en el resto del mundo. Hoy Ivana nos daba un flash de lo que está ocurriendo en otras geografías. Se ha referido Ivana a la reunión del Hydrogen Council que tuvo lugar en diciembre en Seúl, donde yo mismo asistí, y para mí fue un auténtico, como se suele decir, eye-opener. O sea, fue un momento de realmente tomar conciencia del desarrollo que está tomando el hidrógeno en Asia, con grandes jugadores que los vamos a tener esta tarde en algunos paneles, como Toyota en Japón, como Hyundai en Corea del Sur, y desde luego como Refire en China. Yo creo que China, y no voy a adelantar la intervención de Audrey de esta tarde, pero creo que China está mostrando cómo la economía del hidrógeno se puede implantar de un modo eficiente, acelerado, apostando mucho por la tecnología, apostando por la demanda, pero no solo por la demanda industrial, apostando muchísimo por la demanda, por ejemplo, en el transporte. El transporte tiene que ser, sin ninguna duda, uno de los grandes consumidores de hidrógeno. Hemos hablado de la directiva Red 3, que es parte de cómo el hidrógeno se va a incorporar al transporte, pero cada vez más tenemos que avanzar hacia un transporte pesado por carretera, transporte marítimo, aviación, que utilice hidrógeno gaseoso, hidrógeno en estado puro, hidrógeno líquido o combustibles derivados del hidrógeno. No hay forma de descarbonizar el transporte pesado por carretera a largas distancias, el transporte pesado refrigerado sin hidrógeno, no hay forma de hacerlo. No hay forma de descarbonizar el transporte marítimo o el transporte aéreo sin combustibles derivados del hidrógeno. sea el amoníaco o sea el metanol para el transporte marítimo, sean los combustibles sintéticos, los e-fuels como SAF, como combustible sostenible de aviación. Vamos a hablar algo de ello esta tarde, pero quizá me preguntabas, Carlos, por China, por Asia, por Corea, por Japón. Yo creo que nos dan una gran lección de cómo el hidrógeno se puede incorporar de un modo rápido como forma de descarbonizar el transporte.
Eso entiendo que es un estímulo también para nosotros, ¿no? Ver cómo el mercado se está moviendo a gran velocidad, donde potencias que se pueden permitir inversiones a gran escala, ¿no? Como un país como China nos obliga a trabajar unidos, ¿no? Como europeo. Entonces entiendo, cada país somos pequeños enanos dentro de un mundo tan global, necesitamos una masa mucho más amplia para poder competir en igualdad de condiciones, entiendo.
Y somos un enorme mercado. También se comentaba esta mañana en el panel de TSOs que tenemos que jugar con reglas europeas. Es donde vamos a tener suficiente masa crítica como para marcar grandes tendencias globales. Europa, decía también Ivana esta mañana, tiene las condiciones para ser el mayor mercado de demanda de hidrógeno del mundo. Tenemos que consolidar esa demanda, lo tenemos que hacer de un modo eficiente, práctico, flexible. Todos estamos de acuerdo, pero Europa tiene que poner en juego esa capacidad de crear una demanda y ser un gran mercado para generar una cadena de valor propia y al mismo tiempo, pues, sin perder de vista la competitividad de nuestra industria, que también adquiere un valor estratégico clave en estos tiempos que vivimos.
Bueno, creo que ya debe estar a punto de conectarse la señora Teresa.
Ahí nos van avisando.
Sí, bueno, ese mensaje lleva ya un ratito, pero bueno, espero que sean menos. Pero seguro que va a ser muy interesante lo que nos diga Teresa Rivera. Hoy hemos conocido también a través de la Vicepresidenta del Gobierno, la señora Sara Aagesen, algunas buenas noticias para el sector, entiendo, ¿no? Esa transposición de directiva que esperaba tanto el sector para poder dar nuevos pasos, ¿no?
Sin ninguna duda, cuando decimos que Europa tiene que jugar la baza del hidrógeno a escala europea, lo que necesitamos son unas reglas del juego comunes para todos. Esas reglas del juego, en gran medida, están diseñadas en el paquete de gas descarbonizado e hidrógeno que se aprobó en noviembre de 2023. Estamos en el momento de transposición de ese paquete para que se convierta en normas ya efectivas, vinculantes en los Estados miembros. En España, por ejemplo, la transposición de esa directiva, como nos ha dicho Cani Fernández, es lo que nos va a permitir que la CNMC tenga ya competencias claras atribuidas para el desarrollo del mercado del hidrógeno, para fijar las normas de acceso, de capacidad, de balance del hidrógeno a un nuevo sistema regulado del hidrógeno. Por tanto, la transposición de esa directiva es clave y el anuncio que ha hecho la Vicepresidenta de que vamos a tener un texto ya articulado para consulta pública, un anteproyecto de ley en las próximas semanas o pocos meses, es fundamental. A todos los que estamos hoy en esta sala nos va a dar una enorme visibilidad sobre las reglas del juego que son clave para hacer nacer un nuevo mercado como el del hidrógeno.
Quería hacer una pregunta más que se me ocurre. Estamos hablando de lo que está pasando en Asia, ¿no? Un gran desarrollo que quizá hasta ahora no había estallado. ¿Qué está pasando en Estados Unidos también, ¿no? Con la anterior presidencia de Joe Biden ha habido planes de subvención, de gran ayuda a las energías verdes. Ahora ese asunto no está tan claro. En algunos estados, por supuesto, permanece. ¿Qué papel está jugando Estados Unidos? ¿Está compitiendo a primer nivel? ¿Ha apostado muy claramente por estas tecnologías? ¿O con la llegada de la nueva presidencia eso se está viendo debilitado?
No quisiera hacer un juicio, a lo mejor no suficientemente informado. Yo creo que en los datos del Hydrogen Council se pone de manifiesto que en capacidad instalada de proyectos de hidrógeno bajo en carbono, Norteamérica ocupa la segunda posición, después de Asia. Por tanto, es un player global muy a tener en cuenta. Es verdad que así como Europa y Asia han apostado sobre todo por el hidrógeno verde, Estados Unidos, Norteamérica está apostando sobre todo por el hidrógeno azul, es decir, el hidrógeno producido a partir de gas natural con mecanismos de captura y almacenamiento del CO2. También es verdad que el esquema fiscal muy favorable que había reforzado la IRA, la Inflation Reduction Act, para este tipo de proyectos, pues ese apoyo en este momento no ha tenido continuidad y, por tanto, quizá existe alguna incertidumbre mayor sobre los futuros desarrollos en Estados Unidos. Pero sigue habiendo grandes proyectos, como hemos visto, en marcha, grandes proyectos de amoníaco bajo en carbono que hacen que Norteamérica sea un lugar donde tenemos que seguir prestando mucha atención porque es uno de los grandes tractores a nivel mundial de la economía del hidrógeno. Pero bueno, veremos este cambio de la regulación, qué impacto puede tener, posiblemente un impacto significativo en proyectos futuros.
Bueno, vamos a abundar en esta entrevista improvisada, pero sí que nadie mejor que usted seguramente conoce el posicionamiento de España. Es verdad que es un país que desde hace tiempo vio con claridad o apostó con claridad por el hidrógeno antes que muchos otros. En esa decisión o ese camino que se ha tomado nos da ahora una ventaja, entiendo también, en conocimiento, en infraestructuras, respecto a otros países europeos y respecto a otros países del mundo. No sé si tenemos un conocimiento que está siendo exportado también o que está siendo visto como un referente.
España tiene todas las condiciones para ser, yo diría, la península ibérica, incluyendo también a Portugal, tenemos todas las condiciones para ser el gran líder del hidrógeno verde en Europa y uno de los grandes líderes del mundo. Hoy en día una buena parte de los proyectos en marcha en el mundo, como se ha dicho esta mañana, están teniendo lugar en España. Tenemos el territorio, tenemos los recursos de viento, de sol, tenemos una cadena de valor industrial muy madura, tenemos grandes fabricantes de equipos muy innovadores, están desarrollando nuevas tecnologías, nuevas soluciones, muchos de ellos están presentes hoy aquí. Tenemos un apoyo institucional claro, nítido, tenemos el marco europeo en el que desarrollar este potencial. Por tanto, España se ve, quizá por primera vez en su historia, con la oportunidad de ser un gran proveedor de energía renovable, descarbonizada, autóctona, competitiva, en primer lugar, para atender nuestras propias necesidades, las necesidades de nuestra industria, cuya competitividad también tenemos que asegurar y es una prioridad absoluta, pero al mismo tiempo servir para apoyar el proceso de descarbonización y de autonomía de Europa. La oportunidad para España es sin precedentes. Creo que tenemos ya a la vicepresidenta.
Bueno, ha sido muy interesante, la verdad es que sí. Hemos aprendido un montón de cosas gracias a la vicepresidenta ejecutiva. O sea que les voy a dejar los bártulos. Usted es el que sabe, señor Gonzalo. Yo me retiro y les dejo charlar, que seguramente, señora Teresa Rivera, bienvenida. Va a ser muy interesante escuchar esa conversación. Gracias.
Muchas gracias, Carlos. Señora vicepresidenta ejecutiva de la Comisión Europea, querida Teresa, muchísimas gracias por haber hecho el esfuerzo de estar hoy con nosotros. Es un honor y un placer contar contigo, si me permites, esta mañana en el cuarto día del hidrógeno de Enagás, que está siendo pues, un gran éxito de convocatoria y también está siendo una ocasión de oro para poner de relieve cómo el hidrógeno verde se está convirtiendo en una realidad, está pasando de los planes y la ambición a las decisiones finales de inversión que se están empezando a tomar cada día en Europa. Me gustaría conectar con uno de los grandes temas de esta mañana que tiene que ver con el contexto geopolítico que estamos viviendo hoy en todo el mundo. En ese contexto geopolítico emergen voces, posiciones contrarias a las ambiciones climáticas que ha mantenido y mantiene la Unión Europea. Entonces, me gustaría como primera pregunta plantear qué papel puede jugar, a su juicio, el hidrógeno verde tanto en las ambiciones de descarbonización de Europa como en esta prioridad que cada día cobra mayor importancia de avanzar en la autonomía estratégica y la soberanía energética de Europa.
Muy buenos días, muy buenas tardes y al contrario, muchísimas gracias por la invitación, por poder estar aquí compartiendo con todo el mundo desde una Bruselas que tiene menos nieve que Madrid, aunque tiene mucha niebla, esta importante discusión. Yo diría que quizá uno de los mensajes más relevantes para responder a esta primera pregunta es tomar nota de lo que ha sido la construcción de la Unión Europea, de nuestras capacidades industriales, confirmar hasta qué punto en este momento que sabemos que la competitividad requiere descarbonización, requiere también autonomía, requiere repensar las relaciones entre los distintos actores, los distintos socios en el conjunto de la cadena de valor, ha de prestar especial atención a las lecciones recientes de la historia. En estos primeros años de la década hemos visto cómo la elevada dependencia del gas natural procedente de Rusia, otros materiales energéticos también, pero en particular del gas natural de Rusia, se ha convertido en un elemento de pérdida de competitividad, de inseguridad para la economía y los ciudadanos europeos, y cómo hemos sido capaces de reaccionar muy rápidamente para reducir la dependencia del gas ruso, para buscar diversificación de fuentes, y ahora observamos cómo estamos incrementando de forma muy importante la dependencia del gas natural líquido e importado de Estados Unidos. El 58% de las importaciones del GNL de la Unión Europea en 2025, que es 4 veces superior al que existía en 2021. Por supuesto que todavía necesitaremos gas natural, por supuesto que tenemos que seguir apostando por la diversificación de los proveedores, pero por supuesto también que tenemos que pensar en un concepto que la presidenta de la Comisión recalca una y otra vez: la energía producida en nuestra casa, en nuestro territorio. Es decir, de qué forma podemos aprovechar nuestros recursos. Y ahí el hidrógeno tiene un papel muy importante que desempeñar para desplazar el gas natural allí donde sea posible, para facilitar una mejor gestión del sistema y aprovechar los momentos en los que la demanda eléctrica está por debajo de la capacidad de generación con energía renovable, y por tanto dar estabilidad y conseguir una mayor eficiencia del conjunto de nuestro sistema energético. Pero también porque sabemos que la descarbonización, que la competitividad de nuestra industria, que la reducción de dependencias, que el trabajo con otros socios en otras geografías es fundamental. Así que sí, la apuesta por el hidrógeno es clave, es una realidad. Estamos construyendo una economía en la que el hidrógeno tiene un papel importante que desempeñar en Europa, no solamente desde el punto de vista energético, también desde el punto de vista industrial, desde el punto de vista de la seguridad y de la modernización de nuestro tejido productivo y las relaciones con terceros países.
Muchas gracias, Vicepresidenta. El hidrógeno, en sus palabras, se configura como una palanca para avanzar en las grandes prioridades de la agenda de la Unión Europea en este momento. Y bueno, es importante la contribución de todos para hacerla realidad. Estamos en un momento en el que se está tomando ya la decisión de inversión de algunos grandes proyectos, otros se enfrentan a la toma de la FID en las próximas semanas o meses. En esos casos, los promotores de los proyectos siempre piden contar con la mayor certidumbre, la mayor visibilidad posible sobre los aspectos regulatorios, los aspectos comerciales, también sobre la disponibilidad de infraestructuras que van a ser clave para poder conectar de un modo eficiente la oferta y la demanda. ¿Qué apoyo le está dando, le puede seguir dando la Comisión Europea a los promotores de proyectos para que puedan tomar estas decisiones con una mayor certidumbre y claridad?
Empezando por una conclusión muy clara. Las instituciones europeas, la Comisión Europea, han hecho una apuesta firme por el hidrógeno y por el hidrógeno en Europa. Y, por tanto, sabemos que la certidumbre, la predictibilidad, la capacidad de gestionar una demanda que permita hacer viables los proyectos, hacer atractiva la inversión, resulta fundamental. Contar con las infraestructuras, aprovechar todo el potencial del conocimiento de un sector que ha venido trabajando desde hace mucho tiempo en Europa para poder ofrecer lo mejor de sí mismo en esta realidad es capital. y queremos seguir acompañando ese proceso, seguir plenamente comprometidos. Así que vaya por delante la felicitación a todos los participantes y a toda la sociedad del hidrógeno a nivel europeo. Y sí, pasar de la ambición a la inversión necesita claridad. ¿Cuál es el contexto regulatorio, la viabilidad comercial, las infraestructuras disponibles? Hemos venido desarrollando muchas de las necesidades para garantizar esa solución común, porque también es una oportunidad que en torno a esta transformación del sistema energético podamos seguir construyendo una Europa mucho más unida, en la que la dimensión del mercado europeo, las complementariedades de nuestro territorio, de nuestras disponibilidades y recursos sea mucho más clara. Seguridad normativa. Tenemos un marco regulatorio, el RED 3, el paquete de energías renovables, donde aparece por primera vez recogido con suficiente precisión, evidentemente no completa, pero suficiente precisión, la expectativa en torno al hidrógeno, paquete de gas e hidrógeno que están en vigor y que necesitan ser incorporados a la legislación de los Estados miembros y contar con todas las herramientas que se requiera para poder garantizar que los operadores saben quiénes son sus referentes en cada uno de los ámbitos de esos desarrollos normativos que resultan imprescindibles. La infraestructura, con un paquete de redes que aprobamos el pasado mes de diciembre y que completa y amplía lo que ya venía siendo una realidad, apoyar la planificación, la financiación, la concesión de permisos para la infraestructura del hidrógeno a través de proyectos de interés comunitario, también a través del respaldo a la realidad industrial y de servicios que esto va a requerir. Pensemos que este paquete recién aprobado identifica 100 proyectos de hidrógeno y electrolizadores de interés común. 100 proyectos que recibirán financiación de un fondo de la Unión Europea, la Connecting Europe Facility, que cuenta con 30.000 millones de euros. Sabemos que las señales del mercado también son importantes, porque no basta solamente esa señal de apoyo financiero por parte de los presupuestos públicos, del presupuesto común de la Unión Europea en torno a la innovación, la competitividad de la industria. Necesitamos que funcione el mercado. Por eso hemos querido trabajar en el Banco Europeo del Hidrógeno, que ha iniciado su andadura, que ya ha ofertado, ha señalado su voluntad de garantizar la demanda a través de contratos a largo plazo y de financiación necesaria para acometer las inversiones que se requieren. Y me parece que esto nos permite hablar de confianza por parte de los inversores y de las empresas. Claro que estamos en un momento muy complicado. Por supuesto que las certidumbres al 100% no existen, no han existido nunca y ahora parece que es todavía más convulso, pero también sabemos que garantizar una demanda estable, que sepamos que esa demanda lo es a largo plazo, que los productos bajos en carbono van a tener salida, que la demanda de esos productos bajos en carbono ha de facilitarse a través de un enfoque que nos permita priorizar, como hemos hecho recientemente con la revisión de la directiva de coches. ¿Qué ocurre si para cumplir con los objetivos de emisiones por parte de la industria del automóvil facilitamos una compensación en los supuestos de que se utilice acero verde? ¿Qué ocurre si a través de las cuotas mínimas de contenido bajo en carbono en sectores industriales clave se convierte en un factor determinante para activar esa demanda de medio y largo plazo que permita que el sector del hidrógeno despegue con fuerza? ¿Qué pasa si el Banco de Descarbonización, que cuenta con una dotación de 100.000 millones de euros, apoya la descarbonización de la industria, incluida la transición al hidrógeno? Yo creo que todo esto son señales muy claras. Muestran el compromiso de las instituciones europeas, la convicción de que los líderes en las distintas instituciones, en el Consejo, en el Parlamento, en la Comisión, sabemos que si queremos seguridad energética, si queremos fortalecer la capacidad de crecimiento, de generar riqueza en nuestra economía, aquello que hace no tanto tiempo llamábamos Pacto Verde en realidad es un pacto por la libertad económica de Europa, por la autonomía, por la independencia. Sabemos que es el momento de invertir, de activar con total seriedad las medidas que nos permitan seguir transformando muy rápidamente nuestro sistema energético a gran escala. Así que impulsemos la innovación, contemos con el apoyo de todos, cada uno tenemos un papel importante que desempeñar en esta transformación y seamos capaces de seguir construyendo oportunidades para nuestro continente y nuestra sociedad.
Pues vamos, le puedo asegurar, señora Rivera, que no podemos estar más de acuerdo todos los que estamos hoy aquí, que vamos a seguir aportando nuestra contribución para hacer realidad esa apuesta. Una última cuestión muy breve, sabemos que tiene muy poco tiempo, pero ha mencionado el paquete de redes, el Grids Package, que se ha anunciado en el mes de diciembre. Dentro del Grids Package se identifican también 8 grandes Energy Highways, autopistas de la energía. 2 de ellas son corredores de hidrógeno, el Southwest Corridor con H2Med como gran iniciativa y el South Corridor. Refiriéndome al H2Med en particular, ¿cuál es el apoyo que podemos esperar los promotores de estos proyectos por el hecho de haber sido designado el corredor Energy Highway y qué tipo de ventajas puede suponer el mecanismo de fast track que se ha señalado en el Grids Package?
Yo creo que esto es una indicación muy clara de cómo vemos que incluso en un contexto de máxima electrificación de los usos finales de la energía necesitamos moléculas y la forma de transportar esas moléculas, evidentemente lo hacemos en barco, en distintos productos que a la hora de la verdad también facilitan el inicio, el despegue de la economía del hidrógeno, requieren también contar con una red europea de hidrógeno, con un esqueleto que nos permita transportarlo a través de tuberías. Por eso, cuando la presidenta von der Leyen hablaba no solamente de homegrown energy, sino de esas energy highways, de esas autopistas de la energía, quisimos dejar claro en el paquete que esas autopistas también necesitan contar con corredores de hidrógeno. El H2Med yo creo que es uno de los proyectos más avanzados. Hemos estado trabajando en ello desde hace ya unos cuantos años. Sabemos que el corredor suroeste de esa parte de autopistas energéticas refleja la posibilidad de desarrollar el hidrógeno no como un conjunto de proyectos nacionales, sino como un mercado europeo que esté verdaderamente integrado. Esto tiene un valor económico muy grande, un valor político muy grande. La necesidad de seguir construyendo, profundizando en la Unión Europea, en el mercado interior, en activar la palanca económica de esas complementariedades, evitando fragmentaciones como las que todavía vivimos en el día a día de nuestro mercado interior es fundamental. Lo decía Draghi en su informe, lo decía Letta en su informe. Un mercado eficiente significa que puede desplazarse los productos, los bienes, los servicios en cualquier parte de nuestro territorio sin tener que pagar esas tarifas internas asociadas a la fragmentación. Y esto ocurre también con el hidrógeno. ¿Dónde podemos producir hidrógeno renovable de la forma más rentable, que además ofrezca seguridad al sistema con ese segundo componente de almacenamiento de energía que en otro caso se despilfarraría? ¿Cómo podemos transformarlo hasta donde se encuentre la demanda? En zonas industriales, en puertos, en sectores difíciles de descarbonizar, pueden estar cerca de los centros de producción y eso es una ventaja industrial añadida, allí donde hay capacidad de producción de hidrógeno, pero puede también desplazarse, transportarse a otros grandes consumidores que nos hacen viable esa inversión en el corto plazo y que además, como digo, pone de manifiesto la complementariedad de nuestras alternativas a lo largo y ancho del continente europeo. Y para que este mercado europeo funcione, necesitamos esas autopistas. Así que yo creo que el H2Med puede sentirse orgulloso de haber sido parte de ese grupo de pioneros que ha plasmado con gran agilidad, yo diría que con gran profesionalidad también, la posibilidad real de articular cooperación real entre los distintos actores económicos, energéticos, reguladores, transportistas en el ámbito europeo de una economía del hidrógeno que esperemos sea pronto realidad. Desde la Comisión mantenemos nuestro compromiso total de convertir esos objetivos en hechos. Haremos lo que esté en nuestra mano, por supuesto, que se va a requerir coordinación, se va a tener que identificar hasta qué punto las medidas que se ponen en marcha son suficientes, adecuadas o hay que ajustarlas a las realidades que vamos descubriendo por el camino. Pero lo que es verdad es que el compromiso, el entusiasmo, la capacidad colectiva de las empresas, de los distintos actores, la voluntad de operar en la economía del hidrógeno en la península ibérica ha sido fundamental en la construcción de esta nueva realidad. Creo que además es algo reconocido más allá de las fronteras, más allá de los Pirineos. Es también una gran responsabilidad, porque significa que todo el mundo va a estar muy pendiente de cómo se vienen desarrollando las cosas, de qué forma se van sentando las piezas de esta nueva realidad industrial. Y yo confío en que con el buen hacer y la capacidad de integración de los distintos actores en el ecosistema pueda ser un ejemplo de éxito del que sentirnos todos orgullosos. Así que buena suerte.
Muchas gracias, Vicepresidenta Ejecutiva para una transición limpia, justa y competitiva de la Comisión Europea. Querida Teresa, muchísimas gracias por tus mensajes hoy, ese mensaje de compromiso total, de apoyo total, esa visión que yo creo que nos ha añadido una buena porción de claridad, de certidumbre sobre todo lo que viene, los proyectos que tiene la Comisión Europea para seguir impulsando el hidrógeno verde como un gran vector estratégico de la Unión Europea. Como he dicho, cuenta con todo el ecosistema del hidrógeno que estamos aquí reunidos hoy para formar parte de ese gran proyecto colectivo europeo que encabeza la Comisión. Muchísimas gracias, Teresa.
Pues mi agradecimiento cariñoso a todos y que vaya muy bien la jornada.
Gracias.
Bueno, muchas gracias. Ha estado muy interesante escuchar a la vicepresidenta. Desde Bruselas muchas veces cuando se habla del hidrógeno se destacan varios conceptos, entre otros competitividad y descarbonización sin perder el músculo industrial del continente. En esa tarea es fundamental también el diálogo y la colaboración entre el sector público y el sector privado para lograr ese objetivo común. De eso vamos a hablar ahora en la siguiente mesa, en el siguiente panel, con protagonistas de ese diálogo, de ese entendimiento entre lo público y lo privado. Así que invito ya a estar aquí con nosotros en el escenario a Cristina Lobillo, es directora de Política Energética de la Dirección General de Energía de la Comisión Europea. También al doctor Christoph von den Busche, presidente de ENO, la red de redes europea. Yorgo Chatzimarkakis, CEO de Hydrogen Europe. Bienvenidos todos, y modera la sesión el CEO de Barmar, Francisco de la Flor. Con ellos les dejo.
Good morning. We have 25 minutes. Has been reduced the time. I'm quite happy to moderate this panel, this session. The title, yes, is good to remember: Europe committed to renewable hydrogen to promote competitiveness and decarbonization. Then I feel that in the previous session, particularly in the conversation with the Vice President, the scene has been set up already, so we can go and deep dive and elaborate on the visions that three persons representing let's say the vision, or representing the European Commission, the operators, and the complete industry are here. So that I try in these cases, I try to start with by the conclusions and by the aim, just in case we don't have time for that. And I say that our goal is then to deliver strong messages about Europe's unwavering commitment to renewable hydrogen, with a particular focus on the urgent need to transpose the hydrogen and decarbonized gas market package into natural legislation. And with the conclusion, also taking from what has been said before, that without infrastructure, there is not hydrogen market, and the Commission's continued support for these networks is essential. And the final remark I usually just deliver here is the hydrogen infrastructure, the building of hydrogen infrastructure is a no-regret option. It's a no-regret option. So let's go ahead. We try to have a couple of questions each. Starting with Cristina, just the vision from the Commission, and just to elaborate on how will the hydrogen and decarbonized gas market package into the national transposition accelerate the green hydrogen?
Thank you very much, Paco. And before starting, I would like to thank Enagás, Francisco, and Arturo for inviting DG Energy once again to the fourth day of hydrogen and renewable hydrogen. Thank you very much. It's difficult for me after having listened to our executive Vice President Teresa Rivera, but from my perspective, DG Energy, I think that it is more clear than ever how producing, as the Vice President said, homegrown energy is relevant. And it's very relevant in the current geopolitical context. I think that we'll have to dedicate maybe one whole day to elaborate on the current geopolitical context. But it's clear that the dramatic experience on our energy dependencies, Arturo, you mentioned Russian gas and how after 3 years we are now getting rid of this gas. So we need more than ever homegrown energies. The President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, she mentioned basically renewables and nuclear. And obviously, hydrogen is essential in an energy mix by 2050 when we want to achieve decarbonization. So hydrogen, have been said here in previous interventions. So we need hydrogen for transport and for those sectors that are very difficult to abate. And how the Commission has supported this market. I think that there are 3 main layers of support that is very important to highlight in this session today. The first one is that we are the first continent that we have adopted a complete regulatory framework. And this obviously gives predictability to investment. There is no investment if we don't have a solid regulatory framework. And this is the experience that we see in other international partners. The second point is financing. We understand that for a market that is still nascent, even if every day, every year, we have more progress, but we need to support financially this market. And this is a commitment that comes from the Commission, but also from member states. If we look into the Innovation Fund, the Hydrogen Bank, the Connecting Europe Facility, today we count with more than 38 billion euros supporting the low-carbon hydrogen market in the European Union, in particular renewable hydrogen. And the third element, that is a mechanism that we have developed in the Commission very recently, is the multi-energy product platform, including hydrogen and its derivatives, ammonia, SAF, that consists on giving more transparency to the market. So to put together the producers of hydrogen and the buyers, in order to have more information about who will be the off-takers in the European Union and how to match these off-takers with internal domestic production of hydrogen in the European Union, but also production from third countries. So I think that the 3 layers give, in my view, a very complete framework that makes sure that from the European Commission there is no doubt on the very strong support that we want to give to renewable hydrogen in the European Union.
Thank you, Cristina. Now to Christophe. Christophe, as presented, is the chair, the president of the European Network of Hydrogen Operators, and is an operator, important operator in Germany. 40 companies are, roughly speaking, in ENOH, so that the full European panorama is in the association. Then for you, first question is about what role should the future European hydrogen network and corridors, like, for instance, H2Med, we are here, play in building this competitive market?
Yeah, thanks, Francisco. I think it's not what should they play. I think the question is what will they play, and they will play in a very essential role. And especially H2Med will be, as one of the most advanced hydrogen corridors in Europe, will play a very important role. if you think about a system for the hydrogen economy, this will be, the import corridors will be the veins of the whole system, or maybe to be more precise, the arteries of the system, and therefore have a very central role. Because if you think about why do we do all this with the hydrogen, it's because hydrogen is an energy vector where you can move energy easily and very efficiently, cheaply via large distances, and you can store it. This only makes sense if you have the necessary infrastructure for it. And I think it gets even more and more important because, as we heard before, we started with the ideas, okay, if we want to move around energy all over Europe, it's a question of a European market. You have a larger market, which is more efficient than lots of small markets. Let's call it typical European market rationale. Then the next argument was and still is valid sustainability. So we want to decarbonize the industry, and therefore this market, this very well-connected, interlinked market is necessary. And I think, even though it has been mentioned before, it can't be stressed enough. Looking to the last 2-3 years, the topic of resilience, of energy sovereignty has really gained of importance. And maybe we are here in Spain where it's not as present, but when talking to the other TSOs, especially more to the east of Europe, if I talk to my Finnish colleagues or from the Baltic states, energy resilience and the topic of homegrown energy and not being dependent on somebody else has a completely different materiality as you might see it here in the, let's call it, far west. And you already mentioned Enno, so only a few words. What's Enno doing now? It's 36 hydrogen network operators, mainly the TSOs, from 26 countries. So every country from the European Union joined there. Only Malta is still a little bit reluctant, but they are lacking a gas grid, and therefore pretty small for them. It's not really a topic. But everybody else is sitting around the table. And Pascal already asked for kind of architect designing this European grid. As Enno, I think we're the platform for this architecture because we are bringing together all the different hydrogen network operators for a joint planning and as well in coordination with the EU institutions like the EU Commission, but as well with Acer, we make it happen that we have one view, one grid, one design. And besides the planning, I think the operational issues, it's called grid codes, sounds very technical, but that's the daily doing. How can this work? Especially, I see colleagues from Spain, colleagues from France here. I would like to remind, what about the railway tracks? If you don't start right in the beginning, taking care of these small operational details, of this interoperability, and even though network code interoperability sounds very bureaucratic, on the other hand, we don't want to end up with railway tracks in adjacent countries with different widths. And therefore, not to let this happen with hydrogen, that's as well a task of Enno.
Thank you, Christoph. Next is Jorgo. Jorgo represents association, the European Association, where you gather 600 or more companies along all value chain. So you know very well what happens here. You are considered as the champion of the hydrogen, the rock star of the hydrogen, or even some other things that are said about you. In fact, I was scared about moderating this with Jorgo because you may say, Jorgo, hello, hydrogen, and he can feel the rest of the day and the following day. But he promised that it's also quite, can be very concrete. And then with just a couple of questions, allowing you to say whatever you want. Is what happens usually. First question.
Thank you. Thank you, and I call you by your nickname, Paco. Thank you very much. I would like to start with a big thanks to, of course, Enagás and especially Arturo. These changes, ladies and gentlemen, don't happen by coincidence. They don't happen without people, without persons, without personalities, without characters. Arturo is the real rock star. Because Arturo, and I will tell you why. The Spanish people here in the room know that he has won big awards as a writer. He has written historical books about Hannibal, about the Hannibal time. These are books about power, about networks, about space, about alliances, about resilience. And it describes what happens ever and ever again in history. And this, what you describe centuries ago, is the case today. I heard a lot in this room about resilience. You have a historical view on it, but you live it every day. Because nobody else, it takes courage, it takes a lot of things to build all this. The fourth hydrogen day, especially Ivana mentioned it, in a time where everybody is negative, where we hear from the Commission, maybe we gave too much money. He insists, and he gave the most important job to build the most important part. This is the Barmar thing to Paco. So you guys are my real heroes. You describe heroes in your historical books, but let's say it clearly. If you don't take resilience as the obvious thing as it is and just talk, we fail. Let's take Spain, a Spanish example. What happened last year? Last year was a year where there was a political debate about a blackout, but there was a blackout. It was not Eastern Europe, and it was not cut of energy supply. It was too much energy supply of a certain way of energy. So our job is not just to continue things. We all talk about urgency, urgency. Urgente. I love to hear this in Spanish. But it's really urgent. I lived a blackout last weekend that was very local. We saw in Berlin, 5 days in Berlin, capital of one of the biggest industrial countries, and you cannot fix it. So resilience is much more than just talking about a little bit of defense, a little bit of security of supply. It's bringing not the best technology, but the right technologies together in a system to let electrons and molecules work together. And it's not easy. And the Spanish example shows us that we need to work upon it, not ideologically. I saw the debate here in Spain. It was a little bit political, ideological. No, we don't need that. We want to have homegrown energies, like Commission President, like Teresa Ribera said, but we need to manage them. And you describe in your novels that sometimes it's the periphery that becomes more important than the center. And this is the case. Iberian Peninsula is the periphery of Europe. But it becomes the powerhouse of greenhouse. My ancestors come from Greece. I would wish that they would have the same vision. They don't. Huh? They now found gas and oil, and they have the help of the Americans. They will make their way. Spain is insisting, and this is courageous, and this needs more support. By the way, the other periphery is the Nordics. So we have two big areas in Europe, Iberian Peninsula and the Nordics, that will help us to bring homegrown energies to us, but it needs to be connected. Last word, Paco, and then I stop.
I told you, never disappointing.
On Monday, I had the opportunity and the honor to be part of this North Sea Summit. So Spain is not part of it. France is, Pierre Etienne, so France was there, very strong. However, they want to ramp up by 120 gigawatts until 2030 the windmills. Super. By the way, in 23, they curtailed a quarter of the energy. They curtailed. So we pay something which is then lost. This would not be the case if you mix, if you mesh, so to say, the technology, so electrons and molecules. That's what you are advocating here. That's what we need to do much faster. And by the way, but I say that in the second, All these wind turbines are built by steel. And what green steel means for you as basically the transmission system operators, because you need customers, I'll come up with it later on. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I have another question interesting for you. I hope that you will quickly focus on that. The second question, we have a couple of minutes each. We spoke about the package. Yes, this is something that not the past, is the present, but we have to think about the future. There's the milestones and decisions that will enable the green hydrogen scale up. And the market changes. The Commission thinks that should member state expect.
Well, there is one, thank you, Paco. I think that we should speak not about the future, but about the present. Because I think that many things are happening compared to what happened 2 years ago. I would like to give you 2 very precise examples. I was very fortunate because I attended also the first day of Enagás hydrogen. And I remember that at that time, we spoke about how to develop a hydrogen project. Today, we have very specific projects that have been supported in the whole value chain. H2Med, Southwest Hydrogen Corridor are a very clear example on how the Commission is supporting that. The second example, speaking about infrastructure, is the Connecting Europe facility. We have today 5.8 billion dedicated to infrastructure. The Commission has proposed to increase this 5.8 billion to close to 30 billion to support infrastructure, being hydrogen one of these elements to support. So I think that these are very 2 clear examples on how, this is happening in the present. But if we talk about how to accelerate that, I think that in the European Union, we have all the elements. And I was mentioning before, we have the regulatory framework. Last year, we completed all the implementing and delegated acts that are stemming from the regulation. We have also our Red 3, that, by the way, some member states need to transpose, so not fully transposed yet, but this is happening. And then I also mentioned this mechanism to match supply and demand, that I think is maybe not very well known, in the member state, but we need to do a big effort on communication, because I think it's very important not only to develop legislation and financing, but concrete actions to make this market development happen. So just to sum up, maybe two points. So not the future, I like to speak about present, because this is happening now. And secondly, this is something that also is happening in the European Commission with member states. We are cooperating with member states in the energy policy more than ever. I have been working more than 15 years in energy and never have seen before such a high degree of cooperation with member states and with the stakeholders. So I think there is a common sense that in the context of the geopolitics today, we need more than ever to advance. And it's not only a sustainability criteria, it's also an economic dimension. So as far as we are able to produce, to be more independent, also provided that we need to secure critical minerals and other components of the value chain, we will be more sovereign and will be able to compete in a more and more complicated international context.
Thank you, perfect. So cooperation. So the goal I referred to at the beginning is achieve with cooperation. Christophe, a couple of minutes for you. The question was about the role that the operators should take. And now, just going further, is how these operators evolve to deliver that role, because all of us are coming from gas, most of us. So that we have to evolve to deliver.
They are already evolving to deliver, so I don't need to comment the CEO panel we had this morning. I think it was clear there's a clear direction they will implement. And I think we have a good example seen in Germany that if the framework, being it regulatory, being it financing, is correct, delivery will take place. So the representative from the German ministry, Bernhard Kluttig, this morning explained this amortization account, which is more or less the state accepts the majority of the risk in case of a significant failure. So it's not financing the new home you buy, it's more the fire insurance. Without, you would not get any financing from any bank. And this type of fire insurance was taken by the German state for the German core grid. It took 1 year, and we already heard roughly 500 kilometers already implemented. Okay, not new build within 1 year, but being maybe mainly by conversion. But it shows that it really works, and as a significant part of this converted pipeline belongs to the company I'm responsible for, I can assure you, without this core grid regulation, without this financing framework, this would not have happened. And therefore, I think it already is taking place, but now we need this mechanism, which is good for de-risking, to use the investment banker fashionable word for it, on national level. Now we need such a mechanism for the cross-border projects, because it's so difficult, and with a new nascent market, where you don't know how it will develop, it's difficult enough. Cross-border cost allocation in power, where you have an existing market where everybody can prognose how it will work out. But for a new market where so much uncertainty, there definitely we need these new instruments, and I think we have good examples, but need to implement it on European scale.
Okay, thanks. Lessons. We were speaking about lessons, and this is the last point about what can the industry, learning, regulation, and infrastructure bring hydrogen cost to competitive levels?
Well, first of all, hydrogen is
70 seconds.
Thank you. It's not different from other technologies. Scale brings costs down, but I want to say we need demand. Huh? The amortization only works if the TSOs have somebody to bring hydrogen to, so you need a customer. Bernhard Klutti is in the room. He paid 2.6 billion to one customer of hydrogen that is committed to hydrogen. That's a steel company very close to H2 Med in France, border to Germany. It's there. They need the hydrogen. He paid already the money. He told me this morning it hurts. And now the steel company needs to find customers. Now I look at Cristina. Because we heard from Teresa Ribera about the lead markets. And this is so important. If we don't have an expectability of this demand, and you did a great job, Commission, Cristina and Teresa was behind it, at the CO2 regulation of cars to give super credits to green steel in cars. That was super. It needs to be put into practice. But this helps the producers of steel to find customers to pay back to these guys here, so everything is fine. But lead markets need to come. I see the Accelerator Act, Industry Accelerator Act, postponed. Please, give us a clear target of which lead markets will be there. I talked about the wind turbines in the North Sea. If they are publicly funded, they should be built with European steel coming from these companies that are doing that. It's simple. And she, Teresa, is also the competition commissioner. She can give the green light to this kind of lead markets. And this is what we need quite soon, I would say until Easter, and then we are done and we will pay back everything. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you. Just we finish. This is what we use in our iPad and computers. We say this is the hydrogen is now.
El hidrógeno es ahora.
Is that what we use? So thanks a lot.
Gracias.
Buenísimo este hombre.
Qué reto,
Muchas gracias. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So passionate. Thank you. Gracias. Bueno, gracias. Ha estado realmente interesante y muy apasionado el debate. Vamos a hablar ahora de un aspecto clave en el desarrollo del sector del hidrógeno, como es la financiación. Sin la financiación no se ponen en marcha proyectos, si no se apuesta por invertir y por poner dinero en esos proyectos, el sector del hidrógeno no es capaz de despegar, por supuesto. So now we are going to share some strategies, some incentives, some initiatives that are showing their efficiency, making hydrogen go from planning to reality. We have some of the main experts on this field. They will be here with us in a conversation moderated by the president of Enagás, Joan Batalla. He will have a conversation with Paloma Aba Garrote, directora de CINEA de la Comisión Europea. I invite them to come here to the stage. Also Ronald Schulze, asesor en tecnologías bajas en carbono del Banco Europeo de Inversiones. Bianca Dragomir, directora de Cleantech for Iberia. Y Urbano Troncoso, Executive Director Private Banking de Santander. Así que gracias, con ellos se quedan.
Gracias. Good morning. Let me start thanking Enagás for its kind invitation to participate another year in the Hydrogen Day. For me, it's a great pleasure to be moderating this roundtable just to talk about a relevant question, funding and financing. During this morning, we have been talking about the relevance of demand, supply, geopolitics. We have been talking about infrastructure, the relevance of infrastructure connecting supply and demand. But another question that is extremely relevant, the economic, the financial funding aspects. Because without enough public and private funding, even the most strategical technologies cannot be deployed at the scale and speed required. And we are talking about that for the next 30 minutes, as we are the obstacle between us and the lunch. I will try to be punctual in order to finish on time. And to talk about this question, to address the relevance of the financing and the funding question, we have an excellent combination of speakers coming from public, private institutions, coming from platform institutions that they are analyzing the situation and fostering the deployment of renewable hydrogen. And let me start with the first question. It will be a question addressed to Paloma. Paloma is the director of the Climate Infrastructure and Environment Executive Agency. Obviously, it's a crucial institution fostering the deployment of hydrogen, renewable hydrogen. And let me start asking for a general overview of the situation in Europe. We have had the presentation of the Executive Vice President, Teresa Rivera, the General Director of Energy Policy, but most focused in the financial, in the funding aspects. I will ask Paloma if you can share with us the vision of the situation, what is expected for the next year coming from the European Commission, and especially from the agency that is a crucial actor in this process of deployment of the renewable hydrogen.
Okay. Thank you, Jan. And yeah, I'm also, will try to summarize because I know that you are hungry. I'm already hungry, and I live in Belgium, so no, probably now I will have already finished my lunch. So, I mean, the European Commission has used the executive aim to channel, many, a big amount of funds through the decarbonization of the economy, the energy and transport sectors, and the industry. And it's not an exception for the hydrogen sector. I think it has been mentioned today by Arturo. We have today a portfolio of more than 200 projects to which we are giving financing around now 6 billion euros, but it's growing extremely fast in the last few years, and we expect it to be more. And we are covering from, for example, activities in research, demonstration, pilot projects, mostly through the Horizon Europe program, but we are also, supporting infrastructure and transmission through the Connecting Europe facility, but also the production of green hydrogen through the Innovation Fund, which is supporting the European Hydrogen Bank. If, speak about the Connecting Europe facility, and it has already been mentioned,
This is our critical financing instrument to support cross-border connectivity, but also resilience of the infrastructure. And since 2024, when we have received the first projects of common interest and mutual interest in the hydrogen sector, we have started to support them. Still in the early stages, most of them is the support through studies, but we are ready to go into financing works when these projects are ready to start. In the case of production of renewable hydrogen, I imagine that most of you are aware the Innovation Fund, or through the Innovation Fund, we are launching annual auctions, which we are giving a fixed premium to the production of renewable hydrogen, although also now in this last auction, we are also including low-carbon hydrogen, and it's still open until middle of February. And Spain has been extremely active in those auctions. We have given a number of grants to all of them. We are expecting to enter into operation. So these are main instruments, and then I would like to say more about what's next. And I think that in a way has already been said, but it is sometimes good to reiterate the message. The Commission has made a proposal that the Connecting Europe facility will be multiplied by 5 times, so reaching 30 billion euros. Still, we are in negotiations with the Parliament and the Council, and of course, we would like and we hope to get support for those. On top of that, I think that maybe has not yet been mentioned, but I still think that there might be an additional opportunity in the European Competitiveness Fund, which has a window of around, this is our proposal, 26 billion for the clean transition and the decarbonization of the industry. And there are specific activities which refer to support to domestic energy transmission and distribution systems, but also for the production, storage, transmission, and uptake of alternative fuels, particularly for the transport sector. So there might be also possibilities as of 2028 for those. And also, finally, the Innovation Fund. There is today now a work going on the revision of the ETS directive, and therefore also on the framework of how the Innovation Fund is working. The Commission is reflecting a lot on what we are going to do after 2030 and how the Innovation Fund will look like. So we will also, look into that and see how this can be improved. And just maybe to finalize, all this kind of fund that we provide through the Connecting Europe facility or through the Innovation Fund is a fund, so public funding is there to support and unlock private investment. It's not to substitute private funding, it's to make it happen and attract those. So I hope that, and we expect that also the bulk of investment is taken up by the financing sector, the banking sector, who could also, and should have an important role in the financing of the infrastructure.
Thank you, Paloma. I think that it's really clear the role that you are developing, supporting the economics of hydrogen, the economic development of this value chain. And just going to the financial sector, you are the last part of your intervention. We are talking about the relevance of the public funding, but it is required the private or the financial sector. In this regard, the second question is for Roland and also for Urbano. For me, I think that it's an excellent opportunity just to talk about the financial sector, to have the European Investment Bank, that is one of the world's largest provider of climate funding. Also, Banco Santander, one of the most influential institutions, banks, just growing up the presence and participation in the financing of hydrogen, renewable hydrogen projects. In this regards, the specific question, in this process of transformation, obviously it has been pointed out that it's extremely relevant, the finance and the banking sector, to contribute to development of the hydrogen economy. But what are you doing? What are the most relevant aspects that you are fostering, you are contributing in order to identify these opportunities in order to scale up and to speed up the hydrogen and renewable hydrogen projects? Roland, please.
All right, thank you, Juan. Thank you also to Enagás for having EIB. We are very honored to be part of this fourth Hydrogen Days. Yeah, having heard all these big numbers of public funding, 30 billion, 5 billion, 13 billion in recovery and resilience funds, IPSE, many, many billions, then as part of the finance sector, EIB, you have to be very modest. We only grant 80 billion euros every year as new loans, and yeah, having such high numbers, you have to be very modest. And in that modesty, I think I can say that the EIB in the decade actually prior to that, the European Union has launched the hydrogen strategy. The EIB has already funded companies and activities who were contributing to the development of the hydrogen sector. So we were providing loans for companies who wanted to improve their devices using hydrogens. We have funded municipal captive bus fleets who were running off hydrogen. We were funding refueling stations and so on. That was all prior to 2020, 2021. With the strategy, then, we have received several financing requests, more on the production side, and we were pleased that we could then support also Spanish and Iberian Peninsula projects here. And since then, we funded hydrogen economy activities across the hydrogen value chain. So in supply, in production, but also in enabling infrastructure, less so, though the TSOs, which were here earlier, haven't yet come to us so frequently. But we have also funded on the demand side. So in total, in the last 4 to 5 years, we have provided approximately 2 billion euros. And you have to imagine the public funding is public funding, very generous, lots of billions. But if then an investor wants to receive financing from the EIB, the B stands for bank, then the investment as such, the investor has to be confident and be so proud of his investments that he's convinced that the loan can be, that investment can actually serve the loan. So all these investments, the 2 billion investments are, let's say, bankable in that sense. And we have a kind of a pipeline, if I may say, not pipeline like transmission system operator pipelines, but a further requests in the coming years, which amount to approximately, I think, in terms of capital investments, approximately to 12 to 15 billion euros for hydrogen activities. So, and we are in contact with all these investors to make that happen. At the very beginning, of course, we also need to understand and to learn as bankers what's going on, what's happening there, and we did 2 surveys. One survey across the hydrogen value chain industry to understand what are their concerns and problems and issues. Many of them were mentioned earlier, so I don't want to repeat them, regulation and all these kinds of things. And then we also made a survey amongst the TSOs to understand what are their plans, how do they want to proceed. Is it more about repurposing of pipelines, or is it new pipelines? Is it dedicated pipelines, and so on and so on? And as a bank which is aligned to the Paris Agreement, we had a bit of an issue around how would these investments then align with our commitment to the Paris Agreement. And we discovered, so we have procedures and rules to make ourselves aligned with that Paris Agreement. And we discovered in that survey, in the conversations with the TSOs, that our procedures, as bureaucratic as they might look from the distance, our procedures in providing financing for TSOs are actually very much aligned with the needs of that industry. That was a surprise for us, and we are very happy with that. Okay, as we should share that question, I'll stop here and leave the rest for...
Well, so first of all, thank you very much for having me here. Real pleasure being able to share what we are doing in this space. So I think that the first point, and Ivana mentioned it earlier, right? 110 billion. Keep this figure in mind. I think that means that shareholders, or let's say sponsors, are not going to be enough. That means that definitely we need a lot of public money, but definitely we need the private sector and the banking industry to be part of this. And I think that it's something that we realized a long time ago. I think that most of the actors in the industry too. And then we started having this type of conversations, and trying to help shape the industry in a way that we can play in there. Second message is, and I think that is quite important, it's not the first time. We have done it in the past. And we have done it in the past in the electrons, we have done it in the past in the molecules. So if you look at the LNG industry, you would see that there are huge amounts of private capital in there, both on the equity side, also on the debt side. And if you look at the renewables, similar story, right? So last year, just Santander financed more than 15 gigas of renewables, okay? So just to give you an order of magnitude. What we are doing, and we also understood, is that it was not just because we had done it in the past, that we didn't need to make some adjustments, right? And the first thing is that, okay, we needed to bring people that understood this sector, and this is what we are doing. So then we can complement our extensive financing knowledge also with the sector expertise that is required to understand what are the key risks, how we can tackle them, and how can be comfortable. At the end of the day, for those of you that know banks, you need to go to a credit committee, but basically are people that are sitting in front of you and telling you, okay, which is the risk of not getting repaid? And it's not easy to convince them, I can assure you. So you need to have really good arguments. So definitely this is something we have been doing. Just to give you an example, I'm a chemical engineer, I spent a long time working in the oil and gas industry, and then I joined a bank, which seems crazy to many people, but I think that makes a lot of sense. And then what we are doing is the third element. It's not because we have done it and that the capital and the appetite is there that this is going to happen. So what comes then to the table is the famous concept of bankability. You mentioned it, those are bankable. What does it mean to be bankable? Being bankable means that banks are comfortable lending money to those projects. Okay. We can discuss this for hours, right? Because there is bankability on the production side, there is bankability on the midstream part, on the consumption side, and many other topics. But basically what we are doing is trying to help projects to understand which are our views early enough. So by the time they are willing to take FID, we all are on the same page. Because what we saw at the beginning when the industry was starting was many people telling us, look, I have a project, it's ready for FID. Then I was looking at the project and saying, look, I cannot lend to this. Then basically either you need to move and to look for another bank. The reality is that those projects didn't move ahead. So that means that it was not just us that were not ready. It meant that they need to renegotiate some of the contracts and so on the terms, right? So I think that what we are doing is advising. We are currently advising more than 15 projects globally, from the US to Australia, and I think that that's also quite important. Here it was mentioned, this is the global industry. You need to understand how the industry is shaping globally, to understand where are the key pain points and how you can tackle it. And just a final consideration, as today we are discussing infrastructure, I think that in some of the projects we are advising, and which intend to connect to this infrastructure or hydrogen infrastructure, we are perceiving two key challenges. And I think it's important that we all start reflecting on how we are going to tackle those. First one is project-on-project risk. Maybe it's a concept that is coming from the project finance industry, but I will explain it to you quite simple. If you have a production project and you need to connect to an infrastructure that is not there today, how can you be sure that the infrastructure will be there by the time your project is reaching COD or is starting production? Of course, we all want these projects to happen at the same time, but I need to have 100% certainty of this. And let's turn it the other way around. If you're building a pipeline, you want to be sure that the projects that are producing the hydrogen are going to be there. You don't want to build a pipeline and then have an empty pipeline for 2 years. So how we manage this issue is quite important. And the second one is that this is not only about having certainty on the offtake and having certainty on the pipeline being there, is also the rules of the game. So what are going to be the rules of the game for having access to these pipelines, tariffs that will apply to these pipelines, and not for the first couple of years, but over the tenor of an investment, which is 10 plus years. So regulation needs to be clear, constant, and if possible, simple. But I know that, okay, this might be challenging.
Thank you, Urbano. I think that it's really relevant, these messages, the relevance of the risk, the projects, and obviously the relevance of to have clear the rules of the game. I will I will come back to these questions later if we have time. But I think that the positive message is that the procedures of the banking activities are extremely aligned with the infrastructure projects requirements, and also that we have experience. So it has been done in the past, it can be done in the future with some adjustment. Obviously, I think that is clear after your words, that is extremely relevant, the financing and the banking sector. But obviously another question that is extremely relevant is to accelerate the deployment of this renewable hydrogen. And this question is addressed to Bianca Dragomir. She is director of Cleantech. That it's an excellent example of the importance of alliances and collaboration. The Cleantech represents all the value chains and is trying to foster this industrial decarbonization through the renewable gases and other decarbonization vectors. In this regard, Bianca, I will ask to ask you what can be done in addition to the financial aspects, which can be modified, the financing policies, supporting measures, including intertemporal cost allocation, the risking mechanism. We are talking about that just a few minutes ago, in order to accelerate, to go for a fast-track hydrogen projects, while also strengthening the European competitiveness. Thank you, Bianca.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everyone. Also, thank you, Arturo, and your wonderful team for the invitation today. Well, Cleantech for Iberia is indeed a coalition of the leading investors, venture capital banks, philanthropists, as well as companies operating at the technology frontier, so innovators in the process of scale. And I guess that scale is the key word as well of this morning, right? Now, when looking from this point of view, I guess that the challenge, the scale of challenge today requires us to raise to the challenge of scale. If it is a scale or fail moment in Europe at the moment, in the Iberian Peninsula as well, and we certainly need to navigate here. And if, well, regarding to your question, if we need to shape policies that are fit for purpose with the needs that we are facing today, and this make or break moment that we are having for in the context of European competitiveness in the global context, I would say two things. Number one, we certainly need to scale up supply and demand in renewable hydrogen in order to compete globally. And number two, we need to bring down the green premium so that we are able to scale up these innovations that we know we have many, and also to be able to mobilize the private capital that we also know that it exists in Europe towards this. This is the way, in this way we will be able to create those value chains and to really create those champions that other continents have already started to do, and they are well, we are lagging behind. Now, in terms of the how to do this, from our innovators' point of view, we know that instruments such as public guarantees are absolutely essential in order to do that. From venture to the commercial scale phase, we need more public guarantees, and of course the EIB has done a lot, has channeled a lot of public guarantee that we've seen that worked very well for the wind power sector, for example. But now we need to deploy this towards the green hydrogen much more than we've done it so far, at much more speed and at much more scale. We need a sprint to scale, and public guarantees for both first-of-a-kind projects, but also manufacturing guarantees are key. Number two, I think carbon contracts for difference are essential. We've seen also that Germany has rolled them out. We need much more across the whole European Union. We need much more in Spain and Portugal as a potential hub for green hydrogen deployment of innovations. And certainly I would also mention blended finance mechanisms, so public-private partnerships in order to accelerate these technologies, these vanguard technologies that we have across Europe is essential. One of the, examples where this has been done successfully at European level is also brought by the Commission and the EIB together with, for example, Breakthrough Energy, which is one of our partners in Cleantech for Iberia, with EU Catalyst Partnership, where actually companies, vanguard companies, disruptive companies that are strategic for Europe in key sectors for Europe have been helped to scale, to go through the first of a kind, to reach the second of a kind, and go towards end of a kind projects. Companies such as Energy Dome in Italy or Ineratec in SAF in Germany. These are examples of how we could go forward. But we need a critical mass of this, and we also need to bring this down to member states to shape these much more creatively into action in Spain, Portugal, and give them a local color. Ministries together, government funding together with philanthropies, equity, venture debt. This is how we need to kind of become more creative and sophisticate this model, not make them more complex, but sophisticate them so that we actually respond to the needs of the market.
Thank you, Bianca. I got this last idea, less complex but more creative in order to have solutions for the deployment of the renewable hydrogen. We have just 4 minutes before ending the session, ending the round table. So I want to have a last question, but I ask for a short answer. But in a question that is extremely relevant, we are talking about the present of the hydrogen, but just looking ahead, looking in 2030, how you consider that has to be the most relevant incentives in order to accelerate supply, in order to accelerate demand creation, in order to accelerate the infrastructure required to connect supply and demand. Just looking in the long-term perspectives. Just short answer, please. 1 minute each, if you want. Paloma?
Well, I would say that, private and public finance, is one of the pillars to make the hydrogen market to exist. But there are other, I would say, other pillars that should be there. And I would say, and it has been mentioned today, well, first we need a stable regulatory framework. We also need high political support, and not only at national level, but probably at cross level. When we see many countries working together and politically supporting certain projects, we see that they are happening. And I would say that the third one, we need also, targeted industrial policies. And I think, the Commission is moving towards that. And with these 4 elements, we should expect that the hydrogen market, will be able to take off.
Thank you, Paloma. Roland?
Thank you. I think strategic incentives is a very complex topic, so I can only offer some reflections to it. So what we have seen in the financings is that the investors actually struggle on both sides. So getting on the production side, for example, getting enough electricity, and also then finding offtakes, and so these markets are disconnected, and the incentives these investors enjoy are always also disconnected. So there's incentives on the supply side, or capital incentives, or feed-in tariffs, or CFDs, and also on the offtake. So maybe a strategic incentive could be to help connecting these 2 markets so that the investor in its cash flow is less exposed to be squeezed in between. But this is just a very brainstorming reflection.
Thank you, Roland. Bianca, please.
I'll make a reflection maybe more connected to the Iberian Peninsula reality, which is I'd love to see a more diverse capital stack in support of these innovators in green hydrogen. dilutive, non-dilutive mechanisms, as well as blended finance, and also a more coordination between different instruments belonging to different ministries, each with different timelines that actually puzzle a lot the innovators and the future champions in green hydrogen. So would love to see that in a more coherent way, but also would love to see much more catalytic patient capital bringing in. We have philanthropies, we have pension funds, insurers. All these institutional investors, international institutional investors, should also crowd in here in this space, which is, a space for the future, a space for our security and competitiveness. So.
Perfect.
Okay, I think that was not much more to be said, but maybe a couple of reflections. I think the first one is saying, I don't think that there is a matter, or it's a problem of capital. So I think that there is enough capital out there, and there is appetite. What we need is the, I would say, the certainty or the stability. And definitely there, my first reflection is that we have been thinking projects from the power source toward the off-taker for many years, and we are struggling. Maybe it's time to think projects the other way around. So let's start, and maybe incentives should go the other way. So let's start from the off-taker, that is what we are not finding, and then build back. So how can we deliver the cheapest to this specific off-taker? And my second reflection is that I don't think that today we need 1,000 projects. It would be great, don't take me wrong, but what we need is 10 real projects. So I think that it's not about quantity, it's about quality. So maybe those 10 projects are not the best or not the most competitive, but we will have 10 projects. Then we will have another 10 projects, and then we will have another 10 projects, and then we will have an industry. So I think that it's also a reflection on, okay, I think that we have tried to please everyone. Maybe let's focus on real initiatives.
Thank you, Urbano. We have these ideas. We require strategic policy, coordinated, harmonized, common, and with this vision, these perspectives of the off-taker. We don't have more time. I think that it's excellent debate. We can continue, but we have to rest, time to lunch. Thank you very much for your participation, and we finish the round table.
Gracias, Joan.
Gracias. Bueno, como decía Joan Batalla, es tiempo para el almuerzo. Hasta las 3:30 que retomaremos este cuarto día del hidrógeno de Enagás. Antes de que se vaya, les avanzamos muy brevemente lo que van a poder ver a partir de las 3:30. Nos vamos a fijar en 4 asuntos principales. La alianza H2Med, el compromiso que llevará en el futuro a ese corredor europeo. Es el primer punto que trataremos a partir de las 3:30. Nos fijaremos en el mercado chino, con una ponencia muy interesante, un mercado muy dinámico para ver lo que está pasando allí. Veremos también un sector que va a ser directamente impactado por el hidrógeno, como es la movilidad y el transporte. Y por último, escucharemos la experiencia de líderes industriales, van a explicar sus proyectos más maduros. Les esperamos aquí a partir de las 3:30, dentro de poco más de una hora. Muchas gracias. Gracias. Bueno. Bueno, buenas tardes a todos, bienvenidos de nuevo. Comenzamos la segunda parte de este cuarto día del hidrógeno de Enagás. Este momento es siempre un momento crítico después del almuerzo, pero lo que viene es suficientemente estimulante. Lo avanzábamos antes de la pausa. Vamos a hablar de las grandes infraestructuras de la alianza H2Med, con esa voluntad conjunta, ese compromiso de la cadena de valor para potenciar ese corredor europeo en el futuro. Vamos a asomarnos a China para ver qué está ocurriendo allí, un mercado muy dinámico. Vamos a tener un testimonio muy destacado que nos va a contar qué está ocurriendo en ese mercado chino del hidrógeno. Y vamos a tener también 2 bloques imprescindibles. Vamos a fijarnos en lo que está pasando en el sector de la movilidad, en el sector del transporte tan relevante para el mundo del hidrógeno, y veremos también los proyectos más maduros en Europa. Hablaremos con los líderes industriales que los están potenciando. Saben que además de su presencia aquí, nos están siguiendo muchos a través de la emisión en streaming. Muchas personas están siguiendo todo el contenido, saben que pueden compartir ideas, comentarios, fotografías, vídeos con 2 hashtags oficiales, con 2 etiquetas. El hidrógeno es ahora, es una de esas etiquetas, y Enagás, Día del Hidrógeno, es la otra que pueden utilizar para compartir toda esa información. Estamos hablando mucho durante todo el día de hoy, desde el principio, de la importancia de las infraestructuras. Es la vía principal por donde debe correr el mercado del hidrógeno, y vamos a hablar ahora de una muy destacada. Gracias a la alianza H2Med se está trabajando en ese corredor europeo. Lo definía el señor Arturo Gonzalo como el corredor más maduro de Europa, un corredor que va a conectar la península ibérica y ese enorme potencial de generación gracias a las renovables con los puntos de consumo principales que estarán en el noroeste de Europa. Hablábamos del caso alemán esta mañana. Esa alianza H2Med está impulsando todo eso para que se convierta en realidad. En esa alianza participan ya 49 entidades de 4 países, de España, de Portugal, de Francia y de Alemania. Tenemos algunos representantes de esas entidades participantes. Here we have some of the representatives of the partners of this alliance H2Med with us, and one of the companies that is linked to this alliance, and they are coming here to the States to have a conversation with la directora general de Transición Energética de Enagás, Natalia Latorre, que va a moderar ese encuentro. Están con nosotros Nicolai Ras, director de Hidrógeno y Desarrollo Internacional del TSO alemán OGE. Marie-Claire Aún, directora de Estrategia del TSO francés Tercera. Nuno Moreira, CEO de la compañía portuguesa Dourogás. Walter Diniz, director de Relaciones Institucionales del TSO portugués REN. Y Geoffroy Anger, jefe de Desarrollo de Negocio de Hidrógeno y CO2 del TSO francés Natran. Con ellos les dejo.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We start this last part of Enagás Hydrogen Day program with a panel related to the H2Med Alliance. I think this morning has been mentioned many times that this corridor, H2Med, is an essential infrastructure for Europe for many reasons. A cornerstone of energy security of supply, a driver of decarbonization, and a decisive lever for competitiveness of European industry. By linking the Iberian Peninsula renewable strength with the industrial heart of Europe, H2Med embodies a strategic vision for a resilient net zero continent. But a project of these ambitions, of course, can only move forward with a strong, broad industrial support. It is a clear signal. Europe's industry is ready to scale hydrogen, and H2Med will be the corridor that will make it possible. This panel underscores the collective industrial commitment exemplified by H2Med and the pivotal role that the infrastructure will play in Europe's future. And today we are fortunate to have this remarkable voice of the Alliance. To all of you, thank you very much for being with us and for your insights. So let's start with Marie-Claire. What exactly is the mission of this Alliance, and how does this Alliance contribute to the development of a truly integrated European hydrogen market? And of course, I must ask you, what is the value for France?
Yes, thank you, Natalia. Indeed, this alliance, which is now composed of almost 50 members, is gathering actors all over the value chain, so coming from producers, consumers, DSOs, and also storage operator. We didn't speak too much about the storage, but it's also an important asset. And so the idea of this alliance is really to gather all these project promoters and to try to synchronize, align our timelines all over the corridor, so between Portugal, France, Spain, France, and Germany, and to synchronize and align all our timelines to be able to take FID while securing the production and also securing the offtake. So it's a very important tool because, of course, networks by themselves will not help us building the market. But the idea is really to develop this platform to be able to develop a consistent corridor and identify together the obstacles and share and promote a common vision among all these market players. Now, what it's bringing to Europe, it was said a lot this morning. Clearly, H2Med and the Alliance is really bringing competitiveness because we are connecting the most competitive zones in Europe with the most important consuming areas. So we are scaling up the hydrogen market. So it's bringing competitiveness at a European level. We are creating an integrated and unified European market because we need to harmonize the rules. And concretely, we are speaking with the future clients about very technical rules, balancing the contractual parts. So this is clearly a platform to be able to develop, as of today, the rules that will apply tomorrow. So we are bringing competitiveness and integrated hydrogen market, security of supply, because we are also integrating storage in this panorama, and of course, decarbonization and industrialization. Now, what it's bringing for France, and I think it's a very important topic, because we spoke a lot today about production in Spain and in Portugal, consumption, the importance of consumption in Germany. But I think that the key for France also, for the project to be accepted, because we need acceptancy, and clearly in a few months, in April, we will start a public consultation in France on the project, on the Barmar project. For acceptability, it's very important also that France is not seen as a transit country only, but also to have off-takers in France and to have also producers in France. We are developing a complementary approach between local production and production coming from the Iberian Peninsula. And so the alliance is also a key tool for that, to open for French players, French off-takers, French producers, because they will also benefit from this corridor, because they will be able to inject also on this corridor and potentially also contribute to European flows. So it's also important to have this in mind, that France cannot be only seen as a transit country, but also as a country benefiting fully from this corridor.
Thank you very much. Geoffroy, which organizations and companies are part of this alliance? Do we really cover the full hydrogen value chain? And of course, we have many people here for many companies. Is open for attracting new members?
Yes, of course, it's open to all members. If you remember, H2Med Corridor, we launched call for interest end of 24, beginning of 25, and we had more than 160 companies who were interested and declared their interest. Then we built this alliance together with interested companies, and we can be proud to say that we have almost a full value chain, meaning on the producing side, we have a lot of companies which are either energy companies, either pure hydrogen players, or either developers of a project. On the consumption side, we have all the key lead segments that we expect in H2 consumption, meaning steel industry, chemicals, refining, e-fuels, fuel cells. So we can say that we have the whole value chain. On top of that, we can say that we are happy to see that midstreamers are also coming in the project and in the alliance to exchange on the conditions to realize this corridor. We have this whole value chain also on the full corridor, meaning on the 4 countries from Portugal to Germany. We can see that we have players coming in from the 4 countries and who are willing to participate to develop this corridor all together. This alliance is more than a relationship between customers and TSO. I think it's a real partnership, as it has been well explained in the beginning, meaning that we need to cooperate all together. That's why we put in place a steering committee with the TSO and players from each country in order to steer the work, give priorities, and of course, it's all open. I think I will be happy that we will have more than 160 companies joining, and we are around 50 today, so still some work to do, and all applications are open.
Nuno, you are in the STIRCO, in the first STIRCO group, and as DSO, distribution company, what exactly is the role that the distribution companies can play in the alliance, and also what the distribution companies can do in order to boost the development of hydrogen?
Natalia, thank you very much. Thank you, Enagás, for this opportunity. Thank you, Arturo, to invite us. Thank you very much. It's a good opportunity for us to be here. Since the last 30 years in Eurogas, we are decarbonizing consumption, starting with liquid fuels to propane to natural gas to biomethane. We have today an operation of natural gas for vehicles. We are leaders in Portugal in this sector, and today we don't deliver natural gas, we deliver already biomethane. We have also several projects that is what matters today on developing hydrogen plants to inject on the grid. We have a pipeline of more than 200 megawatts of hydrogen, and 10 of it will be built this year connected to gas grid. So we produce hydrogen and we have clients. To reach hydrogen to the clients, we need the grids. We believe that the best way is to use the grids rather to use the electricity grid. What we are focused on in this development, we are focused on having the best economic conditions for production of hydrogen, the most affordable hydrogen possible. I think that's our role as a producer. I changed a little bit the reply because DSOs, I'll come back in the end, in the other question. And what we believe is that these conditions can be met when you solve the constraints. I believe this association, H2Med, is a way that we together can find the most difficult constraints and help us together to reach also the best conditions. Because what we need is to solve a problem of the clients. We believe first the problem will be on transport as well. We believe that we will have a lot of success in the transport, blended together with natural gas or completely alone. And this will be the first trend. Then I think 2030 the industry will come, and we'll have the right clients as well for industry purposes. Our focus is combustion, not direct use of hydrogen, because that's big enterprise subject. Is not as medium enterprise. We should focus on the clients we have, that we are seeking to go together with them. So we believe association makes sense. There are really a lot of constraints in H2 related both with not just economic. A lot of bureaucracy is made. I don't know why we have to use electricity that is produced in some time, and the electricity doesn't have to use this some time. It's a thing that we don't understand. Probably we are now is the day, now is the hour, and 26 is the hour, and we hope that that this hour will come. Thank you.
Nikolai, we have seen important milestones that probably will be good that you share with our audience. But for me, it's important to know from you is what has been the impact of those milestones that in 1 year we got, and what is the visibility for the Alliance after those events?
Okay, yeah. First of all, thank you very much for the invitation, for hosting me and us here. And yes, I think if I recap in history, we had the first Alliance meeting or event. We had it in the embassy here in Madrid, thanks to our colleagues, especially there from the German government and from the embassy, from the Ministry for Economic Affairs, who were really supportive to get together some market players and not only to look at the infrastructure side. And together we made the first step and had the first milestone to gather 18 companies back then. And then we developed this alliance further and tried to gather as much attraction as possible. And therefore we had the event in September last year in Berlin, where we could expand the alliance to now this nearly or about 50 members we're having right now. And this is very important. So these events like this year, well-designed events, really attract a lot of attention and bring together a lot of people who then start to thinking, oh, might I join there? Is it an option for me or for my company? And this is, especially for such an alliance, very important. If you are only 5 companies, then you will not see every detail and you will not be successful. We need as much as possible of engaged companies to participate here, and I think that was quite well done by these 2 events we had.
Thank you. I fully agree. I was in both, and it was great. How the companies where we are, how all understand the same purpose, and we have also the national government support that is important as well for this initiative. But Walter, there are many initiatives across Europe. How H2Med Alliance can complement others, or how we can all work together?
Okay, thank you very much, Natalia. And it's interesting that you mentioned complementarity, because actually every initiative is unique in itself. So we want to distinguish always from the others. We don't want to compete, neither want to duplicate the work of others. But I think here in this case, the Alliance really wants to fill a specific gap. You see initiatives primarily focusing on discussing topics like policy and regulation, like fundings and other supporting mechanisms, or technology development and the risks. But what most times misses is the connection with the reality of infrastructure planning and with market development. And I think that here the Alliance makes a difference, because it is a project-based alliance, a project-based initiative. So we kind of tend to make the bridge between these high-level ambitions and intentions to more real, practical discussions based and anchored on a specific project, which is the H2Med. At the end, we all want to have answers to the same questions. I mean, where is the demand going to emerge first? What is the price visibility that the consumers request and need? What is the timing of the projects comparing in different countries? And I think by having a specific corridor attached to this initiative, you can have discussions which are much more grounded, much more operational and to the point. So I think, summarizing, the objective of this initiative compared to others is to turn these high-level ambitions and intentions really into more practical discussions with market players, and always anchored at H2Med.
Thank you very much. So now probably we need to explain how we work, no? And one of the things that we started to do is to decide that there are like 2 working groups, one dedicated to the advocacy part and another dedicated to market. Marie-Claire, what are the key topics in which the advocacy team is working currently?
Yes, well, actually we have a lot to do, because as we've said earlier, the regulation is now being written at a national level, because we need to transpose the decarbonization package. So the objective of this advocacy group is really to identify those topics where we need to synchronize and to harmonize and to develop a consistent approach among the 4 countries in order to be able to successfully achieve our project. So regulatory measure, and then we go and speak with our national regulator, the representative of member states, and also the European Commission. Clearly, this is one key aspect that we work on. Permitting, we said that we need to align calendars, we need to align projects, and for some projects, there might be some mismatch between the permitting procedure. So here also it's a way to also identify those obstacles and speak with the authorities in order to see how we can simplify. And the third point, it was very much raised during the day, but it's a very important point because it's the de-risking part, and this is clearly one of the core topics that the advocacy working group will work on. Why it's important? Because to be able to take FIDs, we know we have a huge amount of capex, all of us as TSOs. To take FIDs, we need to secure long-term commitments, and Geoffroy will talk about that in the market working group. We also have subsidies, and this is great, and we have seen the amounts this morning, but this will not allow us to take FIDs. To be able to secure the full project, we need also to de-risk. There is this intertemporal cost mechanism that is currently being discussed. Also, it's in the project of transposition in France, which means that the first prime movers will not pay the high price for the capacity, and it will allow to smooth the price during the tariff during the whole period. But on top of that, we need what we call be it the German mechanism, amortization account, a state guarantee, or something that will help us really de-risk the project and guarantee that on the longer term, we will be able to lower the risk and be able to take this FID. And this is important, and we are also here relying on the advocacy working group with all the future clients and all the operators to be able to deliver also a common position of the corridor and to discuss also with the policymakers to see what would be the best conditions to implement this kind of mechanism as soon as possible.
Geoffroy, for reference, what is the priorities for the commercial working group?
Basically, the commercial working group is kind of forum where we can discuss and exchange on our project constraints and our project needs. As I said earlier, we see the alliance and the development of the H2 Med corridor as a partnership between the whole value chain, from producing side, transport, of course, but also storage, consumer, midstreamers. So we have all different needs, different constraints, different projects, different timelines. But we need to know what the other needs to succeed in this project. So this alliance and the commercial working group especially is this space, this forum, where we can exchange on what we need. Two main priorities now for the commercial working group. First, design of the offer. What is the type of transport capacity you need? What kind of flexibility you need? What kind of flexibility we can offer as TSO, of course? What level of connection to storages? What kind of firm or interruptibility capacity can we offer? So really, to exchange on the product, in fact, we want to design and exchange on what the electrolyzer can do, what the decarbonization process can accept. So first part is what do we need as a product in the end. Second part, which is very important, and Marie-Claire mentioned it, is a level of commitment. This morning in a roundtable, we talk about certainty. We all know our hydrogen market today. I would better talk about confidence. How we build confidence today that we are going in the right direction at the right pace for the customers and for the infrastructure developers. So building confidence, as we have seen in other markets, in other energy markets, for instance, is going with kind of gradual commitment, one towards another. What we are trying to build is this confidence in the commercial working group, exchanging what we need at what moment to go to the next phase. We have experienced it in other projects, meaning that, well, to go to next phase, for example, to go to FEED phase, to go to feasibility stage, I will need that level of certainty that the infrastructure will be ready by then. We don't have any certainty right now, but we want to build that confidence all together, and we have to express our needs, and we have to open ourselves and our project timelines, project constraints, shareholder constraints to one to another in order to build that confidence and have this gradual commitment. Yes, we go for this stage, we go together, and we will see if we can go to investment decision. So this is the second priority. First priority, offer design, and we're working with Eno, of course, on interoperability issues. Second, gradual commitment and openness on our project in order to build that confidence.
The good thing for both working groups is at the end it's a live working group and always ready to identify new challenges that we have in front of us and for sure trying to address within those working groups. Walter, I'm interested to know what is the value of H2Med from Portuguese perspective in terms of production, transport, and consumption. And if you want for extension, I will say the Iberia Peninsula.
Well, Natalia, when we speak about H2Med in Portugal, or at least the Portuguese section of H2Med, we must realize that we are talking about an infrastructure of about 600 kilometers. Partially new pipelines, another part is repurposed pipeline. And when we compare it to the national high-pressure system, which is about 1,300 kilometers, we're talking about half the size of it. So you already catch the attention only to have H2Med in Portugal. So the question is now, is there a positive or a negative impact? And quite honestly, I'd say the impact is positive for two main reasons. The first of one is that by having the H2Med, we're saying clearly to the producers and to the market that we have finally a route to market. We have an infrastructure that will deliver hydrogen to the European demand market. And we can say to the producers, like Douro Gás here, you can focus on producing the molecule that we will be there to transport it further to Europe. And secondly, probably most important even, is that with H2Med, we could put the Portuguese hydrogen market on the European map. So to say, we are part, and Natalia, do not have a Spanish panel member here, so I will also take the opportunity and say it for Iberia. We are part of the future hydrogen supply hub. So this is a very impactful message that brings certainly confidence to the Portuguese market and to Spanish market. And then the simple connection to Europe is also an important issue when you regard the energetic island that Iberian Peninsula is in terms of electricity and gas. So this will also help and produce a positive impact, having a new pipeline, a new corridor connecting to Europe. And I would also like to say a word on the policy. It's fair to say that the Portuguese government has consistently supported H2Med in Portugal. It has always considered it as a priority hydrogen corridor for Portugal and for Peninsula Iberica. And we can see, Rodrigo said it before, the Portuguese government quickly backed the investment in Portugal, recognizing the costs that we needed to perform the studies. And, which is also important to mention, I think it's that we have, since July last year, been nominated the HTNO for Portugal. And the regulator and the competent authority, they are also mandated as H2Med competent, H2 competent for developing the market. So these are two important tools that I think will be needed in the future to develop the Portuguese hydrogen market.
Nico, just to finish from the German part, is what will be the most important contribution of H2Med into the industrial reality in Germany?
I think it's 2 points which are very relevant. The first one is 1 year ago when I've asked our German consumers, do you know whom to talk to in Spain to get into discussions? Most answers were, no, I don't have any contacts there. And that has to be changed. And of course, large companies who do tenders or whatever, it's more easy to get in contact, but the not that big companies very often are not perfectly connected, or were not perfectly connected. And that's the first thing we wanted to change with the alliance. And the second thing is to get a common understanding of the different market roles. And as Geoffroy explained, we have different timelines, FID, lead times to commercial operation date, etc. And this not necessarily has to match. And you are with different market roles, like a trader in between, a producer, consumer, and us TSOs sitting here. So it makes absolute sense not only to talk bilaterally, but together and to see how to align this and where are gaps and how can we fill these gaps. Can we do it on our own, or do we need political support? And then we're directly in the other advocacy working group to try to get solutions. And this is very relevant for the German market.
Okay, so I have no time. So thank you very much for your contributions and insights. I think it's clear that we can only move forward hydrogen if we continue with such commitment, with collaboration, and with alliance like this. So let's continue working. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias a todos. Ha sido muy interesante escuchar todas las novedades, las reflexiones en torno a ese corredor europeo que esperamos para los próximos años y que impulse el sector del hidrógeno. Es bueno escuchar todas estas opiniones para ponernos al día, porque es verdad que el mercado del hidrógeno y el sector del hidrógeno cambia a gran velocidad, lo hemos comentado hoy. A veces es difícil seguir el ritmo y ver qué se está haciendo en todas las partes del mundo. Estamos hablando mucho de Europa, es normal, y hemos hablado de esa importancia del corredor H2Med, pero vamos a ver qué está pasando en Asia, otro lugar donde están ocurriendo cosas a gran velocidad. When it comes to green hydrogen, China is one of the most advanced countries in the world and is quickly pushing forward with large-scale projects, industrial projects. So to know more about that, we are joined by Audrey Ma. She's the ReFire Chief Executive of the board. She is Vice President International Business. ReFire is an international company dedicated to hydrogen technology, specialized in research and development, and design, prototyping, application engineering, and fuel cell system manufacturing, among other areas. So welcome, Ms. Ma. Thanks for coming. Thank you.
Thank you for the intro.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends of hydrogen, and thank you for having me in Spain, Enagás. It's my privilege to having this opportunity to present this to the European hydrogen leaders. So I do represent a company that's rooted in China and built an international market. So through our story today, I would like to share with you a glimpse of what's possible under China's policy framework, market dynamics, and executed by teams that are moving mountains every day in this industry to commercialize hydrogen application. So let's start with the big picture. China. Oh, I don't have this here. I can't see this. So if you can just use this. No, you can see it. So I cannot. Yeah, you can see, you can have it there. You have it there, okay? Oh, so I have to see it. Okay. Can we bring this? Apologize. I do have to see the screen to explain to you what I'm looking at. Okay, so as heard from Ivana this morning, that over 550 projects have been committed by 2030. So out of that 500, 18 of those come from China. And of the 110 billion committed capital going to 2030, 30% of that committed capital is coming from China. So China today is a global leader in electrolyzing development, electrolyzing technology development, and is leading in the committed hydrogen capacity. We have very large growing domestic demand, to diversify from the dependence on fossil fuel, and this is the backbone of the green hydrogen drive. As well, the current offtake is no longer just based on hydrogen mobility, which I will be talking about later on, but also moving into ammonia refinery in industries and the like. Policy directives and industry strategies is moving the rapid growth in this sector. So China's hydrogen supply and demand. Supply side, as we stand today, we're 56% shares of the already deployed renewable hydrogen. And that figure going toward 2030, the commitment, we're taking 55% at this moment. Some of the large size projects, as you can see here, I have two as examples. These are annually producing at 20,000 tons and 56,000 tons of hydrogen. And these are just a few to bring you to the scale of things that are taking place in China today. And on the demand side as a whole, we have already binding commitment to take 35% of the global total. And here's the industry mix of where that 35 is going, a variety of industries again. So the hydrogen, the supply of the growing domestic demand will be entirely met by the domestic production of green hydrogen, the first point here. And then the second point is more of the ammonia refinery power generation. So in the industries, this is where we're seeing the more upward trajectory of the offtake end of hydrogen from mobility. Energy security and diversification, alongside with the technology leadership, which China has built arguably in the electrification space, is one that's also driving this movement. And we are designing the market together with supply and demand met in every project that we deploy. If you don't have supply and demand met in a project, we don't have a project. So in the next 5-year plan, the 15th 5-year plan, we will continue to see hydrogen as one of the pillars for the country to move forward with the plan and initiative to decarbonize industry, energy, as well as transportation. So we will be seeing more of green hydrogen coming online. So in this hydrogen ecosystem, I think everybody in this room is aware that the supply chain and the value chain of hydrogen is very long. So with what I have just mentioned, all these percentages of hydrogen production, we're also seeing midstream being transformed. Pilot programs have been now enacted on pipeline. We have notably 2 dedicated hydrogen pipelines that are being built. One is a 400-kilometer pipeline connecting Inner Mongolia and Beijing. The other pipeline is 160 kilometers. So these pipelines connect the hub of hydrogen production from renewables to the major consumption hubs in the eastern seaboard. And also, with the midstream, which end customers, which industries are we able to see the picture connecting from supply and demand? Then I would like to speak to you a little bit more about bus trucks and the programs that we're at the tail end of. So in the past 5 years, China has these 5-year plan, and in the hydrogen space, we also have these 5-year plan. And the first 5 years were on the 5th year mark, and the second 5 years will start this year. Within the first 5 years, there's a very decided push to using hydrogen in addition to being an industrial gas as a fuel, to fuel hydrogen mobility. And within this 5 years, the country has built improving policies to incentivize commercial vehicle sectors adopting hydrogen as a fuel. We've seen increasing sale of this vehicles in now close to 40,000 units. And available infrastructure, this number is a little outdated. We have more than 630. And we have developed an industrial chain that has brought down the price per kilowatt from a tenth of what it was 10 years ago. So that's the policy-driven phase of what we're seeing in the past 5 years. In the midst of it, we're also experiencing this transition phase where we're looking for low-cost byproduct hydrogen and moving forward into the next phase is what we call a market-driven phase, where we connect the renewables, the source of hydrogen, to the use right there. So just keep that in mind and bear that in mind, and let's zoom in into how are we unlocking the hydrogen society through the hydrogen mobility. In Northeastern Asia, this is where most of the hydrogen mobility takes place today. Korea, Japan, and China together have deployed more than 85% of the global hydrogen mobility, standing at more than 90,000 units already. And out of this, China takes a share of 39,000 units and 630 refueling stations. And mind you, all of China's deployments, well, 99% of the deployments are commercial vehicles of trucks, going from 3.5 ton, but more on the heavy-duty side, and buses. We have built, through the framework from central government to the provincial government to the municipal government, these 5 clusters of cities, which encompass more than 40 different cities, to participate in this program that's backed by the last 5 years of policy framework to deploy these vehicles, build stations, and cater and deliver these products and services to the different use cases. And here are the different clustering of the cities. And I will say that instead of policy framework and subsidies, we are now seeing more of the pull from the market. Rather than subsidizing the vehicles, we're seeing now toll-fee exemptions for certain provinces. So the market pull is presenting themselves, and the users are now willingly to pay for this service in the regions where it starts to make sense for their bottom line. So over 39,000 vehicles registered and commercially deployed as of 2025. These are the different variety of vehicle types that you can see in the cities, in the rural areas, within the factories of China. And by 2025, the company that I represent, Refire, we have shipped more than 10,000 fuel cells to our partners. We have put more than 7,000 vehicles on the road, and these 7,000 vehicles have been driven 388 million kilometers. These 388 million kilometers accounts to be 65% of the China's total driven miles. And the photos that you see here, these vehicles are all of our prototype vehicles that are now being put into practice in series. So companies such as us in China are architecting integrated hydrogen ecosystem to make the demand, to make the supply meeting the demand. And out of this value chain, where you see a color is where we supply a product or service. So both on the upstream side, electrolyzers, transformers making the green hydrogen, and also using the hydrogen in different use cases of mobility, power. So electrolyzers, storage, selling of hydrogen is our business in certain projects that we have. Remote and off-grid power plants, mobility, even using hydrogen, and fuel cell for off-grid supercharging for battery electric vehicle. And our bread and butter is the fuel cell engines and the vertically integrated technologies that we have. So this technology package is powering a variety of different applications, from not just commercial vehicles of buses and trucks, but powers of cogeneration, combined heat and power, used in specific use cases, including ports and airports, off-grid supercharging, construction, material handling, and even mining and rail applications. So in bulk logistics, we work with a lot of the European brand names, Kia, for example, using the 44-ton truck in their Shanghai port, in factories for coal mines, in city deliveries for e-commerce, dry cargo, sometimes reefer, and for long haul. And here is a representation of a long haul trucking scenario. We drive these fuel cell trucks between Beijing and Shanghai, 1,500 kilometers with 6 refueling stations, 600 kilometers per fuel. You fuel twice, and you can drive. So this kind of vehicle, we have deployed more than 3,500 of those, working in different cities delivering the end products to customers. City buses, transit buses, coach buses, this is another commercial usage, working with the city, transit cities, as well as companies that want to transport their own teams. Construction services, locomotive. This is the first locomotive in Chile, South America. We delivered this project about 3 years ago. The hydrogen is finally ready about 3 months ago and is running for one of the mining operators. Forklifts, material handling, baggage, tow truck. This is a project we did with one of the airline carriers for Shanghai Airport. Municipal sanitation, another niche market that need hydrogen for cleaning up our cities. Refuse vehicles, water trucks, city sweepers, mining vehicle. That's a 110-ton autonomous mining truck with 36 hydrogen tanks and more than 540 kilowatt of fuel cell, stationary powers, gantry cranes for port scenarios, reach stackers, yard trucks, 600 kilowatt off-grid supercharging, using hydrogen and fuel cell to provide supercharging services instead of trickle charge to the battery electric vehicles on highways. Of this service, we now have 120,000 subscribed users. Globally, we have been working in Europe since 2018, started in Germany, and have been growing our partnership, certainly here in Europe. And here are some of the projects of retrofitting trucks, buses, to combine heat and power, working with some of the notable new institutions here. And in North America, we supplied to Canada its first Class 7 heavy-duty trucks, and US 63-ton yard trucks in Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach. In Hong Kong, we supplied the first fleet of vehicles for the city cleaning. In Japan and in Korea, now we are about to put 80 buses on the road in Korea. Malaysia, another 60 in Malaysia that's coming. Chile, we had just talked about the train, but certainly more to come. So, hydrogen ecosystem. With all that in mind, again, these are now on a menu that we can pick and choose of what fits an actual ecosystem. It could be a localized ecosystem, and often the time it is that what could work in certain region may not be the best solution for the others. So perhaps one is power, the other one is mobility. So segueing into a mature hydrogen economy, we are also now developing these large-scale projects, and this is one of our greenfield projects where it's planned for 5 to 7 years of deployment time, and by the end of it, it will have, it's targeted to have 100,000 tons of green hydrogen per annum. So the newly installed PV wind will be made into green hydrogen, and about half of that will be used for green methanol production, and another half of that will be used to power the transportation in the location. And that transportation is between 3 provinces where the throughput traffic is 500,000 units. So we select the sites, and we select the sites, optimize the sites for the PV and for the wind. And also in this location, the reason that we've chosen it is that it has one of the best chemical complex in this province. So this is the first phase of the green plan, hydrogen plan, and this is some of the construction photos as of end of last year. So we're putting together the first pilot phase of hydrogen production, and this will be refueling 27 trucks within the first quarter of this year. So these closed loop system is we're now seeing, and this is what I had called earlier, the market-driven phase. We will have to create these opportunities where hydrogen production is met with local demand. And more of these nucleuses can then be connected, more likely by the pipeline. So the TSO's efforts are critical in this case to making it a really regional hydrogen adoption plan. But before that takes place, I think there's still opportunities for us to see hydrogen being deployed in real term and in real time. So in closing, I think in this noisy world that we live in right now, hydrogen is a good reminder that projects are still done at one customer at a time, one permit at a time. So if you are looking for a partner who can show up, who can deliver, and who can also share the risk. We're ready to deliver to European priorities with global capability. Thank you.
The stage. I will ask you to stay here for the next panel. It has been very, very interesting to listen all these ideas, a comprehensive overview of what China is doing, how you are developing this market. It's also an incentive for the European industry not to fall behind and an opportunity to strengthen collaboration, as you have said.
Indeed.
Please stay here in the stage for the coming panel, because we are going to talk about some of the issues that you have mentioned, about transport, about mobility.
Right.
Is what we are going to focus now in the coming panel. So in addition to Audrey Ma, we have some other special guests today. And they are coming here to the stage. HySetco Chairman Luc Voisin, HBR Energy President Luis Felipe Suárez Olea, TMB, el CEO de TMB Xavier Flores, Hyundai Commercial Vehicles and Hydrogen Business Europe CEO Mark Freimüller, Toyota Motor Europe Head of H2 Cluster Business Development and Value Chain Miguel Carsi, and Bosch Strategy and Business Development Director Emma Nogueira. Gasnam Neutral Transport Secretary General Eugenia Sillero will moderate this panel. So,
Thank
welcome.
you.
Well, thank you very much for the introduction, and welcome everybody to this high-level discussion about hydrogen and transport. Before we begin, let me give a big thank you to Enagás for including once again mobility in the agenda of this remarkable event. Well, we have a high-level discussion, as I mentioned. We have 7 speakers, a very big panel, a very large panel. And I have to say that our speakers are representing the most pioneering companies in hydrogen mobility. So I'm really looking forward to listening to you. I will start asking you about your flagship projects, your plans, and perhaps the lessons you have learned already from your experiences. So let's start. 7 speakers, we have no time to lose, so Loic,
okay, so in
go
2
ahead.
minutes.
2 minutes, 3.
Okay, so I'm Loic, CEO at HySetco. HySetco is the leader in hydrogen mobility in Europe. So we are based in Paris, and we developed a unique business model by managing in parallel 2 activities. The first one is about infrastructure. So we finance, we design, we build, we operate a network of hydrogen refilling stations. We ease the access to hydrogen for our clients. The first activity. The second activity is all about services. So we offer all kinds of services needed and even desired by our clients who are driving hydrogen cars. And this is by managing these 2 activities in parallel, by coordinating these 2 activities, that we have been able to make it a success. I mean, to make it a reality, to make it a reality now and even 2 years before. So today, just a couple of figures to illustrate our progress. We manage a fleet of 800 hydrogen-powered cars. First point, we have clients that are quite happy with the solution. And these clients, they already drove almost 100 million kilometers during the last 4 years. So it works. It's a reality. And on top of that, most of our clients today are taxi drivers or taxi companies. And so it gives also an opportunity to millions of people to experience a ride in a hydrogen-powered car. So this is where we stand today. And our plans are very, very simple. It's to grow, to face a huge growth in the coming months and years. in France, of course, but also elsewhere in Europe. And that's why I'm very, very happy to be here in Spain to contemplate further cooperation.
Perfect. Good news to hear that you're planning to continue growing. Audrey, China is positioning itself as a global leader in hydrogen mobility, especially heavy duty. You have already mentioned awesome figures. Please, could you give us more information about how is this possible and how is REFIRE contributing to this big movement?
Thank you for the question. So, as I just mentioned earlier, China now has more than 39,000 registered vehicles, and REFIRE 7,000. But I'd like to bring your story to the first project in Shanghai that we did in 2017, without a very clear government framework. That was before the 5-year plan started. So at that time, we studied what was available under different framework for battery electric vehicle and what could be of hydrogen. There were incentive programs for alternative drive, which hydrogen is one of, but it's not decidedly mentioned. So at that time, we put together a program from designing fuel cell systems to manufacturing fuel cell system with a new build plan, working with OEM to producing the first sets of prototypes. We did the first 7 of that prototype vehicles on behalf of the OEM. And later on, that prototype program became 500 trucks, 7.5-ton trucks, which we then licensed and put on the road in Shanghai. And when we put it on the road in Shanghai, and also we calibrated and worked on the OEM behalf to almost help producing those vehicles. By the time we registered those vehicles, December in 2017, we realized that the only station in Shanghai that was built for scientific purposes were not allowing our drivers to refuel. So we need a hydrogen refueling station. What do? We had to build our own station. So us, having a startup, we started in 2015, no experience in hydrogen, not even knowing which department to speak to. There was no department in Shanghai that was in charge of granting the license at the time. Only the Science Commission was backing up us on the project, but we built a refueling station anyway in 4 months' time. So after Chinese New Year 2018, we put the 500 vehicles in delivery. And the fleet operator at the time, they were willing to take that 500 vehicles, so the asset belonged to them, but the drivers are not coming from them. We have to go for the end customers. So who's looking for the end customers? It's us. We went to the JD.com, we went to the IKEA, we went to the Budweiser, we went to 30 different companies and more. In the end, 30 of them signed with us. So they were the user of those 500 trucks. So between 2018 and 2021, that hydrogen refueling station in our campus was the busiest hydrogen refueling station in the world. It refuels anywhere from 750 kg to 1.2 tons per day for 500 trucks operating in Shanghai and the 2 adjacent provinces. So I guess the message here is, who's there to do all this work if you want to get it done? It's whoever wants it the most. And in this case, we wanted to put it together, therefore we have to do everything. Do we know how? No. Could we find a way? Apparently, yes.
We are sure that you will find a way. Let's back to Spain. At Verde, you have announced a very, very ambitious plan of deployment of 75, you heard that right, 75 refueling stations.
Yes.
How is this possible, Santiago?
Okay.
Share with us.
I think what Audrey and I showed today, you can apply it exactly to Europe and to Spain. There's a lot of things to do, and whoever wants to do it, there's a big opportunity to do things. And in Europe, we have one thing that is a feed and theft that tells you that every 200 kilometers you need to have a station. Just 1 year ago, it's very similar to what you were saying. 1 year ago, if you asked anybody in Spain, will this be possible? Will Spain have 78 stations in 2030? Everybody would say, no, it's impossible. With the cost of the station, with the low demand you have initially, with the uncertainties, with the low experience, it's just impossible. In 1 year, we from HVR got grants from CEF to build 50 stations. From Spanish government, we got grants to build another 4 stations, and the first one was built with a grant from AT Urban Mobility that is already working in Coslada. So the first thing I would say is there's huge opportunities here, and time will pass really quickly. So it's important to start, to believe you can, to say maybe we don't know everything, but if you want to do it, we can get it. In that sense, the way that we are able to build 50 stations in less than 2 years is because we're doing it in a completely different way to a standard station. We started the company 5 years ago. And 5 years ago, the objective of any hydrogen company that was looking at mobility was trying to get a huge customer that you can put 100 vehicles on. We built a plant, complete plant, production, compressing, dispensing. And when we went to find these customers, it was extremely difficult, and no blame. They don't have experience, vehicles are expensive, hydrogen price is unknown, especially for those quantities. So we saw ourselves saying, we need to pivot, this is not the way the market needs to evolve. And we just turned everything around. And what we found out is that there are a lot of companies willing to try hydrogen, willing to buy 1 or 2 vehicles, but it's not one company that will do 100. It's 50 companies that will do 2. And they're spread. They're not only in the same area. So what we built is a completely new design. We built 2 patents around it. A station that can fit into existing petrol stations. In Spain, we have 12,000 petrol stations. So we fit it in there, very small footprint, and we are able to deliver up to 1 ton per day complying with the FIR regulations. But at the beginning, when only 2 trucks are coming, we take the hydrogen needed only for those 2 trucks. So what I'm trying to say is that our learning during this 5 years is that first, opportunity is huge. I would say regulation and governments are showing us that hydrogen will be. It's not a matter if it will or will not be. It's a matter of when. So you need to build infrastructure for transport that allows you to drive these years of uncertainty in demand. So it might take 1 year, 2 years, or 3 years, but it's not going to take 10 or 15. So we just need to start. Fully agree with whatever you said. I went to Asia, China, Japan, and Korea to understand how it was done there. And it's incredibly easy in the sense that get companies that are willing to do it, that have that power inside, that they want to build these things, and then help it with government subsidies for the first time till you get enough demand that will start to make the market flow itself, just as you explained, Dauri.
Fantastic.
Okay.
Smart idea. Growing, scaling up according to the demand. Okay.
Okay.
TMB.
TMB, yes.
Metropolitan Transport of Barcelona already operating 46 fuel cell buses.
Allow me begins with a statement that I consume hydrogen. Yes, really, exists. I deserve this applause. Perhaps we are not rock stars, like this is for Arturo, but we are heroes. Not only one, because you are a hero too. There's someone heroes in this adventure that we are living to implement this hydrogen. But we are TMB. We are TMB, the V is from Barcelona, Transports. We are the main operator of Barcelona, of public transport, metro, bus, and I'm here for the bus because we have a fleet of 1,150 buses. This is so thin for you, I know. All comparison with China is impossible. It's bad to speak after China. No, please, last time. We are with a policy very clear that when the cycle of life of a bus finishes, the renewal of this bus is a zero-emission bus. We are doing this policy, and with this policy, in this moment, we are 25% of zero-emissions buses, and inside of this, we have 46 hydrogen buses. They ran the last year more than 3 million kilometers. It's a reality, it's not a pilot, they are real and you can use this. It's good with we are living this, after I speak about what happens with to introduce a new technology, because it's not easy at the first moment. But and our idea is, and we have, it's important, we have electrolyzer and refilling with a PPP for the station for our buses. The idea, this is public, but we are, another consumers can go. But at the moment, no, sorry, no. The truck would go to the Rally Paris-Dakar, comes to us to refill to. But that is one of the problems for us. Because if you have 0 consumers more than us, the price that we pay for this hydrogen is not good. Understand me? Because we want to save the planet, but we want to save money too. It's important. It's important too.
It's important.
And for that, we are working hard in this transition. And when you speak with all the people of the place, they say, oh, I remember when we begin with the gas, because we have almost 500 vehicles of buses of biogas. And they remember how difficult was the beginning, how it's not easy, when we are learning about how it works, etc. And it's very similar, the experience that we are living now, that the experience that 30 years ago we lived with the gas. And I only hope that this history finish with the same successful like the gas.
We hope so. I have to say that I also consume hydrogen because I drive a Toyota Mirai, and I have to say that this is an truly impressive experience. Yeah, quiet driving, long range, refueling in just a few minutes. So, Xavi, it's not just you. Okay, Hyundai, tell us about your hydrogen journey so far, please.
Yeah, after praising the Toyota. No, I mean, at Hyundai we have, 3 decades of experience with fuel cell technology. We're doing quite a bit already since a long time, mainly on the mobility side. That's where it started. We launched our first passenger car in 2013. That was the first serious production passenger car. Then the new Nexo in 2018. We just this month launched the all-new Nexo, and I think it's a good sign also to the industry that we're not backing off, that we're clearly following the path we chose some decades ago. 2020 was quite a game changer as well, because we launched trucks, we launched buses and also trucks, and in Europe. So that's where the truck business started with fuel cell systems, and game changer because, and probably we can touch on that topic later on, the chicken egg dilemma, matching the demand and supply, you touched on that as well. I think every project, and that was the key learning also, has to have from the beginning a clear structure, a clear plan to match demand and supply. I mean, hydrogen supply infrastructure, from our perspective, mobility perspective, that is hydrogen refueling stations, and customers who are ultimately consuming that. Just to put that in perspective, the fleet in Switzerland, where we started with, was just 50 vehicles, but until today, we have 17 million kilometers done in customer operation, replacing diesel trucks as we speak, and reducing the CO2 footprint accordingly. Audrey put it up already on the screen. Korea is the country worldwide with the most fuel cell vehicles in operation, over 40,000. And based on that, we also developed our vision as Hyundai Motor Group. So there's Hyundai Motor Company and Kia and 30 more affiliates. And the whole group has a net zero target by 2045. And based on that, we thought, or we are convinced that hydrogen plays a key role in that. And so we're pushing the development of a hydrogen society across the board, upstream, midstream, downstream. A lot of our affiliates are engaged in that already. And I think we have a clear plan on how to develop that, no matter where we are on the Gardner Hype cycle right now.
Okay, thank you so much. Toyota, your turn.
So first I would like to thank for being here for the second time. So Antonio, Arturo, Felisa, thank you, and all the Enagás team. It's a pleasure this year. I come with a different hat. So last year I was the president and CEO of Toyota in Spain. This year I moved to Brussels to lead the hydrogen eco-cluster business development. So I'm now still working with the Mirai, which, by the way, we sold 50 until last year. So it's of course, limited volume compared to the previous number of buses or Chinese infrastructure. But of course, I think we all agree that in Spain, it's taking a bit of time. No? In this new role, what I take care is to align offer and demand and to look for these opportunities where we have hydrogen, clean hydrogen generation, infrastructure, and then to match between the biggest number of stakeholders what we can do with this car. So right now we have Mirai that we launched in 2014, and we have announced already that we are launching a Hilux off-road vehicle for the end of 28. So it's coming quite quickly, the second vehicle in the lineup. And of course, we expect that because what we've learned so far is that we need a lot of alliances, a lot of partners, a lot of people moving this technology because there's no one single corporation, even not depending on the size, that can really move this technology by itself. So what we are doing is, of course, the product. We are taking care of the product. We are also selling our technology to other partners. We have more than 30 European partners, which we serve from Brussels because we have a small factory here in Europe to produce the stacks. So we are also selling this. And now we are going to generate these eco-clusters and try to match everything so we can make us, and I like a lot that we have to make less projects, but really good projects that are samples so the others can move in a similar way.
Okay, that sounds great. The importance of cooperation and building these ecosystems. Mm-hmm. Yeah, okay. Emma, Bosch, it's your time.
So first of all, also from my side, a big thank you to the Enagás team. And well, after this round, Bosch is a manufacturer of parts to the car industry, one of the biggest players. So we are in the combustion engine business, in the electric car business, and also in the hydrogen business as well. We are investing 2.5 billion euros. So we heard this morning about the 110 billion. So we are a big part of it. So because we believe that hydrogen is needed if we want to decarbonize some transport vehicles, like heavy duty, no? A big learning. So we started serial production in Europe with the fuel cells in about 3 years ago or 4 years ago. But what we learned is that the first generation was produced in Europe, the second one in China. And well, we have seen it, the speed is bigger. So we had a second generation which was more efficient and more compact. And we have proven this technology in China with also 20 million kilometers driven by 300 trucks. So this is an experience, no? We started in Europe, developed the second generations in China, and then back in Europe. So in Europe, there is a different step. We see that we should start with pilots. And this, well, it's difficult to scale up if you do not have enough, enough cases, enough demand, as we were speaking about. But these pilots with the new technology are very successful. So the customers, they are very satisfied with the fuel cells. And so we are keeping on, no? Seeing what we can do, bringing from one region to the other, and just trying to connect the demand and the production as well.
Okay, so Bosch, an example of moving forward from the pilot to the fully industrialized production. So this is happening, this is real, but something's missing. And you know, the core point of this session is to speak about demand. What do we have to do to scale up the demand in Europe? Because Asia perhaps doesn't need it, I don't know. Audrey will tell us if they have to work or it's already done. Okay, like 2 minutes each, okay?
Okay, first, just after having heard all my colleagues, I think that one critical point is that there are no competitors here in this room. We need to partner just to make it happen. It's really a matter of cooperation. This is the main challenge, you know, to be able to partner and to cooperate with such different industries and companies. Coming back to your question, I see 3 main challenges. First, about regulation. Second, about cars. And third one, about stations. Regulation, we need a stabilized regulation. You know, maybe that 2 or 3 years ago we were lobbying, you know, to get the best regulation. Today we are just trying just to get a stabilized regulation, whatever the regulation is. Yeah. We will take care of it, but we want something stabilized. It's really a mess to work and to develop a new sector when the rule is changing every, not months, but twice a year, I would say. First, stabilized regulation. Second, to have more car manufacturers involved, committed in this hydrogen sector. We are happy to have Toyota and Hyundai committed, and we have also BMW and others that will come soon. But again, just to be sure they will come, they need a global scheme and a clear policy from our politics, just to be sure that Europe will help them, you know, to have a long-term vision for their products. And third challenge is about stations. We need a robust, large network of hydrogen refueling stations throughout Europe. It's not the case. It's not the case in France, not the case already in Spain, but it's really needed. So it's not that difficult, you know, to design and to coordinate a network of stations throughout Europe. We don't need 10,000 stations by tomorrow. We just need maybe 50 or 70 in Spain, maybe the same number in France, etc. So it's manageable, but we don't have any global architecture on this, and it's really painful.
Okay. Let's see the vision of China.
Okay, let's hear about demand. So China is a very competitive market that's full of realism. Everything starts from demand. So in our cases, the reason why this round of subsidy or this round of policy framework has decided that it would be commercial vehicle and not passenger vehicles, because demand of mobility, particularly as it pertains to hydrogen, is the best served in heavy-duty transportation. It could have a very limited number of refueling stations, yet serving a large number of fleets. And in our case, the one that I've just shared with you, 1 station, 500 vehicles, 3 provinces, possible. So that's the choice from policy. And also from the technology choice, we make fuel cells. And the reason that we select certain parts of our material components is because our product definition comes from demand, and that is heavy-duty trucks. We're not designing our fuel cell for passenger cars. We're designing our fuel cell for heavy-duty trucks. Demand. Again, markets. Demand gives us a price. Today, the fleet pays, for example, €1. You think that they're going to pay us €2 for the same kilometer driven? Nobody will do that. So we look at what they're paying today and how that business is structured, and how can we make a product and technology and service that can cater to that demand. And we find, okay, the technology is falling short a little bit. We need to work on supply chain. Okay, the cost is a little high. We need to lower that down to whether we're willing to afford or can afford. How can we get there? We have to work extremely hard to organize advancement in technology, scale. In this case, a subsidy or policy framework helps a little bit to bring that gap down so that there is demand. The demand doesn't just fall from the sky. The demand is created, and demand is there for us to look at because it exists today. We're replacing or we're advancing, providing an alternative solution to this demand. And not everybody has ESG reporting duties today, and they may well be next decades or so, but we do need carbon trading and carbon tax to be in place, and that's also a moving matrix. So how can we use all these moving dynamics and still create some demand so that we can build something fit for purpose is where we start. And perhaps I just say this once and for all, and many of you probably are thinking we're subsidizing a lot in this industry. Of the 5-year program that I've just mentioned, 35,000 vehicles, China's subsidy from state level plus the provincial and municipal level, in this case, is 2.3 billion euro. That's it.
Amazing. What do you think about subsidies? Santiago?
Well, I think they're very much needed in this stage, not forever, but in this stage. There's one thing clear today. At the volume we are today, number of vehicles, production of hydrogen, etc., it's impossible to compete against diesel or any other type of fuel. So, and fully agree, Audrey, with what you said. Customer is not going to pay more just because it's hydrogen. You might find early adopters here and there that will do small things to start. And this is what we are looking for in terms of demand. And we're going to put a lot of stations. Around each station, we're going to find early adopters that are going to allow for the first 3-4 years to pick up, to build a bit of demand. But the idea is to build the network of stations, which is what Loic was saying, you were putting it at the end, but you need that in order for the rest to work. And the cars need us, and we need the cars. Somebody needs to start. And one of the main complaints, or not complaints, arguments from car manufacturers were, we don't have hydrogen refilling stations. If I asked here, we are all hydrogen related, if I said, you all must have a car of hydrogen. I mean, you're coming, I'm coming in a Mirai, you're coming in a Mirai, you all should be coming in a Mirai. But the problem, or Hyundai, yeah, sorry, yeah, or Nexo, yes. Yeah, I have a Mirai, but but the thing is, you will not be able to do it because you cannot refill. And that's the first thing we need to solve at a low scale. And in order for you to do it, you will need to have a bit of subsidized for the vehicle. You will need to have a bit of subsidized for the hydrogen because you're early adopters and you're willing to pay a bit more, but not 3 or 4 times more. So that's where we need to go. And I think objectives are clear. There are some regulations that are showing that we're going to produce a lot of hydrogen. We will need subsidies for the vehicles and for the hydrogen because all the rest is more or less built. And at the end, scale will allow you to work without the subsidies, but only after a few years of subsidies.
Okay, what we need. I said before that we want to raise to zero-emission fleet. Perhaps the ideal was to have 50-50, no? Electric and hydrogen, but this is ideal. But when I go to my board and I say the TCO of an electric and the TCO of an hydrogen now, without the grants of what means next generation funds, in this moment, wins electric. This is the reality. You need to know this. It's important for you to know this. In this moment, when I do the numbers, this is the reality with the prices that I have. Perhaps the price change in the future. I don't know. And I hope it. Because I need the pioneers that we are doing this, crossing this desert in this moment, and doing of this effort. We need the administration don't left alone us. And we need to don't give up. Because I believe that the ideal is to have this complementarity between the two solutions. But for that, We need the numbers to say to my world, this is a good business to do this and to have this complementarity. I need to say, because if not, I'm letting you, this is not about, because electric is working and it's working good too.
But the problem is the hydrogen price?
Is when you, to buy the vehicle is expensive, and after, in this moment, the cost, in this moment, for us, the cost of the kilo of hydrogen is too expensive. When you compare, we think and we hope that this price will reduce at the future because we have more, you scale up and reduce the price. But I have these numbers now. This is the reality. And this is, I think, the reality that all the people, the companies that need to buy are doing.
Okay, thank you. What's your point of view, Hyundai?
My point is that he's absolutely right. No, I mean, he's the customer. He is the one
everyone have the reason sometimes.
Because ultimately he pays the bill. And he has the TCO perspective. I mean, from a commercial vehicle customer or from a bus transporter, you need to bring stuff or people from A to B in the most efficient way. And you don't have additional money to spend and give out, right? So from a customer perspective, or to have the customer perspective is the key. For the customer, we have to offer stability, and we have to offer competitiveness to other products which are available right now, and stability in a political framework, financial stability, and the operational stability. Operational stability means infrastructure and vehicles there, and I can only echo what Audrey said, that comes from commercial vehicles. A truck has a 50 times higher offtake than a regular passenger car. Now imagine what kind of offtake you need to have a financial stable operation of an HRS that gives you an idea where to focus on. And then passenger cars can come as well. And the problem is a little bit that adapting battery electric technology is fairly easy, but we will hit the wall later when it comes to real scalability. And on the hydrogen side, the investment comes at the beginning, and then scalability is not a problem, and it comes with economies of scale and so forth. So also the politicians need to understand that and not just look at the current moment. And I understand that the customers do that, but from the politicians, I would expect a stable regulatory framework which looks ahead. And there are clear studies out there which say that developing and establishing both infrastructures in parallel for battery electric and hydrogen in parallel is cheaper than just focusing on battery electric. And please don't get me wrong, I'm not bashing battery electric. As I said before, it's complementary. Both technologies have their reason for being, and both technologies have to be in the market in the long run. So that is the goal. And for that, collaboration is super important. Right now, it was just said, there's no competition. We're on the same boat, trying to row in the same direction. We are already teaming up pretty well. There's a Global Hydrogen Mobility Alliance and so forth. I think joining forces and trying to tackle the issues together is the key to bring that forward.
Perfect. Miguel.
I was just going to reinforce what Loic said now. We are not competing, and in the case of EVs and hydrogen, we are complementary. I think 30 years ago, after the Rio conference, we came to the conclusion that there were multi-ways, multi-technologies that will continue in the future. And we see that both are complementary. The business case, the use case, the user are the ones that drive the decision, and sometimes to do longer routes or to do more intensive use of a car, of a bus, probably you need, or a truck. Imagine bringing from the south of Spain to Germany something, it's impossible to do. So you need to find a way to make them complementary. We know that at this moment, technology is a bit more expensive than the other, but of course it will come. And we will continue. I think all the people in this room is fully committed with hydrogen. So I imagine that this will always go in the right direction. And I only wanted to add that for the private customer, I think we need also to reinforce our messages. The technology is available today, is ready for use. And we see that one of the of the ways that we have to promote within the customers today is using motorsports. No? We are having prototypes in nearly all the segments or in nearly all the competitions that we are doing with standard technology. We are planning to have hydrogen prototypes in order to show that this is also a high-performance car. So I think customers will come. It will take a bit of time. Some of the pioneers will pay a bit more. Let's try between all that this bit more is not super much. And then, of course, the technology will succeed. No?
Perfect. Thank you, Miguel. Emma.
So in our case, we agree with all the arguments and statements. Collaboration is key in the ecosystem, but I would like to bring a new idea, or an idea that has not been discussed here, is to aggregate the different demands. What we are perceiving in our country is that there are ecosystems for mobility ecosystems, but very isolated. So there is a need of one track or two tracks. So why not putting these ecosystems together, or maybe thinking on a logistic corridor so that we can identify there a bigger need, so that maybe it can satisfy so when we are looking for trucks, that we can bring to Spain not only one truck, but maybe 10 trucks. So really we need to scale up here in any kind of form. And I think collaboration in this kind of ecosystems or platforms would be very appreciated. And I think associations like GasNam or Shine can also play an important role here.
Thank you so much. Well, it seems you all agree about the same ideas about collaboration, about the need of a stable regulatory framework, the need that building these ecosystems, these mobility ecosystems, where the vehicle, the hydrogen, the station, and the off-taker move forward together, with always the support of the governments, and again, with a clear regulatory framework, with a clear and stable regulatory framework. Thank you so much for your valuable insights. It has been absolutely great moderating this interesting panel, and do it on time, I think is a miracle. So thank you so much.
We deserve it. Good.
Muchas gracias. Thank you. Gracias. Bueno, muchas gracias a todos por exponer los retos y también las experiencias que ya son una realidad dentro del mundo del transporte, con mucho trabajo todavía por hacer. Llegamos ahora a uno de los platos fuertes también de la jornada, donde vamos a aportar una visión muy realista de la industria, desde la industria. Vamos a contar con los primeros ejecutivos de grandes compañías multinacionales que nos van a contar en los próximos minutos los proyectos estrella relacionados con el hidrógeno que tienen en marcha. Algunos ya han tomado la decisión de inversión final, otros están a punto de tomarla. Vamos a escucharles para tener esa visión lo más precisa posible de en qué punto se encuentra ahora la industria del hidrógeno. This panel about green hydrogen projects in Europe is moderated by Cristina Rivero, is General Manager at Ener Club, and I ask please to come on stage with her to Juan Lledó, Presidente de Técnicas Reunidas, ThyssenKrupp CEO Miguel Ángel López Borrego, Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners Managing Director Uffe Winter, Sunfire CEO Niels Aldag, and Acciona Plug CEO Alan Ripa. Thank you all.
Nice to meet you. Well, welcome to this last roundtable. First of all, I would like to thank Enagás for the opportunity they have given me to moderate this panel. That it's really a pleasure. No? After all we have been listening to carefully during the whole day. Now the time has come to know more about the most advanced large-scale green hydrogen projects in Europe. We have different players, and their real experience will, I think, will help us to take lessons that will be very valuable also for other industrial players. So we don't have a lot of time, so I would like to start by listening about the description of your flagship projects, each of you. Can we start with you, Juan?
Okay. If you don't know me, I work for TR. TR is a chemical or energy engineering company. And let me start saying that we do work for Enagás. We're working for Enagás on compressor stations, hydrogen, on lines, hydrogen lines, on storage. So being here, thank you, Antonio, thank you, Arturo, thank you, Enagás. And let me also give you a quick reflection to see how market has moved on us, on TR, that everybody thought that we were just an oil and gas big engineering company. Well, in 2020, coming out of COVID, I was probably a bit spaced. I had to join a meeting, Zoom meeting, as we could not move that much, about energy transition and very much focus on hydrogen. And then I freaked out because I knew nothing, and I had to learn that hydrogen had different colors. They explained to me there was green hydrogen, we're talking about that here, that also there was blue out of the capture, that there was even pink, and I said, what the hell is that? And obviously the natural, hydrogen, which is gray. Well, not that many years has gone through, and we have deployed engineers, and we have delivered more than 500,000 hours of engineers only on green hydrogen. That's for engineering company is a lot. And if you put that in terms of electrolyzers, on how many size of electrolyzers we have been working with the equivalent of 12 gigawatts on electrolyzers. And now let me start on that's to give you, from not knowing the colors to be fully focused and committed in terms of talent and resources on green hydrogen. And now let me just go through really quick through some examples. Obviously, we do work in Spain, and we work in Spain. I have my customers here. We work here for CIP, and we work in. I just saw a movie. I was going to say Caroline, but it's Catalina project. And in Catalina project, we have done from the very initial stage working with our customer and for our customer on the pre-FEED and then the FEED. And as I understand, with 3 different electrolyzers technologies. And now we continue working for them. It's a big project, working for them in order to step forward into the final investment decision. So that's important. We just finished a front-end design, and this case is in Norway. We have deployed a big bunch of very technical engineers. We have finished doing close to 100,000 hours of engineering because it was in Norway, because it was complex, because we have to do the engineering with different technologies, and because our customer was from Australia, is Fortescue. So there you see Norway, Spaniard, and Australian working together. That can happen in hydrogen, and it happens quite often. We're awaiting final investment decision, but that gave us the opportunity to dive way inside the different electrolyzers technology. And let me just finish, and we're short of time, into what is today what our customer claims to be the largest hydrogen project in the world. And that's for Aqua Power. Aqua Power is Saudi. Aqua Power today was a public company that now about 50% is owned by the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, by PIF. And Aqua Power is our customer in traditional power, combined cycles. And we just started the front-end design of 3 trains. We started with 3 trains, equivalent of 4.55 gigas in terms of electrolyzers equivalent. Out of those 3 trains, the first train they already have from German, the off-takers close, and they're working hard to close the other 2. So that's big. And that's big, and they're taking it seriously. And they take it seriously. We just spent a few months, their team and our team, visiting different electrolysis producers in Europe and lots of them in China. So that's the message that I wanted to tell you, that from not knowing colors to working on a very large-scale green hydrogen in Saudi Arabia. The region is Yanbu, right by the Red Sea. And when you talk to them, and when I was with them, and I was pitching with them, somebody said here that we cannot compete. We had to compete to win this engineering. He was saying to us, listen, we don't need subsidies. We can compete with the Americans, as we're working with the Americans as well, the big oil companies producing, in this case, blue, which they want to place here in Europe, cheaper than the natural hydrogen, cheaper than the gray. We don't need subsidies. We have the cheapest source of green energy. We are the best, and they are. We work here in terms of large-scale construction. We're very effective constructing. We don't have any problem with land. We don't have any problems with regulations, and we're ready to compete against anybody and supply to Europe, our customer. So things are happening. We're fully committed to hydrogen. A very large percentage of our engineers, we have to protect them from other business, are very much focused on green hydrogen and energy transition. And I do agree, somebody said here that 2026 is the year of green hydrogen, and I do believe it is. We're going to see investments coming through this year and next year coming up to 2027. And that was my message. Things are happening. Thank you to Enagás, and thank you to all of you.
And thank you, Juan, also. Miguel Ángel.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you very much for inviting, and it is incredibly inspiring, specifically the last round that we have seen around mobility gets me totally motivated and engaged with hydrogen. How is ThyssenKrupp engaged with hydrogen? We have two parts of the business which are very close. One is steel business. We have been starting the production of a direct reduction plant, 2.5 million tons, which needs 144,000 tons a year, which would be probably one of the largest, if not the largest, offtake in Europe in a couple of years from now. I will give you the reality check in a minute. On the other hand, we have one area of business which is called decarbon technologies. And in decarbon technologies, we have admired competitors like Juan or Niels. And in this environment of decarbon technologies, we have all the technologies around ammonia, green methanol, SAF, but also the electrolyzers and electrolyzers for chlor-alkali and for more than 60 years, by the way, and also for green hydrogen in ThyssenKrupp Nucera, which is a participation which we majorly own by 50%. Nucera has been granted the largest projects for hydrogen in the last years. That was NEOM, so the previous project in Saudi compared to what you just said, Yanbu. And on the other hand, as one additional example, it's Stegra, the new steel plant in Sweden, which is, I believe, 700 megawatts. NEOM is 2 gigawatts. So, and this will be installed in short. So we are very close to what is going on in the world of hydrogen. I have to tell you the steel we have been granted, so the investment is 3 billion for the direct reduction plant. We have been getting a support from the German government, from Mr. Klutik. He's not here anymore, but thank you very much, of 2 billion. Why? Because the strategy of the German government was to get a large company with a very large demand to really strengthen the overall ramp-up of hydrogen for Germany, for the industrial hub in Central Europe, which is, of course, very significant. So we have been starting to build the DRI, so the direct reduction plant. And in the year 2024, we did a tender for having good offers for green hydrogen, but also for blue. And the result has been quite disappointing, because the level of price that we got was expected, but it was extremely high. So that we went back to the German government and we told them, we can't ramp up now the direct reduction plant with hydrogen, because OPEX would kill us. And we are now, right now, in the process to negotiate the ramp up to be smoother and start with natural gas, because natural gas already reduces the CO2 emissions by 50% compared to coal, which is a significant, I mean, we need to be pragmatic as well. And the target is to reduce CO2, and it doesn't matter how, but we need to do that fast. So what is very clear, it is the demand, and everybody knows that, and we can talk about 1,000 regulatory things, but this is not important. The demand will come with a certain target price. This is very easy. And we have made calculations in something that we have started last year, which is the European Resilience Alliance. I will come to that later. We have made calculations and we have defined the target cost for what would be attractive for an off-taker, what should be the price in order to then get really the things scaled up. And to save time now, I will not get you the target cost. I will save that for my second intervention, and I hand over to CIP.
Thank you very much. That would be a wonderful segue into to my presentation here. So I represent Copenhagen Infrastructure Partners. We develop renewable projects, wind, solar, etc. In the division that I'm working for, it's hydrogen, essentially. We also do carbon capture, but here I want to focus on the hydrogen as a gaseous form for Europe. We develop projects in Denmark, in Netherlands, 3 in Germany, and the Catalina project here in Spain, which we are obviously very proud of. We think it's a very mature project. The common characteristics of all these projects is that they serve, yes, the European gaseous hydrogen market. We go for large-scale projects, so more than 100 megawatts. We target RED3 regulated sectors in order to ensure that the economics stack up, and all these projects happen to be supported by grants. The fund that I work for, we raised 3.1 billion euros back in 2022, and that's the money we are now investing into hydrogen globally. That has allowed us to go ahead with conviction and develop these projects, even though we are still in the promises phase, as we discussed today. We are not in the certainty phase. We are in the promises and in the expectation phase, and we do this with conviction. But we are not where we have the full certainty in order to press the big FID button and get them built. That is what we are working very hard for, and I think 2026 and maybe the first half of 2027 will be the time when we get these projects across the finish line.
So thanks a lot also from my side for the invitation. The company I represent is called Sunfire, and shall not be mistaken with the company Refire that presented a bit earlier. But I think it's fair to say that we are the European Refire. Sunfire was founded by 2 friends of myself and I in 2010 in the living room of a small apartment. Similarly to what we've heard before, whenever there was a roadblock, we decided to do the things ourselves. We started to develop and build electrolyzers at a time where people thought of hydrogen as a fuel for passenger cars. We suggested the idea of e-fuels before the term e-fuel existed. And when nobody reacted to that, we decided to build our own reverse water gas shift reactors, our own Fischer-Tropsch synthesis, and build the world's first e-fuels plant and co-brand that term and make it public to the world. We went on to develop our electrolyzers and realized that we had a technology which was promising but not mature enough, and decided to invest in a Swiss player and become a pressurized alkaline electrolyzer and take that from scratch, turn it into what is today probably the best pressurized alkaline electrolyzers you can find in the world. So that story is one that we are familiar of. In our journey, we have raised about 1 billion euro in equity, debt, and grants. We have built up about 1 gigawatt of production capacity, and we have closed significant contracts with companies like Repsol, as was announced yesterday. We are the supplier to the 2 times 100 megawatt that will be built in the Petronor refinery and also in the refinery in Cartagena. We are a close ally of CIP. We have a 500 megawatt agreement with CIP, which binds both companies to buy and build the equipment together. We have similar agreements with a partner in Scandinavia. So Sunfire has become, from a small startup that was created in a living room, one of the most relevant Western electrolyzer suppliers, building basically the entire chain. So we make our own electrodes, our own cells, our own stacks, our own modules. We have 150 people that supervise the sites and work hand in hand with companies like TR and others to then execute great projects to our customers. We were asked to talk a little bit about flagship projects. I wasn't sure if I could talk about the Repsol Enagás activities. Enagás is actually also a partner in one of those projects. So I wanted to talk a little bit about a project where we are building the equipment for RWE in Lingen in Germany, 15,000 tons of hydrogen per year. We are saving 170,000 tons of CO2 per year with that equipment. And RWE has signed a 15-year offtake agreement with Total Energies to supply 30,000 tons of hydrogen per year through a pipeline that still needs to be built, and provide the refinery with green hydrogen. The similarity between those two activities, the two Repsol projects and the Total projects, is that they are both driven by boldness of the shareholders, because there is currently no regulatory framework, but also by a clear visibility that RED III is coming, and by actual demand to reduce CO2 emissions in refineries. And the nice thing, the difference to the steel industry, is that refineries have an established price for renewable energy quotas. So there is actually kind of a business case for green hydrogen, which is being supported a bit by RED III right now. But from our perspective, this is really the first market where the demand, the willingness to pay is so high that there is actually demand, and projects are being taken to FID and now executed. So that is the 3 projects we are engaged in with our roughly 700 employees. And we're extremely grateful to now also be active in Spain in this extremely vibrant ecosystem, which I've been able to see today.
Alan.
Thank you. So first of all, thank you, Enagás, for inviting me, Arturo and Antonio. I work for Acciona Plug. Acciona Plug is a 50% joint venture between Acciona Energía and Plug Power. We thought that that was the best way to try to get competitive hydrogen in the market. That doesn't mean that we will probably reach the price that the demand might need, and that's why we think that the subsidies are needed right now at this stage. But that we would have probably better chances than other if we put in the same platform 2 companies, one that is is one of the leaders in providing renewable energy, and therefore could provide us at a competitive price, and at the same time, one of the main technology providers in PM electrolyzers, which is Plug. No? I want to say that we are probably a modest developer compared to others. Our projects are more in between 10 to 50 megawatts of electrolysis size. Some of them are scalable. And we are looking to decarbonize the local demand. All right? We haven't reached any FID yet, but in order to probably highlight 3 of the main 3 projects that we have in our pipeline, I would first highlight one that we have in the region of Navarra, in the northern part of Spain. It's a 25 megawatt project. It has, in my opinion, everything that is needed to lower the cost of production as much as possible. So it has hybrid renewable energy with a direct connection to the hydrogen plant. So we avoid tolls and taxes in a great amount of electricity. We have connection to the grid to maximize the load factor of the electrolyzer. We are very close to the main off-taker. We are not even 8 kilometers away, so we can build our own dedicated pipeline, so that is a more efficient way of transportation. We have water. We have the land from Acción Energía because it's inside the biomass plant of Acción Energía. So it has everything to lower the cost as much as possible. It has 15 million euros grant from the second Pioneer program, and it has been awarded 2.53 euros per kilo in the second auction of the European Hydrogen Bank through the auction as a service by the Spanish government, which are not compatible, and therefore we have to reject one of the two subsidies. So it has everything to make it perfect, right? But with all these things, it's not enough. We have another project also in the region of Aragon in Zaragoza, which is in the middle of the city, much more focused on the application for logistics and mobility. And there's a third project in the region of Galicia, in Arteixo, very close to the port, where we also have found there several potential off-takers. These last two projects will probably get the environmental permits in the first half of this year and could be ready for construction by the end of this year. The first project, the Navarra project, is ready to build. We have everything, all the permits. We just need to ask for the construction license. We haven't done that yet because we don't want to pay the construction tax yet, okay? But it's ready to be built. And we can have one of those 10 projects that the person from Santander was saying being real in 2 years' time, okay? But there's still a gap. I might not probably say the target price of hydrogen, but I would say that the gap for me right now is between 3 and 4 euros. And that is something that people need to understand, even though we have the perfect elements to get the hydrogen at the lowest cost possible. And therefore, I think that's something that is needed, that is that we need to think if we need to change some of the rules related to the subsidy programs. That's one thing. I think also we need to have the right government supports, and I'm now going to the enablers of these projects, because we also need some, and it has been said there, certainty on the regulation. We are waiting for a transposition of RED 3. We are waiting for the royal decree of renewable fuels that could also help us save the gap. But probably we might need to think on redoing or reshaping some rules in the subsidy programs in order to allow these projects that are already ready to build and that don't depend on any other thing to happen.
Well, now I need to change my script because we all need to know Miguel Angel's target price that will drive demand. So go ahead.
Okay, so just to confirm what you just said, indeed, we have fully understood the way or how we should do things in order to get to a target price of €3. And €3 in Europe for Europe. You know, I fully much acknowledge the Saudi Arabian approach where, you know, they try, of course, to find off-takers here in Europe. But I think to be a little bit bold or provocative, the conditions that we have in Arabian Peninsula are very much close to the conditions that we have in Andalusia. The only difference is Saudi Arabia is much larger and could theoretically put much more capacity, because our Andalusia is a little bit limited. But indeed, the €3, we did target costing. I'm an automotive guy. I worked the first 20 years of my business life in automotive, and you know, in automotive, the target costing has been a reality since I can think. So it's basically since 50 years. It was very clear. You need to build a car for 20,000 at the time Deutschmarks or euros or whatsoever, and this is the same approach that we did now for calculating, together with a renowned consulting firm, which I will not now give the name, but it was very clear that, of course, we can't allow to have grid costs in between. You know, we need to have the hybrid farm exactly closed or close to the electrolyzer farm. So no, sorry, Belén, Red Eléctrica, zero. And then also my German friends also zero tax. Unfortunately, there is no room for tax in that game, and this is real, right? The other thing is we need Chinese electrolyzer prices. What is the Chinese electrolyzer price megawatt right now? Who knows that? So probably Ms. Ma knows that. Megawatt. Nobody knows. Now I know. Yeah, I know. 125,000 US dollars is 1 megawatt electrolyzer. So this is what is the market, and no complexity right now here. The other thing what we need as well, I'm not saying that this needs necessarily to be built in China. I'm saying that it needs to be this cost. And of course, the same applies for renewable energy. Renewable energy, we need the renewable energy wind turbine price, Chinese cost. I'm not saying that this needs to be produced in China, but we need the Chinese cost. And if you put all this together, and then we have the transportation, which goes to Central Europe, because the €3 we need in the central of Europe. It's not here. It's not Navarra. Navarra is easy. I need it in Duisburg. I need it in the central of the industrial heart of Europe, which is Belgium, Netherlands, Germany, partly France in the middle, and the transportation cost needs to be not much more than €1 pipeline. And if you combine all this, then you will come to €3, and then, dear friends of hydrogen, then the offtake will start. And then the question is, what happens until then? You know, all these regulations, I mean, we need to acknowledge that people they want to do something meaningful, but it's too complex. All these kind of regulations are too complex. It is, you know, we need experts, 10, 20 people understanding what is going on. That's not enough. 100 people to understand what's going on in Spain, in Germany, in Brussels. And that's not going to work. So we need to be more, I would say, more pragmatic. And I was just saying that's not now a naive comment, okay? I'm sorry for that, but naive comment. I was saying to Arturo, the most easiest thing would be we put 20 cents on the diesel and fuel price, and with this 20 cents, we make CFD for hydrogen ramp up in Europe. This would be much easier. This would be immediately paid by the consumer, because the consumer will not pay a green premium. Nobody is willing to, and you were saying that before with the hydrogen prices for the trucks, nobody will pay a green premium. We want to be very, very competitive. So the very easy way is, I know it's naive, but probably we need to promote this idea a little bit more, because otherwise the ramp up will not happen. And of course, also we agree, subsidization is not something that needs to go on, can go on for more than, I don't know, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. What we did in the wind industry was the same. You know, the first ramp up this way, but all the rest then competitive. So this is possible, and this is my message here. It is possible. We need to do it, but we need to fight, everybody of us, for much easier handling of the topic and brutal target costing. Everything what is Muda, you know Kaizen, I'm a Kaizen trainer, Muda, you know what Muda is? What you don't need. What you don't need, out. Tax out, grid out, everything out what is not adding value to the purpose.
I want to give you the opportunity to react.
May I? Yeah. Sure. I mean, I fully agree with you. I will just give an example of what has happened in Spain in the last months. Okay, and I want to focus on the cost of electricity for the hydrogen plant. Okay,
come to that.
I mean, we all mentioned that Spain is a great place to produce green hydrogen because we have a lot of renewables, and that is true. I think we have the expertise, we have the track record. But at the end, when you see the final cost of the electricity all in, and that means also the cost related to the transmission line, it almost doubled the cost, the price, all right? Something happened in the last months in Spain where there's an item or a concept in the invoice related to the cost of the balancing system that in the last years it has been around 4 to 5 euros per megawatt hour. Now that has raised up to 18 to 20 euros per megawatt hour. And that means 15 to 16 euros more per megawatt hour to my cost. That in a 25 megawatt project means 0.8 euros more per kilo of cost. All right? So, in one hand, we are doing our best to try to get subsidies, and we got 2.53 euros per kilo in the European Hydrogen Bank, 2.53. And on the other hand, I get an increase in my electricity cost of 0.9. And there's another mismatch. When you are trying to do to get renewable energy on site, directly connected to your hydrogen plant, which is the cheapest way to get electricity, all right? You find that the developer, in our case, Acciona Energía, who is providing me with electricity, provides me a PPA for 25 years to get that cheap electricity, while the subsidy is for 10 years. So I have a mismatch in my business model where I have to apply 2.53 euros for a 10-year production, while I'm having a PPA from a dedicated plant for 25 years. And if I ask Acciona Energía to provide me that PPA for 10 years, the price, the cost of electricity is way up. So there's a mismatch that has to be solved.
Then allow me also a quick reaction. So I fully agree with what Miguel said. We need to compete with whoever is the best in the world. My chief operating officer is a former Bosch guy who has built up 2 of the most successful factories in China for Bosch. And he is a rigorous cost guy. And I fully agree that everything you don't need in your system has to go out. One example, electrolyzers are being built in buildings. You have to get rid of the buildings. You have to get rid of the technical equipment that is in those big halls. You have to work on the stack architecture. You have to develop proprietary, excellent electrodes and membranes that allow you to run the electrolyzers at completely different power densities, efficiencies, and so on. So I think you've described exactly who the target is. It's the most cost-effective in the world, and that's the target we need to chase. And I think one part is rigorous and brutal cost reductions, going from, I don't know, 2 to 3 million euro per megawatt, where we were a couple of years ago, to far below 1 million euro per megawatt in the mid to long term on a fully installed plant. And the other thing is, I think scale matters. I think there's just simply not enough room for all the people that are around here building electrolyzers. So I think that there will also be a shakeout in this industry. There needs to be partnerships and things that help us to also increase the amount of orders that we have, the size of projects that we have, so that we can bring down the costs of our equipment also through scale, because in this industry, scale matters.
In CIP, we constantly work with the cost out. We work with Nils, we work with Juan and his team in Técnicas Reunidas in a sort of a very collaborative way to take out every cost element that we don't need. So it's absolutely essential to look our customers in the eye and say, we have done actually quite...
They're being really annoying about this. This is actually a very positive example, yeah.
We try to be annoying, but we get some results. And that's why we can have a serious conversation with our customers. I don't think we have contracted with you yet. So maybe that's a sign that we haven't quite reached the 3 euros. but we are definitely doing everything we can to cost out.
Juan.
I fully agree with Miguel Ángel. And I agree because if we happen to do it, if we happen to be competitive in Andalusia, if we happen to be competitive in Europe, we will continue buying from Saudis or whomever, but with bargaining power. What we cannot do is go into the market without leverage and buying because we have regulators here that force us to buy. So we've talked a lot here about European dependency or independency on energy sources. We manage to cut down our costs, produce here, we'll be less dependent. We'll continue having to buy from others because we're big consumers. That's good news. But we need bargaining power. And we will.
I want just to mention China. I want to shape a little bit what our thinking is on China. It is simply a fact that our Chinese, so we are also Chinese, so our company is also Chinese. We are ThyssenKrupp in China. We are Chinese. We are double as fast as Europe. And half the cost, or even less. So not everything is always regulation and government. It's always productivity. It's people working extremely, how to say that, agile, very innovative. They try something, so we did the same. I told our Chinese team, build something. If it doesn't work, we make another one, because we need to speed up the whole thing. So China should be, and that was amazing what you were telling us, Ms. Ma. China needs to be our somehow North Star, because the implementation attitude and can do and will do mentality is amazing. And I would like to transport this mentality to the European folks. I think French and Spaniards are quite close because they are also not following every step in, you know what I mean? But it is something that we need to relearn in Europe. We are good in innovation, but not in speed, and that's the reason why. Thank you very much. Very inspiring presentation.
Well, I am very sorry, but I think we are run out of time. So my quick recap: things are happening. There's an extremely vibrant ecosystem around hydrogen. We need to be agile, innovative, make it easier. Everything you don't need needs to go out. And I think you have proven, all of you, that hydrogen is now. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hemos llegado ya al final de este cuarto día del hidrógeno. Ha sido muy interesante, han sido jornadas y sesiones apasionantes y se ha confirmado, por supuesto, como un foro principal para conocer la actualidad del hidrógeno. Hemos tenido a voces las más destacadas del sector para contarles lo que está pasando, lo que está por venir, los muchos retos que hay que superar. Lo hemos comentado, por ejemplo, en este último panel, muy interesante para ser más competitivos en un mercado que ya está muy dinámico y cada vez más internacional. Se ha confirmado como un foro principal para todos los que estamos aquí, para los muchas personas, más de 1000 que nos han estado siguiendo durante toda la jornada a través del servicio de streaming, de esa retransmisión. Estamos, como digo, ya en el momento final, donde le voy a ceder ya la palabra al consejero delegado Arturo Gonzalo para esas conclusiones, para esos titulares. Yo me despido, para mí ha sido un honor estar aquí, aprender, escuchar tantas voces autorizadas de un sector tan apasionante, movimiento tan dinámico. Ha sido un gusto y un placer hacer al menos de hilo conductor. Así que me despido cediendo el testigo por última vez a Arturo Gonzalo, que les va a dar esos titulares y esas conclusiones de una jornada intensa. Arturo, cuando quiera. Hay una fotografía que está por allá. Aquí. Bueno, suerte. Gracias. Adiós.
Muchas gracias, Carlos, por haber conducido tan magníficamente la sesión a lo largo de todo el día de hoy. Luego dedicaré un momento más al capítulo de agradecimientos para concluir. Pero llega el momento de quizás seleccionar algunas de las grandes conclusiones de la jornada. Tengo aquí un buen taco de tarjetas que he ido cumplimentando a lo largo del día, pero bueno, voy a intentar ser más o menos conciso. Creo que hemos tenido un cuarto día del hidrógeno pues absolutamente a la altura de los anteriores e incluso yendo un poco más allá, y no era fácil, pero tenemos la sala todavía prácticamente llena, tenemos muchas personas siguiéndonos en streaming y esto pone de manifiesto que el interés por el hidrógeno es máximo y que la realidad que hemos vivido en esta sala quizá desmiente pues un cierto clima de hidroescepticismo o hidropesimismo que a veces gana terreno pues sin encontrar realmente fundamento en los datos, en la realidad. Claro que enfrentamos grandes riesgos, grandes desafíos, me voy a referir a ellos, pero la conclusión quizá la primera y la más importante es que el hidrógeno está absolutamente en marcha, que muchos proyectos van convirtiéndose en realidad y que podemos hacer un diagnóstico bastante certero de qué necesitamos ajustar o corregir para que otros proyectos que todavía no han conseguido llegar a la fase del FID puedan hacerlo. Hemos tenido una inauguración a cargo del presidente de Enagás, que ha puesto el acento en la complejidad del momento geopolítico que vivimos y que ha digamos, puesto el énfasis en algo que se ha repetido luego durante toda la jornada. El hidrógeno ya no es una cuestión solo de cómo avanzar en la descarbonización, se ha convertido en un vector estratégico de primer orden para avanzar también en la autonomía estratégica, la soberanía energética de Europa. La vicepresidenta del Gobierno, Sara Aagesen, nos ha hecho algunos anuncios de mucho impacto, ha reforzado la apuesta española por el hidrógeno verde, ha hecho ver cómo es una pieza clave, como digo, en la descarbonización, en la autonomía estratégica, también en la competitividad. Ha anunciado que en las próximas semanas, bueno, dicho próximamente, vamos a conocer el anteproyecto de ley de transposición del paquete de gas descarbonizado e hidrógeno, un proyecto de ley que va a crear el Sistema Nacional del Hidrógeno, el modelo del hidrógeno, el sistema regulado del hidrógeno en España, que va a también habilitar el desarrollo de las herramientas, de los instrumentos regulatorios que hagan posible el desarrollo de las infraestructuras. Nos ha anunciado también que en la tercera subasta del Banco Europeo del Hidrógeno, que está en marcha, habrá un tramo de 410 millones de euros del Auction as a Service financiados por el Gobierno de España, lo cual se suma de entrada a los 1.300 millones de la subasta. Estamos hablando realmente de cantidades de ayudas muy, muy relevantes. Yo creo que nos hemos quedado todos con la impresión de que el Gobierno de España sigue apostando firmemente por el hidrógeno verde, que esos 3,1 billones de euros que ya ha puesto en juego son el principio de una apuesta que va a continuar en el futuro. Hemos tenido a la presidenta, después de mi propia intervención, hemos tenido a la presidenta de la CNMC, del regulador español. A lo largo de los 4 días del hidrógeno hemos visto también cómo el regulador español ha ido adquiriendo cada vez una mayor concreción, un mayor foco en las tareas que está disponiéndose a acometer. Se ha referido a 4 grandes palancas que utilizará el regulador cuando la transposición de la directiva le acabe de asignar unas competencias plenas en materia de hidrógeno, continuar reduciendo los costes y riesgos del sistema, reforzar la demanda, acompasar la demanda al desarrollo de las infraestructuras y completar el esquema de garantías de origen que den certidumbre sobre el carácter del hidrógeno que se pone en el mercado. Ha puesto un gran énfasis en que la CNMC está poniéndose en marcha para cubrir estas cuestiones, que su énfasis será poner el foco en la demanda, acompasar el mercado a la demanda y que necesita completar su esquema de responsabilidades con la normativa que ha mencionado la Vicepresidenta. Hemos tenido un representante de excepción del Gobierno alemán, Bernhard Klutig, explicándonos la visión desde Alemania de las infraestructuras de hidrógeno, el corredor H2Med, el Southwest Corridor, y cómo desde los Estados miembros, en colaboración con la Comisión, apoyar el desarrollo de estas infraestructuras. Yo creo que nos ha quedado a todos claro que el compromiso de Alemania es muy firme con los grandes corredores de hidrógeno. Alemania está haciendo una apuesta, quizá en este momento la más ambiciosa de toda Europa, y Alemania sabe que una parte de la demanda futura de hidrógeno de su industria tiene que provenir de la importación a través de estos grandes corredores. Alemania destaca, y el señor Klutig destaca, el progreso que se está haciendo, pero que aún debemos dar pasos muy importantes en materia de institucionalizar el apoyo político a los corredores. En el caso del Southwest Corridor, el High Level Group, el grupo de alto nivel del suroeste de Europa, es el lugar adecuado para expresar ese apoyo con un protagonismo muy activo por parte de la Comisión. Hay que seguir poniendo en marcha medidas que fomenten la demanda. La transposición de la Red 3 en Alemania es un buen ejemplo de ello, también en España, en otros Estados miembros. Hay que poner en valor la versatilidad estratégica que da el hidrógeno, también como forma de almacenamiento de energía. Nos ha recordado cómo en Alemania hay una previsión de que la nueva potencia que se está promoviendo para ciclos combinados de gas pueda migrar en un futuro posterior al hidrógeno. Y ha introducido un concepto que luego ha tenido mucho éxito en la jornada, que es el concepto de los lead markets, y cómo favorecer la demanda en mercados, por ejemplo, el del acero o los fertilizantes. También Bernhard Klutig nos ha puesto sobre la mesa uno de los temas que luego han estado presentes en varios debates, que es la necesidad de contar con mecanismos de de-risking. En general, en los proyectos de infraestructuras, el modelo alemán de las cuentas de amortización es un buen ejemplo, pero necesitamos también mecanismos de de-risking para los proyectos transfronterizos. Y una buena forma de abordar estos mecanismos nos lo puede dar el desarrollo del Grids Package en Europa. Creo que son puntos muy a tener en cuenta. Hemos tenido una mesa con TSOs donde hemos visto cómo empiezan a ocurrir ya los proyectos transfronterizos, se están construyendo ya los primeros proyectos transfronterizos de ductos, de pipelines en Europa. Algunos van a empezar a operar en este mismo año 2026. Por tanto, no estamos hablando de proyectos para dentro de media década, del final de la década, son proyectos que ya están ocurriendo. Por eso mismo, los TSOs sabemos qué cosas tienen que ocurrir para que las infraestructuras se desplieguen con mayor agilidad y efectividad. Partiendo de que la electrificación es algo fundamental, pero no puede cubrir todas las necesidades de descarbonización y, por tanto, contar con una red europea de moléculas renovables es fundamental, con un carácter complementario a la electricidad. Esta es una cuestión de ámbito europeo, son necesarios mecanismos de integración y de coordinación europea. Como TSOs sabemos la importancia de avanzar hacia una mayor integración y una mayor coordinación en la planificación de la electricidad, el gas y el hidrógeno. La regulación es esencial. A lo largo de este año iremos conociendo la transposición de la directiva a todos los Estados miembros y será ese un paso fundamental para lograr estas reglas del juego homogéneas en Europa que necesitamos para desarrollar infraestructuras que van a estar en operación durante décadas. Y de nuevo se mencionó en el panel la importancia de establecer esos mecanismos de de-risking transfronterizos. ¿Cómo hacemos que una infraestructura transfronteriza no suponga un coste imposible de asumir para sus primeros usuarios? ¿Cómo hacemos que haya una asignación intertemporal de costes con algún tipo de mecanismo de garantías públicas, como se ha mencionado después en el panel de la financiación? Luego me referiré a ello. Ivana, del Hydrogen Council, nos dio también una visión muy inspiradora de cómo en realidad los datos muestran que el mercado del hidrógeno está avanzando y cómo tiene un rol no solo de ser un instrumento climático, sino un instrumento estratégico, pero decía, hace falta mucho más. Viendo cómo se desarrolla el mercado en China o en India, vemos que hace falta mucho más en materia de fomento de la demanda, de unas políticas públicas claras, predecibles y estables, cómo tenemos que facilitar las infraestructuras, establecer estándares comunes y certificaciones comunes para el hidrógeno y favorecer un ecosistema de alianzas del hidrógeno. Es algo que ha aparecido también en algunas de las conversaciones. También, desde luego, en el panel sobre la situación del ecosistema francés, donde Pierre-Étienne señalaba que quizá la realidad hoy en una foto estática no es tan distinta entre Francia y España. Lo que sí que muestra una gran diferencia es la tendencia, una tendencia claramente creciente en España y no tanto en el caso de Francia. Y él expresaba su esperanza de que la situación geopolítica que vivimos en Europa actúe como una wake-up call, como un recordatorio de que el hidrógeno es una parte de la solución imprescindible a la situación geopolítica que vive Europa y, por tanto, igualmente Francia. La vicepresidenta ejecutiva de la Comisión, Tercera, nos ha dejado bien claro el compromiso total de la Comisión Europea con el hidrógeno verde, con los grandes corredores. Ha expresado su voluntad de que la Comisión, con los Estados miembros, utilice el paquete de redes, el Grids Package, las autopistas del hidrógeno, para impulsar esos proyectos. Ha utilizado varias veces el término homegrown energy, algo que ha hecho también la presidenta von der Leyen últimamente, para hacer ver que contar con fuentes de energía autóctonas hoy para Europa es una cuestión de asegurar su futuro autónomo como una gran región que pese en el escenario mundial. Hemos puesto un poquito más de foco en el siguiente panel. Los mensajes han sido muchos de los que ya he mencionado. Cristina ha insistido en el apoyo que va a seguir dando la Comisión a los proyectos de hidrógeno. Christoph ha puesto el foco en la necesidad de que el gran sistema europeo del hidrógeno cuente con una especie de de arquitecto que haga homogéneos los criterios técnicos que se utilicen, los criterios de diseño que se utilicen a lo largo del sistema. Ese rol en buena medida lo tiene que proporcionar ENO, que desarrollará los códigos de red, los grid codes. Es una cuestión absolutamente clave que asegure la interoperabilidad de los sistemas de hidrógeno en Europa. Yorgo nos ha retado también en todos estos temas para ver cómo la regulación europea nos tiene que seguir apoyando en la creación de la demanda y en particular en estos lead markets. Se ha puesto mucho foco en el de-risking, absolutamente ha hecho una comparación, Christoph, muy afortunada. No necesitamos que nos construyan la casa, lo que necesitamos es que nos ayuden a hacer frente al seguro de incendio y estos mecanismos de de-risking juegan ese papel de seguro, fire insurance, que decía Christoph, que necesitaremos seguramente apoyos públicos. Hemos tenido un magnífico panel de financiación, donde se ha dejado claro, Paloma Aba ha dejado claro que CINEA, la Comisión Europea, está preparada para pasar de la fase de estudios de ingeniería a la fase de construcción. Este concepto es fundamental. En la construcción es donde realmente necesitamos el mayor volumen de ayudas europeas. Y por eso vamos a pasar de 6 billion del CEF a la propuesta de 30 billion, multiplicar por 5 para el siguiente periodo. Paloma nos ha recordado que hay otras oportunidades como el Industrial Competitiveness Fund. La Comisión Europea va a seguir prestando su apoyo de ese modo. Hemos tenido dos intervenciones muy interesantes del EIB a cargo de Roland, del Santander a cargo de Urbano, que han puesto el foco en la necesidad de que los proyectos de hidrógeno sean bankable, que sean realmente de suficiente madurez, de suficiente claridad como para poder pasar el examen de un comité de inversiones o un comité de riesgos de un banco. Esta es una cuestión esencial y eso requiere seguir trabajando en la reducción de los riesgos de los proyectos y seguir alineando cuándo van a ocurrir en el tiempo cuestiones que si se desacompasan pueden poner en riesgo los proyectos. Las infraestructuras necesitan tener los proyectos de producción y consumo a tiempo para no estar sin uso de un modo inasumible para sus esquemas de financiación y al mismo tiempo los proyectos de producción y consumo necesitan tener las infraestructuras a tiempo. Bianca puso el foco en algo muy interesante y es que en la economía del hidrógeno tiene un componente tan innovador que la presencia de otras formas de financiación basadas, por ejemplo, en el venture capital, son fundamentales. Necesitamos mecanismos de financiación más imaginativos que también ofrezcan soluciones a startups, empresas innovadoras que necesitan otro tipo de financiación. Ha recomendado también que en Iberia utilicemos mecanismos, por ejemplo, como los Contracts for Difference o blended mechanisms de carácter público-privado. Hemos conocido con más detalle cómo funciona, para qué sirve la H2Med Alliance, que se lanzó en Berlín este año. Es un partnership, es una forma de cooperar tanto en materia de advocacy como en materia de desarrollo del mercado en sus aspectos comerciales. La H2Med Alliance es un lugar donde ofrecer soluciones y vías de colaboración y yo creo que ha quedado claramente puesto de manifiesto el carácter abierto de esa iniciativa y la invitación a todos cuantos puedan estar interesados en participar, que se acerquen a conocer mejor el H2Med Alliance, que va a seguir trabajando en cómo alinear la planificación de infraestructuras con el desarrollo del mercado. Audrey Ma nos ha presentado de un modo, yo creo, muy impactante la realidad de China, un país que con su plan quinquenal actual ocupa ya una posición de liderazgo en muchas magnitudes en el mundo, tiene el 55% de la capacidad operativa de producción de hidrógeno en el mundo, el 35% de los off-take commitments en el mundo. Tiene 39.000 vehículos de hidrógeno circulando por las carreteras, 630 hidrogeneras, 388 millones de kilómetros recorridos en los equipos de fuel cells producidos por Refire. Un esquema de exenciones en los peajes, en el uso de las infraestructuras, que está teniendo un éxito enorme, que, por ejemplo, permite que haya ya una ruta absolutamente viable entre Beijing y Shanghai, con, creo que eran 6 estaciones de repostaje en el camino. Audrey nos ha lanzado una oferta que tiene también algo de reto, y es que compañías como Refire ofrecen ya un esquema de Hydrogen Business Ecosystem abierto a todos los interesados, y ha dicho, if you are looking for a partner, en fin, Refire está dispuesto a candidatearse para ser ese partner. Nos ha hablado de proyectos ya de una magnitud increíble, como este Ningxia Project, con una producción estimada de 100.000 toneladas año de hidrógeno. Magnífico panel de movilidad, muchísimas gracias, yo creo que hemos aprendido todos muchísimo. No me voy a detener, decía Xavier, creo que era, que también en este mundo hay héroes, yo creo que desde luego que los hay. Hay también personas dispuestas a experimentar o explorar nuevos modelos de negocio, como el caso de HVR, por ejemplo, que yo creo que es muy interesante para intentar hacer realidad en España en un tiempo récord el reglamento AFIR. Es algo que tiene que ocurrir en toda Europa. Se habla mucho de crear la demanda, pero como también se ha dicho en ese panel, creo que lo ha dicho Audrey, la demanda está ahí. Es decir, la necesidad de combustibles progresivamente descarbonizados para el transporte está ya ahí. Lo que tenemos es que ser capaces de atender esa demanda en unas condiciones competitivas. Un mensaje fundamental que ha salido de ese panel, y ya voy terminando. Este es un esfuerzo colaborativo, cooperativo. Una sola compañía no lo va a resolver. Tiene que ser el producto del trabajo conjunto de compañías que están en el mismo sector, pero que saben que hay que crear un modelo de negocio exitoso para que esta posibilidad, la movilidad de hidrógeno, despegue en Europa. En el último panel, pues lo acabamos de ver, yo creo que ha sido enormemente inspirador. Yo me quedo con algunos mensajes, por ejemplo el de Juan, de no saber cuáles eran los colores del hidrógeno, en muy pocos años después, Técnicas Reunidas es ya un gigante de la ingeniería del hidrógeno en todo el mundo. Esto lo que nos da es una pista de lo rápido que está ocurriendo todo y el enorme potencial que tiene el pensar lo que puede ocurrir en estos próximos años venideros. Pero el mensaje era, las cosas están ocurriendo. Yo creo, y si me permitís que resuma en la última intervención de Miguel Ángel López Borrego, lo que tenemos ante nosotros es un enorme desafío para reducir costes. Como decía Miguel, trabajar en Europa, pero a costes chinos. Yo creo que cuando Miguel ha dicho que su empresa en China hace las cosas en la mitad de tiempo y con la mitad de coste, se ha hecho un silencio en la sala que ha durado unos cuantos segundos. Tenemos que ser capaces de reducir los costes para alcanzar ese precio objetivo que él decía que debería ser 3 euros en Europa para Europa. Por supuesto, y hemos entendido muy bien la visión de UFE, de Niels, como el caso de las refinerías en Europa, por ejemplo, tiene un modelo de negocio mucho más claro, precisamente por la normativa, por las exigencias regulatorias, en este caso Red 3. De la intervención de Alan, yo creo que nos hemos quedado también con una visión muy real de cómo es necesario bajar esos costes y cómo es necesario repensar los esquemas de ayudas públicas, los esquemas de subsidios. Terminamos ya. Me gustaría que quizá nos lleváramos todos el mensaje de que lo que hemos anticipado al principio de la jornada, que 3 años después del primer día del hidrógeno estamos viendo cómo esta es una realidad que despega y que seguramente 2026 va a ser el gran año ya del despegue definitivo del hidrógeno. Sabemos lo que nos falta, sabemos en qué dirección tenemos que avanzar para ir resolviendo los problemas que hemos identificado. Nos daremos cita para el año que viene y el año que viene pues, seguramente vamos a poder ver cómo algunas de estas cosas se han ido haciendo, otras quizá no, pero que estamos en el camino de lo que nos proponíamos al principio de esta mañana, que es conseguir que el hidrógeno verde haga realidad su potencial para hacer avanzar a Europa en su descarbonización, en su competitividad y en su autonomía estratégica. Dejadme, por favor, un minuto de agradecimientos. He agradecido ya a Carlos Franganillo su conducción de la jornada. A todos ustedes, a todos vosotros y vosotras por acompañarnos durante todo el día, a los ponentes, a quienes nos habéis seguido por el streaming, a todo el equipo de Enagás, su presidente, su comité ejecutivo, al Consejo de Enagás que nos ha apoyado durante todo el día y en la preparación de esta jornada, al equipo que se ha ocupado de hacer un evento que para nosotros es un esfuerzo titánico, que lo seguimos haciendo porque creemos que es útil, que es necesario, que proporciona una gran visibilidad, un gran apoyo al hidrógeno verde, al hidrógeno bajo en carbono, en un momento en que es más urgente y necesario que nunca. Esa es la conclusión. El hidrógeno es ahora y es responsabilidad de todos nosotros que haga el delivery a la altura de las expectativas muy altas que tenemos en él. Muchas gracias y hasta el año que viene.